Testing, 1, 2, testing. These sounded, you want to mix them, Josh? They sounded a little high today. Again, it's because we're right underneath the speaker. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's nice when you have the voice of God. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just bring them down a little bit. I mean, the gain is just during the meeting the other day, they started to. Yeah, it's. Yeah. But see, you can even hear it on this one a little bit. So let's just bring them down a little bit. All right, cool. We'll move to the next one. Hear it on Diane. So yeah, see how much louder this one is. So let's bring that down. Yeah. That's probably good there. Testing 1. Yeah, let's see, that one's loud again too. Let's go ahead and bring that down. I knew I was turning that gain up way too much the other day. I was like, it should never. Yeah. I was like,
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Friday, November 22nd. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to call this workshop back into order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on YouTube Live or the Cali PA website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's notice for the workshop. If you are having any challenges, though, getting onto that platform, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak today on today's workshop. For everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to see everyone. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction, even in the rain a bit. If you intend on commenting on today's workshop, there is a laptop at the side of the room in order to sign up, and there was also sign up here in advance. And when you are at the mic, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you might have. And lastly, please do silence any phones so that we can have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. So this is the time and place for the public workshop to receive public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, 2024, staff released the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are focused on the Sacramento River watershed, Delta Eastside tributaries, and Delta for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to everyone's input. I'll now provide some background information on how the workshop will be conducted. This workshop is being held in accordance with the Notice of Opportunity for Public Comment and Workshop as revised on November 1st and November 2nd, 2024. Today is the second day of a 5-day workshop to receive public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. After today, the workshop will continue at 9 a.m. on December 3rd. The 2 remaining workshop days will be held on December 12th and January 23, 2025. The notice includes a workshop agenda that identifies the specific topics that will be covered each day. Each day will include staff presentations on the topics identified for that day and topic-specific panel presentations and individual comments. To the extent possible, individual comments should address the topics covered that day. Today's topics include draft voluntary agreement provisions identified in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Comments relating to other agenda topics should be reserved for the remaining workshop days. General comments not specific to the workshop topic will be heard in the afternoon of December 12th. Written comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the plan are due on December 19th, 2024. However, written comments specific to the workshop topic scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft plan updates, please read and follow the instructions provided in the notice. Written comments and associated specific recommendations are particularly helpful to the board when considering specific changes to the draft updates to the plan. The State Water Board will not take any action today or during the remaining workshop days. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft updates. Based on comments on this draft, staff will provide a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan for public comment and board consideration. Today's workshop will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. We will then hear remarks from Director Carla Namath of the Department of Water Resources, Director Chuck Bonham of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Regional Director Carl Stock of the Bureau of Reclamation, and Regional Director Paul Souza of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Then we will hear a staff presentation providing an overview of the draft voluntary agreement provisions included in the draft plan updates. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations that would like to make comment and are present. Then we will move to those groups who have requested to make panel presentations, followed by individual commenters. We plan to take a break here in the morning. We'll also take a 45-minute lunch break midday. We have 3 panels scheduled to present today. After the staff presentation, the 2 panels, we'll hear from 2 panels, a combination of the Department of Water Resources, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and other representatives from the VA parties. Following the lunch break, our 3rd and final panel will be from San Francisco Baykeeper, Defenders of Wildlife, Golden Gate Salmon Association, and Friends of the River. We will then end the day with comments from individual speakers. There are a few points about this workshop that I'd like to emphasize. First, please keep your comments limited to the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan update. As a reminder, comments should be limited to today's specific topics, which are draft voluntary agreement provisions. Second, while I or my fellow board members may ask for clarification, staff will not be responding to all oral comments here during the workshop, but there will be obviously back and forth between us at the dais and folks here on the panel and staff. Finally, I want to take a moment to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state. It provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply intertwined in the watersheds in the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important and takes careful consideration. So your input will help inform potential revisions to the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, and we are intently listening for feedback. With that, I'd look to my fellow board colleagues in case there's anything they'd like to start off with. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I want to say we have presentations on the draft regulatory options, and today we will hear about the draft Healthy River and Landscape Science Program and Plan. For each workshop, the notice asked what, if any, options should the board move forward with for consideration. I now find myself asking if that was the correct question to ask to enable us to have productive conversations. I believe that to truly move forward, to truly move water policy forward in the right direction, there are many pieces of the puzzle that we must bring together to implement. In order to do this, we must not only rely upon our regulatory role, we must also collaborate with our sister and federal agencies, tribal nations, impacted communities, and other interested parties. My hope is that as we move forward, we will hear more about the many elements or puzzle pieces that are needed, such as flow, water quality, habitat, and the ability to adjust to climate change. I'm looking forward to the upcoming workshops to hear about how we can all come together to collaborate to effectively integrate the options that are being presented. Thank you.
Thank you for that, board member. Now, I'd like to invite Director Namath, Director Bonham, Regional Director Stock, and Regional Director Souza to provide some comment. I think that works there. Yeah, yeah. And the mic will probably need to be turned on. It's a bit cold.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Good to see you this morning. Thank you.
It's good to see all of you, and it's certainly great to see all of you in the rain. Yay. Just for those of us nerds who follow this, which is probably everybody in the room and everybody online, we were tracking at about 37% of average until this suite of storms. We think this suite of storms, at least in the northern part of the state, is going to get us back to average. So even though this is a biggie coming in, it's good. It's important to pay attention to where we are in the hydrologic cycle, and it's extra important that this is coming after such a long, hot, dry summer. So good news, but hopefully more good news to come.
Here, we'll take it as a good omen.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board for having me here today. And I'm also just really proud to be here with not only my colleague, DFW Director Chuck Bonham, but also my colleagues in our federal agencies, Regional Directors Stock and Souza. I think this is a pretty important moment where we can celebrate the fact that we have made a lot of progress and a lot of progress together as state and federal agencies. But it's also important to acknowledge the enormous amount of work that went into the draft program of implementation that was released in late October. I could not concur more with Chair Esquivel's comments about the importance of the system, but also the complexity of the system. And it's easy to, talk in generalizations about what we need to do. But when you get down into the details, it does get very complicated. And it really is our job to answer those questions, to make sure that we are doing so in such a way that can engage the public and communities that potentially haven't been with us at the table for the long, many years it took to get us to this point. But it really is incumbent upon me and other leaders to do so in a way that brings people in and helps to describe what we are working to accomplish, because there is a lot of complexity. And when there is a lot of complexity, we have to leave space for the reality that we are going to learn a lot as we implement. And that's a fundamental tenet of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program that I know you're going to hear a lot about this later this morning and this afternoon. So I wanted to make a couple of comments. One set of comments related to our need for nimble environmental monitoring, some comments related to the scientific work that we've done to support the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program that you're going to hear more detail about today, and then issues related to the regulatory backstop. I did chat with my staff about the workshop on Wednesday. I think it sounds like it was a very important set of discussions, and that has highlighted additional work that needs to be done. And then in closing, talk about some of our plans to submit comments on the POI in December and then in January. So starting with the need for nimble environmental monitoring. As you may well know, the science and monitoring arms of our collective organizations need to be nimble to ensure that we are informing our management activities. And regulatory documents like the program of implementation also need to be able to support this kind of adaptive approach. So really focusing monitoring efforts on management decisions that we're going to be called upon to make. It is going to require an adaptive approach to even how we think about the monitoring program. To do this well, we do have to position our science activities in a way that can collect data that has the most utility to management decisions. There's been a lot of thought on scientific approaches to an adaptive framework for long-term monitoring, including an entire review from the Delta Independent Science Board. And we request that the Water Board adopt that kind of approach, that the Independent Science Board's recommendations to the program of implementation, they are heavily focused on how to structure adaptive management on this critical component. We have worked very hard in recent years to achieve harmonization across state and federal permits for Endangered Species Act regulations, and it includes requirements for collaboration and deliberation to ensure that monitoring programs remain relevant. We hope that we can see a complementary approach to monitoring and adaptive management in the Water Quality Control Plan. I want to talk a little bit about the scientific underpinnings of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. We do set rigorous habitat and flow commitments. You're going to hear more about that, I think, later today, but also importantly on the 12th at the Flow Accounting Workshop. And I want to thank you all for your flexibility in scheduling that so that we could have a robust participation from water users who are traditionally preoccupied with aqua in early December. So I really do appreciate that. So knowing that you're going to hear quite a bit more about that later today and in a subsequent workshop, I just want to make the point that the scientific underpinning of the set of assets, flow, and habitat restoration assets does follow biological goals and objectives. We believe it fits with the salmon doubling goal as a narrative goal that exists in the water quality control plan space. And that's just a very important piece of our communication about the complexity of this system and what we intend to do to help environmental conditions in the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds improve. I do want to touch bases briefly about the regulatory backstop and unimpaired flow. I do want to acknowledge that the unimpaired flow approach to a regulatory backstop is the preference of the board, and we support the board in their preference. However, there's a lot of work to be done on this particular approach, not only for the purposes of incentivizing our healthy river and landscape partners to make sure that we are performing as we are committing to perform in a regulatory setting, so that if we're not doing that, there is a regulatory backstop that can come in and help us make sure we're living up to our commitments. But importantly, also as we get to the end of implementation of the voluntary agreements, there's a lot of commentary and a lot of work to do on how we meld some of these ideas. One point that I do want to stress from the board's unimpaired flow approach is we do need to make sure that over the course of implementing the voluntary agreements, that the same scientific rigor that is being applied to evaluate the effectiveness of the flow, non-flow is also applied to the effectiveness of the unimpaired flow kinds of concepts as they're constructed and implemented moving forward. We really need to collectively acknowledge how those pieces fit, and all the pieces need to be subject to evaluation and revision and adaptive management should the science support that. You know, we are in an ongoing and dynamic situation in the Delta. There is an enormous urgency to get going and work to stabilize the system. One of the things I'm really proud of are some early restoration projects that we've gotten done in the Delta, some of which represent early implementation of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program. Some of these projects are projects that have been on the books for an embarrassingly long time for a whole bunch of reasons that were important in another era. But what's important now is looking forward. We do have the ability, especially with Governor Newsom's Cutting Green Tape initiative, to get those projects going. And I'm proud to say that we are on track for several thousand acres of restoration in the Delta for tidal marsh and other important species needs. And that is something that we could not say a decade ago, that we had a path to get that work done. All of this, in my mind, very much reflects the urgency of moving as quickly as we can. I like to use the phrase with all deliberate speed, given the complexity of the system, given the need for transparency, but we do need to move apace. And so I want to thank you for continuing to get these workshops scheduled. And I know there's often some pressure to slow down or speed up, or slow down or speed up. I don't envy you in that position, but I want to thank you for really putting your shoulder to the wheel and making sure that we're having these workshops and we're having this opportunity for robust public comment. In that vein, on the unimpaired flow approach for the board. The department is open to talking with you all and talking with staff to really understand what some of the foundational questions are around that implementation, and understanding how we can support your understanding of how that could be implemented, the potential for impacts, and how that is implemented. But we certainly don't want to be in a position necessarily where we're kind of slowing our progress on healthy rivers and landscapes. So I know we have some work to do. I just want to offer understanding that unimpaired flow is the preferred approach of the board for the regulatory backstop, that the department could be helpful in at least understanding some threshold questions as you seek to make decisions on this program in the early part of next year. And then finally, I want to close on the program of implementation itself. The Department of Water Resources and the public water agencies have been doing a bit of work on program of implementation language. So you can expect to see that in our written comments that are due December 19th and then again in January. These are meant to be constructive and reflective of the draft program of implementation we received on the 23rd, all in the spirit of convergence and clarity. And so we hope that those written comments will be equally as constructive as I believe the permit or the panel presentations will be later today and at the subsequent two workshops. So with that, I just, again, want to maybe end where I began, which is a very sincere thank you for moving us all along. And we are looking forward to the additional work that we need to get done to get to decision points for the board. So thank you. And Chair, presumably you would want to move to my fellow speakers and questions all at once, or how would you like to do that?
Yeah, well, first was just going to thank you for your comments. I appreciate that they build on the conversation we just had here on Wednesday when it comes to the regulatory pathway and the commitment to ensure that that's implementable. And was just going to make some just general comment that what's important is that when we look at implementation and activating the water rights priority system in order to protect assets, flow assets, either from the VAs or the regulatory pathway, it means that there's a common space there that I think we all need to be able to have agreement on across how we look at the watershed and implement something that gives faith to everyone, to your point, can be tracked, can be understood, and that ultimately on the science side we can evaluate as we move forward. But I think what's helpful is that the proposal that the board has is that implementing, again, whether it's protecting VA flow assets through the system or one's contributed through a percentage of unimpaired flow and understanding a budget for a particular water right holder or person will require the same questions and consensus. And so I think there is a really important space, especially around the methodology that we'll use to implement, that I think we can be building toward. So I really appreciate those comments. And I think that far more commonality, certainly between the proposals in some ways, because we are at the end talking about how we can add assets to the system and protect them through as outflow. Looking to see, thank you, appreciate that. And I don't know if any other board members had anything they wanted to say specific to your comments, but you want to wait, okay. We'll wait till the end then for further, thank you. Thank you, Director. Director Bonham.
Thank you, Chair, board members. It's true, my name is Chuck Bonham, and I'm the Director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thank you. You have a difficult job ahead of you. You are charged with protecting the many beneficial uses and balancing amongst them. I trust in your judgment. This is one of many times I've appeared in front of you on this particular topic. I think as recently as this spring of this calendar year. So for today, I did focus on the October 2024 draft document, which are staff proposals for updating the water quality control plan, and specifically section 4.4.10, which is found at pages 68 through 106 in the draft staff document. Because it's those 30, 40 pages where staff describes possible implementation provisions for the proposed Healthy River Landscape Program. And notwithstanding Board Member Morgan's, I think, fair comment, are we asking the right questions? I thought about this morning based on the questions you posed in the agenda for this workshop. Are parts of the staff proposals appropriate? Do they need any changes? What should be carried forward? And I have a couple of my own personal conclusions about those questions that I wanted to share this morning. My first bottom line, maybe most important conclusion, is the draft program of implementation is a huge step forward. It's a big deal to get to this moment, because it's time to update the water quality control plan. So thank you. My next conclusion is that I see a lot that should be carried forward. And I think there will be a need to keep working together in the coming weeks and months on some of the specific details, including changes to some of the staff proposals. For example, in these 30 pages, you see the concept of accounting. It shows up in several spots, both about accounting for flow commitments that are being offered as part of the program and habitat commitments. You can see some of the very specific details on pages 91 and 92. Yes, that should be carried forward. Accounting should be carried forward. But whether it's a weekly website update or some different frequency, or it's a precise list of engineering design criteria, more discussion is going to be needed in the coming weeks on how to find the right accounting approach for something so complicated that also allows flexibility. And I think the December 12th workshop on accounting is going to be one of the most important workshops across these series of workshops. Because you have to know the commitments and this approach proposed means something and is delivering, and that hinges on how you design accounting. Another concept, the concept of board involvement and oversight. Yes, that concept should be carried forward. And you've actually got to make it more than a concept. Because we want you involved. It's appropriate. I mean, you are the State Water Board. So the concept comes forward, but I'm not sure some of the staff proposals are quite there on the details. Like on page 69, if you follow the calendar that's being suggested, there's about a 6-month process between parties and your executive director to adaptively change potentially a flow curve in the moment based on real-time science. 6 months might not be consistent with the idea of adaptability in the decision-making space. So how to find that outcome is part of the discussion still ahead of us. Or to take another example on science. It carries forward because we need you involved. But I think one of your next questions is oversight and involvement. How do you chart that path around the science program? You reserve in some of the staff proposed language the ability to approve, but you're also in some of the staff language indicating your staff wants involvement and figuring out the harmony between those similar but different roles. For example, on page 99, if the program of implementation were to include the Healthy Rivers option or pathway, some of the language charts out a process where within 60 days of your adoption, your executive director would require submission from the parties, the scientific metrics, performance evaluation, effectiveness structure. I think we need that motivator, that accelerant. But in that same part of the staff document on page 99, they describe a potential 1-year process for any affirmation and approval of the very same metrics which need to be accelerated through so we can know sooner rather than later the effectiveness of the restoration and flow assets. So finding the right balance between oversight and involvement, I think, is still part of the details ahead. Take another concept, which shows up starting around page 84, the concept of a backstop. Yes, that concept should be carried forward. You heard Director Namath a moment ago about our collective need for you to be present as a regulatory backstop. And there are examples why that's important. The future need to know that the Healthy River landscape assets are additive, not reductive. The need to know implementation of the Healthy Rivers program won't produce redirected impacts. The need to motivate the implementation of the Healthy Rivers program enhances temperature and avoids unintended consequences that limit temperature benefits for fisheries. Or the need that the Healthy River program assets would be protected for their purpose as part of your approval from future subsequent storage or supply projects. Those are all things in your staff document, but the details remain still in the coming weeks to talk about. For example, on this dynamic around potential future storage projects, the document from your staff has several notations that the Department of Water Resources is working on a concept about that very potential need. Or to take another example on page 85, the staff proposal indicates that for market purchases, which are a cornerstone of nimbleness to secure water that's available for in-stream benefit, the staff would like the executive director of the board to be able to condition market purchases. as of right now, based on that one sentence, I'm not sure yet the right balance between how you activate a market in real time and blend it with appropriate executive director involvement. I think we can solve that, but we have to work through those details. To continue, on page 93, your staff proposed that habitat restoration must include provisions for Native American tribes to co-design the development, the implementation, and the assessment of any habitat restoration projects. And that include the ability to hear from tribes and incorporate traditional ecological knowledge into restoration projects. That's not a concept. That's a must-have. We want that at our department. I strongly believe the Department of Water Resources wants that, our federal agency counterparts. The parties in the Healthy Rivers program, we welcome that. So carry that forward, full stop. The same is true in governance in the staff proposal on page 102. Your staff is proposing that governance include a specific tribal engagement, program, process, and staff capacity to match each of the Healthy River program milestones to tribal engagement meaningful. And that your executive director approve this tribal governance part as an amendment to the proposal in front of you prior to starting year one. I think that's important, and thank you to your staff for including it. Here's my last bottom line conclusion. This is progress. It's gone on so long. It's time. We will be submitting Department of Fish and Wildlife written comments on the deadlines. Look, make no mistake. This idea of a collaborative Healthy Rivers program alternative within your broader regulatory plan update, it's different. I get it. And what we're suggesting as a collection of parties that have come together is also different. We want to stop traditionally managing the tributaries to the Delta and the Delta itself in isolated, individualistic ways where everyone made their decisions by themselves, for their particular stretch of water. And what we think this does is something fundamentally different. Integrates all those tributaries and the Delta in a collective with a pooled asset. And to date, it's making progress. We've already implemented more than 20 restoration and fish passage projects. That's 247 acres of spawning and in-stream rearing and floodplain habitat creation. That's 20,000 acres of fish food production habitat that's come online. And it's 6 fish screen projects on diversions. We just need more of that plus the flow asset, and we need it yesterday. So thank you for all you're doing in the coming weeks. The concepts are strong in the staff document. The details have more work ahead to fine tune it in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
I'll be available for questions, but also I think next,
Yeah. Next will be
Director Stock.
Regional Director Stock. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Director Bonham.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board for this opportunity to continue our engagement on this topic. We've all been doing this for a very long time, and we really Reclamation wants to express its appreciation to the board staff for their work on it, to the staff from the state and federal agencies. You'll hear from them later today. And also to the interested parties and public that are in the room and online and who have stayed engaged in this process as well. All of this is in support of an implementable and sustainable Bay Delta water quality plan. For reclamation, an implementable plan means one that balances all beneficial uses, shares responsibility for common systems, is reasonably achievable, has broad community engagement and collaboration, and has full environmental compliance. I'll speak in a little bit more detail to some of those. With the changing climate and increasing demands from our communities and ecosystems, we think it important to recognize that relying solely on the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to achieve the flow-dependent objectives established by the board is not by itself sustainable. We've been discussing this for over a decade, and I think we have come to a fairly good understanding of which approaches are truly implementable and can be defended to the communities and ecosystems that depend on the Delta. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties have put extensive work into developing an implementable plan that supports and maintains native fish populations. Not only have we written down the details of those plans and how we would implement the system-wide governance, the science plan, the habitat accounting, and other details as Secretary Crowfoot discussed on Wednesday, but we have already started implementing some of those actions as have been mentioned by my other colleagues. For reclamation, we are prioritizing habitat construction, contributing over $250 million to date in support of habitat restoration, with a $25 million funding opportunity open right now for habitat projects on the Sacramento River. We're doing a lot already, and we recognize that we need to do more. Our success in this effort is dependent upon all of us using collaborative approaches to work together. That will be particularly important in the coming years. By relying on a collaborative approach, we can avoid unnecessary additional processes or narrow individual approvals. If I may, I would ask for the board members' support in ensuring that the program of implementation in particular includes the collaborative structure you are all looking for and engages all of the parties, state, federal, local communities, tribes, power customers, water contractors, fishing interests, non-governmental organizations, and everyone else willing to work together with us on developing a sustainable and implementable plan. Once again, thank you to the board, to your staff, and for all of the work that has been put into this update, and we look forward to continued engagement with all of you.
Thank you, Director Stock. Appreciate those comments. Director Souza.
Morning. Thank you so much for the chance to share the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's thoughts on this important activity. We're deeply grateful for the work that you do and understand how hard it is. It feels like we have similar jobs. So thank you for your careful deliberation and the way that you have such a transparent and inclusive process. I think it's a model in many ways. I represent the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the counterpart to Director Bonham's agency in California. And our mission is working with others to conserve, protect, and enhance fish and wildlife and plants in their habitats for the continuing benefit of the American people. We're very fortunate to have the chance to work for this agency. It's a labor of love. People self-select to work for this organization because we care so much about a healthy environment and wildlife. We know that matters to the board also. We have a national wildlife refuge system across this country with over 800 million acres of lands and waters. It is the most important connected network of lands for wildlife in the world, and it works in tandem with the state of California's tremendous investments in care for the natural world. We oversee the Endangered Species Act. We have nearly 2,000 species that are listed across this country. We take this responsibility deeply seriously. We love species, and we want to keep them healthy and recover them when they're in trouble. We have an important fish and aquatic conservation program, a network of hatcheries that are particularly important in California. They are keeping many species that are struggling from going extinct. I wish it weren't true, but cold water fisheries in particular are particularly at risk. The trends are undeniable. I'll come back to the reasons why. Also narrow endemic species like Delta smelt, deeply in trouble, and our hatchery production efforts are extremely important for the very survival and hopeful recovery of these species. We have a proud tradition of migratory bird conservation as well. We have the chance to help conserve birds and the wetlands that need them. Wetlands are so important. Oftentimes in drought, we can fixate on our storage levels and our flows and put the water on the land, i.e. wetlands. That means farming and ranching and refuges to the side. We care about birds deeply. It's a key part of our mission. I think you all know deeply the challenges that we face, but I feel always to remind myself that this is not the 20th century anymore. Very recently, the UCLA scientific program did an analysis of the hydrological conditions in the American West over the last 25 years. What it found is this has been the driest 25 years in over 1,200 years. We see the impacts of this hydrological change every single day. Winter run Chinook salmon are in conservation hatchery status now, supported by our work to keep them from going extinct. Spring run, same situation. Delta smelt, same situation. Fall run are in deep collapse. We have less water than we did in the 20th century, and it's undeniable. And as a result, we see suffering across the board. Our mission is struggling to do everything in our power to help these species survive and thrive. Our tribal partners, our government-to-government relationship is extraordinarily important to us. As the fisheries have declined dramatically, the suffering is real and acute. The farming community has suffered tremendously also. I was in the Klamath Basin last week and talking to farmers who have lost their livelihoods. It's gone away. Struggling to figure out what the farming community will look like in the future. The fishing community, we work deeply with the fishing community on a regular basis, trying to save fall run. This is the commercial fishery for California, both in the ocean and freshwater. We're being asked to do unbelievable things. In partnership with Director Bonham's team, we've just moved millions of eggs of fall run from the Moke to our Coleman hatchery. We had among the lowest returns of salmon to Coleman in history. We're doing everything in our power to keep this fishery alive, to build a bridge to a better future, which we're talking about here today. So I think it's important to say this is hard for everyone. There are no simple answers. We don't like to engage in the conversation of our suffering is worse than your suffering, but rather to figure out solutions that are going to help us. And we believe this effort right now is among them. Some of the interrelationships that we have for conservation aren't talked about enough. The connection, for example, of rice farming with our refuges. They work hand in glove for bird conservation. We're working hard now to bring that to the next level for fisheries. There are so many examples of how water on the land works together for our mission. And if we think about what the Central Valley was before, recent human times, go back to 1800 and think about it. It was a massive grassland with riparian forests that was bookended by the beautiful Sierra Nevada and the coastal range. Can you imagine? Wolves, bears, elk, unbelievable bird life. Monarch butterfly, the bottleneck of the wonderful monarch migration to the California coast, and then fanning across the west. The agricultural land that we have works in many ways to provide a lot of the functions that support wildlife. We view them as partners. And trying to find ways to meet the balance for conservation in the all-important Central Valley and in our rivers is really a key question for us on a regular basis. Now, let me turn my attention to the work that we've done on the specific initiative in hand. We have not been a part of the conversations around healthy rivers and landscapes, but we've been watching it from afar with great interest. I think it's 5 years in-ish, something like that. We did most recently have the chance to engage more deeply because the effort was included in the long-term operations that the Bureau of Reclamations has put forward along with the Department of Water Resources. We take our Endangered Species Act responsibilities extremely seriously, and we have a unique responsibility in California water given the high level of scrutiny that we face. In the Water Infrastructure Improvements Act of 2016, we are required to provide draft biological opinions to the state of California, which we did, to the water agencies that potentially would be affected by our choices, which we did, to the environmental community, which has shown great interest, which we did, and also to assemble a panel of independent peer reviewers to ensure that our science and our analysis is strong. We reviewed all of those comments in extraordinary detail, and we finalized our biological opinion 2 weeks ago today. And our assessment is that the flow regime in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is consistent with our Endangered Species Act standard. I think what's even more important for us, flow actions get unbelievable amount of attention, and they should. People care about it. But what's more important for us is the promise of $1 billion of restoration, which is what we understand the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Initiative, if finalized, could give to us. We can't think about this like it's the 20th century hydrology anymore. We need restoration action. We need to turn the acrimony of the last generation, fighting over 100,000 acre feet here and there, into positive action on the ground for wildlife. Battle Creek restoration, a tremendous source of cold water right next to our Coleman hatchery. It's sorely needed. We can do it if we have the will and the money. Floodplain restoration in the Sacramento Valley, extremely important. A classic example of how we can work hand in hand with the agricultural community in a way that makes sense for farmers and also provides terrific habitat for birds and fish and a host of other species. Making sure, as Director Nemeth said, that we take action in the Delta. We have a record now of progress. As compared to the previous 10 years, rapid progress. The Delta is a special place. We work and live there. We need to continue to invest in restoration in this beautiful place. The San Joaquin Valley poses its own challenges. Our heart goes out to the 1 million acres of farmland and the farmers that oversee it. And what will likely be a fallowing in our future, there is less water in the 21st century than the 20th century. When we lose farmland in my career, it's almost always a loss for wildlife. We see housing subdivisions, strip malls, and now Amazon warehouses. How can we craft a future where we can reclaim the grasslands in this 1 million acres of farmland that will be fallowed, help to recreate the bottleneck of the migration of the monarch butterfly? We can do it. Let's find a solution that helps farmers keep doing what they're doing, but with a less water-intensive strategy. We're very excited about the concept of groundwater recharge. We sort of chuckle at the engineers in our different department partners. They call them groundwater recharge areas. For us, when they're managed well, these are wildlife management areas. For anyone that's been to the Kern Water Bank, you can see the amazing bird life for yourself. Imagine a future with 25 wildlife management areas / groundwater recharge areas across the Central Valley when we're storing water on the land and creating wetlands when the water's available. That's the kind of thinking that will help us deal with 21st century realities. In closing, I'll end where I started. We're grateful for you. You have very difficult jobs. Please know we're here for you to support you. We want the same thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. And thank you to all the directors for their comments. I agree that, well, one, I have a real sense of urgency. I think we all collectively do. And a feeling that this moment, we have to try and get right. So I appreciate Director Bonham's review of some of the details that we still need to get right. And I think that that's definitely where we are in our process. This is a draft program implementation. We're wanting to hear those detailed comments because the details do matter. And that includes both on the regulatory pathway and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, because this is that time to kick the tires all collectively and understand the direction we're moving this very, yes, complex and uncertain system. But that in the decades ahead, as we set the course now, as we're all collectively here in this decision-making space, hope that we gave ourselves that best shot. And so I just appreciate the spirit and hear the contributions of everyone to that system, to operate it more transparently, to make sure that we're building trust amongst all of us collectively in the decision-making we're in the middle of. And I think we have just an incredible opportunity to get it right. And I know for myself, I'm in listening mode. I'm wanting to understand and evaluate, and here look forward to hearing the rest of the panels and the words folks and feedback folks have to say around where we are. But we're at that critical moment. I mean, as we well know, the notice of intent for this project first went out in 2009. And a lot of work has gone on from then to now to get us to where we are. And so I just appreciate everyone's contributions here. I feel there is a lot of momentum, and collectively we have a space here to, again, get it right for this ourselves now and for folks here into the future. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have some questions or importantly comment as well would like to provide. Vice Chair, please.
Both a comment and a question. So first of all, I just really want to thank you all for your leadership. We've been seeing you periodically over the years, and without your leadership, I don't think we'd be here today. Thank you for your acknowledgement of our staff and the hard work they've done, because I'm just really excited that, you know, we finally have this package to go through. And I appreciate also you all flagging some areas where more work needs to be done. And so the question I have is really just confirmation of what I think I'm hearing. I understand you'll be commenting, and look forward to really drilling down and getting more detailed information, comments, suggestions on how we can improve this plan. But more importantly, it just strikes me that in yesterday's conversation in particular, there's a lot of back and forth that still needs to occur in order to just get it right. So, you know, our staff put together this document, and what concerns me is, you know, because how urgent, you know, this really is, it's time to utilize that momentum and wrap things up. But concerned that if we have another round back and forth without some really important dialogue in between, that you all may have some oversights that you missed in your comments. And so just really wanting to encourage that dialogue, whether it's, you know, one-on-one with our staff through, I think yesterday we talked a little bit about maybe a work group. I think in transparency, you know, we're having these transparent processes now, but maybe there's a role for another staff workshop if there's time, but just looking for those opportunities prior to you submitting comments, recognizing though we've got a December 19th deadline coming up. So that's a lot to ask for, and maybe, you know, as we wrap things up, we'll be talking about what those opportunities might look like, whether it's a staff workshop or, you know, giving more time on comment or another round. So I'm hearing commitment. Please feel free to comment. But I'm just reiterating what I heard, and that is your commitment to continue to work with us, our staff, the broader stakeholder community, on providing some recommendations on how to improve this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I'll just ditto those comments and just add a little bit more from my view. I recognize that this has been a long process, and not only on the water quality control plan update side, but also on the Healthy Rivers and Landscape side, in developing the underpinnings, the agreements, the commitments, and the structure that goes into all that. And so this is a lot to process here. Taking the program of implementation, which is a little bit of a different view, I know, in many respects, as compared to some of the underlying assumptions and strategy that is kind of articulated in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes documents. So what we're focusing on today, I think, is how do we bridge that? How do we work through some of those differences or misunderstandings? And Director Nemeth, to your point, you know, we have a really complex system. We're trying to figure out how do we find that right touch between flexibility and needing to be able to adapt to a changing environment, and one that none of us understand completely at this point, with regulatory certainty, and understanding that as we go forward here, I think everyone, that includes water users, that includes the environment, deserves to know and understand the rules of the road. And that's what we're trying to figure out. So this is incredibly difficult, and this is a hard moment, but this is what we've been working towards for all this time. So I thank you all for being here and just sharing your thoughts. And I look forward to the other panels. And I just want to touch briefly also on Director Bonham, your comment. When you say that there's a lot that you see that should be carried forward. So as we're thinking about the feedback, there's areas where, we may have concerns about the backstop and how that's manifested right now. But there's other areas, to your point, where you emphasize the engagement with tribal communities and leveraging TEK and other things. So I would really like to hear that in the comment letters, in your feedback as we go forward. Where are the things that we have concurrence on, that we're on the same page, right? So we can maybe check off some of those items and focus on the ones where there are some differences and some concerns. So I say that as sort of an ask to the panels today, and also in your comments, as I know not everyone here has had a lot of time to process what I know is a very meaty and detailed document that I'm really anxious to hear. I'm looking at the water users, but I'm looking over on the other side of the room as well. I want to hear from everyone about your input, and I'm still weighing. We've got two different clear paths here. We have the voluntary agreement, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes pathway. I'm still trying to understand and find a way to make that work. And you hear a lot of the response here in the program of implementation, and I can feel the tension and the concerns there. But we're all trying to engage and trying to find a way to make that work. I think rolling up the sleeves is an apt way to put it. How do we do that? And at the same time, that's process, right? That's functionality. That's how do we operate the system, right? Is it real time? Is it deferring to other, water managers to make decisions? What's the oversight role? All those different pieces have to fit together and nest so that we have a functional watershed at the end of the day. And then on the other side of the script is kind of the is it enough question. And I think that gets to the unimpaired flow, that gets to the water budget. However you want to look at it, are the assets following the right path? And that's where, we're all going to have questions. I think even when the board ultimately makes a decision, we're still going to have questions about what that right path looks like in the Bay Delta watershed. And I'm just trying to work through a process in my mind that gives me confidence and comfort that we've got something that's meaningful, that's worth taking a shot at. And I think we're seeing that. I think we're moving in the right direction. And admittedly, there's a little bit more work to do. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member. I agree with all your comments. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, and I agree with everything that folks have said, and also just want to say thank you for not only your time today, but just the years of leadership and continued commitment to, doing this incredibly complex and difficult work of trying to figure out how we chart a pathway forward and bring folks together on something that's really workable. I really see this is one of the hardest areas that I can imagine because of its complexity and the importance of all aspects of it to the various beneficial users and folks around the state and cultures, and there is so much at stake. And so I really see there only being I take a lot of optimism from and inspiration from what was said here today and what has been put forward with the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program in terms of collaboration. I think you talked about shared responsibility and a shift to kind of real integration. You know, we can't be doing these things in silos, and it's just not going to work. And I think we've seen that, and you all have done the hard job of trying to put something together that makes that real. So I think we have to have collaboration. We have to have something that does where folks are rolling up their sleeves to figure out how to make this work collectively. And I think what you all have put together is a huge undertaking to try to do and really inspiring. I also think that there's a lot we've learned from different voluntary agreements, like even in this watershed, but also over many decades, and also other areas. And part of that is that we have to figure out how to have a credible backstop. We can't, I think one of the things we've seen is when there's been voluntary approaches, at the end of that, if it hasn't worked and you go back to trying to just start over, that is not advancing the ball. And I think we are looking here to have something that is really workable and implementable. I look personally at we want something that we can implement and make sure, as the chair said, we have the tools to implement protect the assets that are there, and also be able to adjust as we're learning more or as things change. In particular, I think we need a credible and functional backstop, because we are also living in a time of extreme political polarization and uncertainty, especially, between state and federal levels. And so having a credible and functional backstop, I think, can help everyone really stay focused on how to make things work in a collaborative way. And so that's really where I think a lot of my comments and concerns from yesterday, and I appreciate the commitment and around this, is figuring out how we can help all of this succeed. I really look at the recent experience that we are still experiencing around SGMA, and also the drought in terms of the types of tools and frameworks that have worked and what we've learned. And I think SGMA is a great example of the importance of having a backstop and everyone trying to help folks be successful. So, we're the regulatory agency. We're not the operators. We're not the ones on the ground that really have to figure out how to make something work, And so we need to respect that and need the folks that are doing that to lead and develop the details on how to make it work. But we also need to be able to hold that line as a backstop and do our role as a regulator. And so to me, that's important for making the whole thing work. I think you've also seen how this board has really tried, again, I'm thinking in the SGMA context, to try to help support the locals or the implementers be successful. Nobody's trying to do a gotcha. We're trying to figure out how to support success. And so I think that's really the intent that I come into this. We couldn't all work in this space if we weren't optimistic. So I am inspired and optimistic that we can have this really be a shift. One of the things that was talked about today that I'm also excited about is just an opportunity to continue to evolve our science programs to be more integrated. I really appreciate that pulling together or referring us and helping us come back to the Independent Science Board, thinking about how we're using those kind of One Science programs and strengthening those, including having it really be focused on both biological goals, adaptive management, and those helping to inform management actions, because that's not easy, and there's, I think, a lot that we can do to help improve, and this is a really important space to do that. So I appreciate the work here. I also appreciate the commitment to, roll up our sleeves and get this over the finish line in a way that will, be effective and workable and set us up for success despite the really challenging times that we're in. And I appreciate the importance of this kind of transparent space to talk through it. I find it so valuable and appreciate all of your leadership. Thanks.
Really appreciate those comments. Thank you, board member. Completely agree. Board member Morgan.
Thank you. I echo many of my board members' comments. I really do appreciate your time, just all of your time, the time that you have spent over the last several years of just working with us, your dedication, your leadership. The time to come and speak before us, not only today, but in the past, it has really been, just not only appreciated, but it's really helpful when we are all able to come together and to work towards a common goal. And, the Delta is very, it's unique, it's dynamic. I really appreciated your comment, Director Nemeth, of, about adaptive management. That is something that's very dear to me. This unique system, and when I spoke earlier just about, climate change and the nature of the Delta, adaptive management, it's going to be key. That's something that is needed. This is not it is not a one-size-fits-all system, and looking at just also, you mentioned just the dynamic nature of the system and the unique nature of each stream within it is critical. On Wednesday, we heard just about the different work that has been done. There's been more work done on some streams than there has been on others. And just taking into account and really understanding of that and the we cannot move. We really need to take a look at the science. The science is changing. It is changing fast because of climate change. And really, we really need a program that is put together to be adaptive over the years, because what we come up with today will not be what we need in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. We need to be able to adapt and adapt quickly to climate change, the changing nature of our environment. And so when I look at this and, just look forward to what I call, the package that comes together, that's when I look at and I say, we really do need to be partners in moving forward, because that's the only way that we are going to have, in my mind, a program that is really going to be able to adapt and change with our changing environment, with climate change. And then we have our regulatory pieces that come in to ensure that we are continuing to move forward in the right direction. And so I really do appreciate the Director Baum, your comments and just the detail that you have under the short period of time gone through to point out the pieces where there still needs to be work, where we are already there. And that's what I'm really looking forward to in these upcoming workshops, is just how can we continue to move forward and really collaborate and really bring together the expertise that is within all of the agencies involved and with other partners and interested parties bring in all of that information to collaborate, to come up with the best program that we can to continue to move forward. So really looking forward to the rest of the workshops and also the written comments so that we can really dig in. And as my fellow board members said, roll up our sleeves and come up with something that we can implement. And not just, today, not just tomorrow, but really looking forward to the future, it being able to implement it. Because again, we are in a dynamic space now, more than ever we have been in history, and with our climate, and it's changing, it's just ever changing. And so today, more than ever, I believe we really need to have something where we are all there together at the table, and we're going to stay there together to implement it over the next 20 years. So thank you again for all of you being here to show just the commitment, not just today, but the commitment into the future.
Thank you, board member, and thank you again to all the board members here, and importantly, again, to the directors. Again, as has been said, the leadership really shows, and it's appreciated. And what gives me hope is the fact that when you look at the outcomes that we're all trying to drive toward, there's a lot of agreement. And I think it's now about ensuring that, as we know, it's all the same watershed. So as we look at the program implementation, as we look at the two pathways, ensuring that there's some continuity across it all, and we're able to kind of see that forest for the trees. And to Board Member McGuire's point, really understanding where there is some consensus, where there's still disagreements, we can continue to narrow. And I think that that's the process we're looking to have right now, is really continue to narrow the issues that we have between us and how we view the system, and try to the best we can, have consensus. So thank you, really appreciate it, directors. Okay, now we can move on to the board staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights overseeing the board's Bay Delta efforts. With me here today from the division are Sam Bashevkin, Matt Holland, and Claudia Buccelli. We also have Samantha Olson with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today. Before we get started with the staff presentation, I also wanted to express our appreciation as staff for the comments that we got here today, and we look forward to the written comments and to a dialogue regarding some of those comments. I think some of these provisions, it merits an explanation of where they came from. Some of them are due to the fact that with the voluntary agreements, we need to nest those in the water right priority system. For example, the issues related to identifying which water rights are the water purchases are being provided under. In order to protect that water, we need to be able to identify which water rights are involved in that. So there are some reasons behind the staff proposals. We can go into a little more detail as we walk through this here today, but I just wanted to identify that we're very open to a discussion about those issues, and looking forward to that collaboration. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this workshop. Then I'll provide a brief high-level background on the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan. Next, staff will describe the provisions in the draft Bay Delta Plan related to voluntary agreements, referred to again as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Proposal, or VAs for short. Lastly, we'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Next slide, please. Today is the second day of a multi-day public workshop to discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were released on October 25th. As described in the notice, each day of the 5-day workshop will cover specific topics related to the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. Staff will be providing presentations each workshop day to provide an overview of the topic for that day. Each day will also include topic-specific panel presentations and topic-specific individual comments. And then on December 12th, we will hear those more general comments. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the specific topics that will be addressed at each workshop day. On November 20th, we discussed the draft Sacramento Delta regulatory provisions. Today, we'll cover the voluntary agreement provisions. On December 3rd, we will cover VA habitat accounting in the morning and tribal-focused topics in the afternoon after lunch. December 12th, we will discuss the VA flow accounting provisions with general comments at the end of the day. Our last workshop day on January 23rd of next year will focus on possible provisions identified in the draft plan updates, including possible measures to protect base delta outflows during very dry and drought conditions, and possible measures to protect the base flows to which VA flows are intended to be added. We will provide a summary of these topics in advance of each workshop day, similar to today. Next slide, please. This slide identifies today's agenda, although I think we are going to be switching a couple of these panels. I think panel 1 and 2 will be switched. After each of the presentations, board members may provide input and ask questions. We'll end the day hearing any topic-specific individual comments. To the extent possible, comments should be limited to today's workshop topics. And again, the general comments should be presented on December 12th. Next slide, please. Now that I've covered the logistics for the workshop, I'll provide a brief background on the Bay Delta Plan and the current efforts to update and implement the plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the watershed, currently including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife uses. The plan also identifies flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives. The plan also identifies monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan, like other water quality control plans, is required to be reviewed periodically and updated as needed to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overall map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The board is currently in the process of considering updates to the portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and the Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta Eastside tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras rivers, and the Delta. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide, please. The Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan include consideration of updates to address Sacramento River and Delta Eastside tributary inflows and cold water habitat, Delta outflows, and interior Delta flows, as well as associated voluntary agreements that we'll be discussing today. The updates to the Bay Delta Plan also include updates to other general provisions of the plan, including monitoring and special studies and possible consideration of tribal beneficial uses that will be discussed on December 3rd. In 2018, the State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River flow and tributary flow objectives and the Southern Delta salinity objectives. Efforts are currently underway to implement those updates and to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River through a separate process from the other components of the voluntary agreements. For more information on these efforts, you can visit our frequently asked questions document that's available on the Bay Delta website. The link is provided on the slide. Next slide, please. Before we discuss the draft changes to the Bay Delta Plan, I'll provide a little bit of background on the process to date to update the Sacramento Delta portions of the plan. In order to inform those updates, the State Water Board completed a scientific basis report in 2017, including peer review and response to peer review comments. Then in 2018, the State Water Board staff released a framework for possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, identifying specific possible updates to the plan that are the basis for the regulatory provisions included in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Then in March of 2022, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding for the proposed voluntary agreements that we're discussing today, following which a supplement to the scientific basis report was prepared and peer-reviewed to document the science supporting the voluntary agreements. Staff is currently in the process of addressing the peer review comments on the supplement and finalizing that report for inclusion in the final staff report in support of the updates to the Bay Delta Plan. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released a draft staff report substitute environmental document for public review and comment, documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of different possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including the regulatory provisions and VA provisions that are part of the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. State Water Board staff are currently in the process of addressing the public comments on the draft staff report and will also be making other updates to the report as necessary based on possible changes to the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. We will be releasing the updated staff report and responses to comments at a future date. The draft staff report included draft water quality objectives and a description of the major provisions of the program of implementation, but did not include all of the draft specific possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan that are now provided in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. These provisions were informed, however, by the public comments on the draft staff report. Next slide, please. Now I'll discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, board staff released draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan for public review and comment. These draft updates included options for voluntary agreements proposed by water users and state and federal agencies and regulatory provisions. The regulatory provisions would apply if VAs are not approved, or if VAs are approved, the regulatory provisions would apply to non-VA parties and could apply to VA parties if the VAs are discontinued at some point. Also included in the draft updates are general provisions that would apply regardless of if VAs are approved. The VA provisions are the subject of this workshop day and will be described in more detail. Next slide, please. All options currently under consideration, including the regulatory pathway provisions and VA provisions, are presented in a single document. The draft updates include notes to reader that explain the options or provide context for some of the potential draft changes. Some of these options are based on regulatory provisions developed by staff, while others are based on VA proposals. The notes to reader and boxes are intended to explain the options and other issues the board is specifically seeking input on. However, the board welcomes input on all components of the draft updates and has not yet made a decision on any of the updates to the plan. In addition to the substantive Sacramento Delta updates, the draft updates also include other minor updates and edits to improve clarity and readability. Next slide, please. The Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan are intended to address aquatic ecosystem stressors within the board's responsibilities to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. These updates include options based on alternatives described in the September 2023 draft staff report. The draft Bay Delta Plan includes additional specificity and refinements from the options described in the draft staff report informed by public comments. No substantial changes were made to the Bay Delta Plan associated with the measures to protect municipal, industrial, or agricultural uses, or to the lower San Joaquin River flow objectives for the protection of fish and wildlife that were adopted in 2018. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, I'll provide some brief background on the VAs. The VAs propose a combination of flow and non-flow measures and a portion of the Sacramento Delta tributaries over 8 years with the possibility of extension. The flow and non-flow habitat actions are proposed as implementation measures for an existing and proposed new water quality objective in the Bay Delta Plan. Specifically, the VAs propose a new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations. The draft Bay Delta Plan includes a proposed edit to the objective to the objective to include delta outflows as well as inflows in that narrative objective. The VAs also propose to contribute the participating parties share to achieve the existing narrative salmon protection objectives, which they propose to achieve by 2050. The narrative salmon protection objective is also referred to as the salmon doubling objective. Next slide, please. In 2022, the VA parties submitted a memorandum of understanding for the proposed VAs to the State Water Board. In fall of 2023 and spring of 2024, the board received additional VA documents, including a strategic plan, governance program, science plan, global implementing and enforcement agreements, funding plan, science committee charter, flow accounting procedures, and non-flow accounting procedures. These VA documents are available on the board's website and the California Natural Resources Agency's website. Next slide, please. The VA documents that were submitted to the board include partial proposed program of implementation text, which is reflected in box 3 of the draft Bay Delta plan. The VA documents also include other provisions, including some contractual type provisions. The draft program of implementation for the VAs was drafted by board staff based largely on the 2022 VA MOU. Where appropriate, provisions of VA documents released subsequent to the MOU were also incorporated into the program of implementation text. The language from the VA documents was condensed and clarified into operable, enforceable regulatory provisions, including provisions for board oversight. With that introduction, I'll turn it over to Sam to discuss some of the specific provisions of the VA portions of the draft Bay Delta plan.
Thanks, Diane. Next slide, please. The VA's proposed flow, habitat restoration, monitoring, and science on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCollum rivers, Buda Creek, and in the Delta. If the board chooses to adopt the VAs, then the VA party's responsibility would be to provide the commitments set forth in the program of implementation in lieu of the responsibility to contribute to new inflow, cold water habitat, and inflow-based delta outflow objectives during the term of the VAs. Next slide. The draft program of implementation includes provisions to implement the VAs consistent with water right priorities. In order to determine which water rights are covered by the VAs and which are covered by the regulatory provisions we discussed on Wednesday, VA parties would be required to identify the specific water rights that are part of the VAs, which would be identified in Table 8 of the draft Bay Delta plan. These VA water rights would be exempted from the new inflow, cold water habitat, and inflow-based outflow requirements during the term of the VAs. However, these water rights would still be subject to determinations of water unavailability when no flow is available at their priority of right, consistent with water right priorities. These provisions would ensure that VA water right holders are not diverting regulatory flows provided by non-VA water right holders or otherwise diverting outside of priority. In addition, the water rights under which VA flows would be provided would need to be identified at least 90 days in advance to ensure that water that is being provided as part of the VAs is available for in-stream dedication and can be protected from diversion by other water right holders consistent with water right priorities. The VA flows would also be required to be provided from water rights that are not duplicative of other rights that are continuing to be used. Next slide. This slide shows the VA flow and non-flow commitments from Table 9 in the draft Bay Delta plan, which is based on Appendix 1 of the VA MOU. The flow commitments differ based on water year type, and habitat contributions are divided into spawning, in-stream rearing, and floodplain categories. Next slide. The VA flow commitments identified in the prior slide would be required to be additive delta outflow above base conditions. Base conditions in the VA MOU are defined as flows resulting from implementation of the 2019 biological opinions in State Water Board Decision 1641. Additional work is needed to further define these base conditions, including on tributaries not subject to the biological opinions and Decision 1641. These and other flow accounting issues will be the subject of the December 12th workshop day. The specific approved flow accounting procedures will determine the actual amounts of additive delta outflow above defined base conditions. The VA strategic plan identifies a default flow schedule and flow flexibility brackets for each VA flow commitment based on water year type. Their strategic plan identifies that the average schedule of each VA flow commitment over the 8-year term of the VAs would be consistent with the default schedule for January through June. The default schedule and flexibility schedule for the VA flow commitments are included in the draft Bay Delta plan. In addition, the draft program of implementation identifies that any proposal to release VA flows outside the flexibility brackets or outside January through June, regardless of flexibility brackets, is subject to approval by the executive director after public comment and must be requested with appropriate supporting information at least 90 calendar days in advance of any proposed operations. In response to Director Bonham's comments, I just want to clarify that this approval process only applies to proposals to provide flows outside January through June or outside the flexibility brackets, which is consistent with the VA MOU and the strategic plan. Next slide. The VA flows would be provided from a variety of sources, including agricultural land fallowing, groundwater substitution, reservoir reoperations, reductions in exports compared to allowable levels under the 2019 biological opinions, and purchases from these other sources. The specifics of the accounting for these sources, including how these flows would be additive to base flows, will be discussed on December 12th. For the permanent state water purchases and fixed price purchases, it is expected that these sources and associated water rights will be identified before the board considers possible approval of the VAs. I want to clarify one more point brought up by Director Bonham. As Diane mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the approval process for the VA water purchases is necessary to ensure the VAs are implemented consistent with water right priority. In addition, additional information is requested for the flow category in the VA MOU identified as new water projects before year 8. 3 projects are identified in the VA MOU that would provide 18 to 50,000 acre-feet of water each in dry and below normal years. Additional information on these projects is needed to complete the program of implementation text. Next slide. The draft program of implementation identifies that the accounting protocols for the VA flow and non-flow habitat would be approved by the State Water Board and incorporated into Appendix B of the Bay Delta Plan. The VA flow accounting protocols are still under development and will be the subject of the December 12th workshop day. The VA non-flow habitat accounting protocols are developed in Appendix B of the draft Bay Delta Plan and are the subject of the morning session of the December 3rd workshop day. In addition, potential options to protect the base that the VA flows are added to from new water supply projects will be the subject of the January 23rd workshop day. Next slide. In order to inform assessment of compliance and effectiveness of the VAs and the draft program of implementation include provisions for the VA parties to conduct additional science and monitoring activities. This science and monitoring would be in addition to that required pursuant to existing requirements, including State Water Board decisions 1485 and 1641. VA parties would be required to develop hypotheses, metrics, targets, and associated monitoring for board consideration after adoption of the amendments to the Bay Delta Plan. The VA hypotheses would identify the hypothesized outcomes of the VAs. The VA metrics would define the quantitative measurable outcomes and associated variables that will be assessed for the hypotheses, and the VA targets would describe the expected value of the metrics resulting from the implementation of the VAs. The VA monitoring would then describe the specific monitoring that would be conducted to assess the VA hypotheses, metrics, and targets beginning within the first year of implementation of the VAs. The minimum required components of the science and monitoring identified in the program of implementation include the abundance, condition, habitat, and habitat utilization of estuarine fishes, the effects of VA flow and non-flow habitat on salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, native estuarine fishes, and the food web, habitat suitability assessments, effects of the VAs on pesticides and water, prey, and native fishes, and harmful algal bloom monitoring and support for the Delta cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy. Next slide. The VA monitoring provisions would be integrated into the larger Bay Delta Monitoring and Evaluation Program, or BDMEP, that was discussed during Wednesday's workshop day. The BDMEP encompasses the monitoring necessary to implement and consider possible needed changes to the full Bay Delta Plan, including the existing and new regulatory provisions and possible VA provisions. The VA supplemental science and monitoring would be subject to the requirements of the BDMEP, including data quality requirements, and regular review and updated as needed through a public process. The provisions for the BDMEP and for the supplemental VA science and monitoring set minimum requirements. These provisions would not prohibit the ability of VA parties or others to organize collaborative science groups or more specific internal guidelines such as for best available science and peer review, as long as the minimum requirements and any necessary approvals as outlined in the program of implementation are met. Next slide. The VA targets are similar in concept to the biological goals, but differ in scope. Biological goals are broad and are proposed to be used to assess the effectiveness of all actions in the Bay Delta Plan, including the regulatory actions, VA actions, and actions by other entities. Biological goals would be developed through a public process with opportunity for public comment and would be approved by the State Water Board. The VA targets would be focused on the expected outcome of VA hypotheses resulting from implementation of the VAs. They would be developed by VA parties, subject to public review and comment, and would be approved by the executive director. The draft program of implementation would require that the VA targets have a similar framework to biological goals, including that the metrics be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, referred to as SMART. For anadromous salmonids, they would also be required to be based on the viable salmonid population, or VSP, parameters, including abundance, life history and genetic diversity, productivity, and spatial structure. Next slide. To inform implementation of the VAs and other activities, the draft program of implementation identifies that the VA parties would be required to submit annual and periodic reports to the board by January 31st of each year after the first year of VA implementation. Annual and periodic reports would include data and accounting of all flow and non-flow actions in the prior year, ecological monitoring data including status and trends of native fish species compared to prior years, a summary of scientific data and findings generated by the VAs, a summary of expected VA activities for the next water year, an analysis demonstrating no impacts to the Trinity River watershed, an assessment of water temperature management in each VA tributary, and a summary of tribal outreach and engagement. In addition, an ecological outcomes analysis report would be developed and submitted to the board after year 6 of the VAs in order to inform possible continuation, modification, or termination of the VAs. The report would include a synthesis of scientific data and information generated by the VAs, including documentation of hypotheses tested and associated monitoring, evaluation, and results. Next slide. If approved, the VAs would be required to be implemented consistent with the Bay Delta Plan in order to be implemented in lieu of the regulatory provisions. The VAs have additional governance provisions for implementation of the VAs between the VA parties that could also apply, but would not necessarily be components of the Bay Delta Plan. State Water Board staff would provide advice and oversight on compliance and participate in VA decision-making, such as the scheduling of VA flows. The draft program of implementation also includes additional requirements for involvement by tribes that will be discussed on December 3rd. In addition to these measures, Annual and periodic review processes would provide for public input on implementation of the VAs. The board is seeking input on other possible ways that other non-VA parties could provide input into VA implementation actions. Next slide. Prior to a decision to extend, modify, or terminate the VAs, State Water Board staff would produce a draft recommendation with supporting rationale that would be subject to a minimum 45-day public review and comment period. Based on public comments, the draft recommendation would be updated, provided to the Delta Independent Science Board for review and input, and then a final staff recommendation and recommendations from the Delta Independent Science Board would be brought to the State Water Board for consideration at a public board meeting. Under the default process, the VAs would remain in effect for 8 years following approval of the Bay Delta Plan amendments by the Office of Administrative Law. If VA parties request an extension at year 6, the State Water Board would begin the process to consider continuing, modifying, or terminating the VAs. The State Water Board would solicit public comments and hold a public workshop to inform the potential extension or modification of the VAs beyond 8 years. Continuation, modification, or termination of the VAs would be based on the green, yellow, and red light criteria as described on the next slide. Next slide. To make a green light determination that the VA should continue unmodified, the State Water Board would need to find that the VA parties provided flow and non-flow commitments substantially consistent with the accounting protocols as approved by the board and the monitoring, science, reporting, and other requirements of the Bay Delta Plan have been fulfilled. In addition, the board would need to determine that the VAs are substantially achieving the VA metrics and targets, and relevant information supports the conclusion that continuing the VAs will contribute the VA party's responsibility toward attaining the narrative ecosystem protection objective and salmon protection objective by 2050. To make a yellow light determination that the VA should continue with modifications, the State Water Board would need to find that the VAs provided flow and non-flow commitments substantially consistent with the accounting protocols approved by the board and the monitoring, science, reporting, and other requirements of the Bay Delta Plan have been fulfilled. The State Water Board would also have to conclude that the VAs are meeting a significant number of VA metrics and targets, and the ecological outcomes analysis and other relevant information supports the conclusion that continuing the VAs with modifications will contribute the VA party's responsibility toward attaining the narrative ecosystem protection objective and salmon protection objective by 2050. To make a red light determination that the VA should be discontinued, the State Water Board would need to conclude that the VAs are not achieving the conditions for the green or yellow light criteria. Under a red light determination, the State Water Board may determine that the VA water rights are subject to the regulatory provisions. The State Water Board may also determine that modifications to the regulatory provisions are needed and pursue appropriate processes to update the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. Under certain circumstances, the board may consider the continuation, modification, or termination of the VAs before year 8. The first reason this could occur would be due to the VA party's failure or inability to implement VA commitments as described in the VAs and associated Bay Delta Plan provisions. This could be triggered if the VA parties fail to implement the VA flow, habitat, funding, monitoring, science, or other provisions consistent with the program of implementation. Or it could be triggered if a VA party or parties withdraws from the VAs. In either of these circumstances, the State Water Board would conduct a public workshop and may allow additional time for the VAs to come into compliance before deciding whether to modify or terminate the VAs. The second reason this could occur would be due to significant evidence that continuing implementation of the VAs will not provide for reasonable protection of beneficial uses or will jeopardize the continued survival of native fishes. During the periodic review process, State Water Board staff would prepare an assessment for public review and comment and Delta Independent Science Board review and input before consideration or modification or termination of the VAs before year 8. Based on this information, the State Water Board may decide to modify or terminate the VAs through a Bay Delta Plan amendment. Next slide. In any decision on continuing, modifying, or terminating the VAs, the State Water Board would consider a number of factors. These include whether VA commitments were timely and fully provided consistent with approved accounting and flows were adequately protected, whether monitoring, science, and reporting requirements were met, the VA party's synthesis of current science and the VA effectiveness, public comment and analyses on VA effectiveness, the status and trends of native fishes and other aquatic organisms, whether reliable information indicates that factors outside of the VAs are impairing the ability to achieve the VA objectives by 2050, and whether funding was available and will be available for continuation. In addition, the board would consider factors from Water Code Section 13241, including the past, present, and probable future beneficial uses of water, the environmental characteristics of the Bay Delta watershed, including the quality of water available thereto, water quality conditions that could reasonably be achieved through the coordinated control of all factors that affect water quality in the Bay Delta watershed, and economic considerations. Next slide. That concludes our overview of the voluntary agreement provisions of the draft Bay Delta plan, so now I'll discuss next steps. The board is currently accepting public comment on the draft updates to the Bay Delta plan in writing and orally at these workshops. Written comments are due December 19th. However, comments related to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th, 2025. Following the public comment period, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta plan based on the public comments received. Staff will also continue to review comments on the draft staff report that were received earlier this year and develop responses to comments and any needed refinements to the staff report. After these processes are complete, the State Water Board would consider approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan and the final staff report, anticipated for fall or winter of 2025. Next slide. This slide shows our resources and contact information. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta plan can be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your email address. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you both. Really appreciate that presentation, and looking to see if fellow board members just have any questions or comments here. And if not, let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break as we transition. Oh, apologies. Vice Chair, please.
I thought I understood green, yellow, and red pretty well, but then this presentation is causing me to want to get some clarification on red light. So if I look at the program of implementation on 4.4.10.9, it outlines the process. And if we're looking at the default process, there's a series of 12 things that need to be considered in the event of continuation, modification, or termination. But then, and including economic considerations, periodic reports, and updates on the science. But in the event that you're at a red light, the language on page 105 in the program of implementation goes through that the water board may determine that the VA water rights are subject to the regulatory provisions, including the new inflow and cold water habitat, et cetera. Or the board may also determine that modifications to the regulatory provisions are needed and pursue appropriate processes to update the Bay Delta Plan. So the question that I have is, what would be the process for the board at that time, if you're at red light, what would be the process for balancing? So those factors that are outlined under considering initially whether to continue, modify, or terminate don't necessarily seem to be targeted to that question of balancing. It seems to be related as to whether or not the program should continue.
Well, I think in determining what the regulatory provisions should be, that process itself, I think in this process that we're going through now is informed by balancing. If we get to that red light phase and you all decide that you want to consider additional balancing considerations, and that might put us into the Bay Delta Plan update process versus switching to the regulatory provisions. So it would be a decision point that the board would have as to whether you wanted to switch to the regulatory provisions based on the balancing considerations that go into this update process, or whether you think there are additional considerations, new information that you want to consider, and you would like to go through, we need to go through another update to the Bay Delta Plan to consider updates to the regulatory provisions.
That makes sense, except for updated science. So what we're adopting, let's just say we adopt the regulatory provisions now as the backstop. And some of the comments that board member Morgan made earlier are just really making me think about, the future. So at this point in time, we would be making a determination as to the percent of unimpaired flow, et cetera, for the regulatory pathway. But then I see that as a determination as to whether or not to continue, there's a lot of good things in here. There's 12 factors that we need to look at. But again, it kind of goes to whether or not that program is successful. And so if a future board determines that the program wasn't successful and we need to be looking at, or the board needs to be looking at the regulatory pathway, I'm just looking for how could the balancing that would take place, at this point in 2024 or 2025, those considerations could be different. And so maybe it's just something to put a pin in for later discussion, but that's something that just in hearing the presentation today sort of jumped out.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there are also ISB reviews involved and public comments involved. So I think there would be a lot of information in addition to those specific 12 factors that are listed that would go into the equation. But I understand your comments and are happy to receive additional input on whether any of those provisions should be updated.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair. Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Just one question before we break is, I mentioned one of the things I'm excited about in this update is around a science program that's more, continues to work to be more united and also really focused on informing management decisions. I know we have in this section the Independent Science Board mentioned, and I don't know that I think that we should be too specific in the actual plan or even the actual plan language. But I do want to flag that I'd really like us to have a vision of how the Delta Science Program and the existing science collaborative spaces that exist, how those fit into what we've outlined here. So again, I don't know that we need to tie ourselves to that in the plan update, but I do think we need to have a clear vision of how we're planning on implementing this and how that all fits together. Because sometimes, I just want to make sure we're appropriately integrating and strengthening the collaborative spaces that we have, rather than sort of creating yet more fragmentation or new spaces. And I think as we get quarterly updates from the lead scientist and our Delta Water Master, I think that's something we can continue to try to have coalesce a little bit more as a more cohesive vision of how the science is really informing our understanding of the frankly, adaptive management that we're trying to do, and whether this program and plan is successful. That's more of a comment.
Appreciate those comments, board member, and agree. I mean, ultimately, for me, it's really ensuring that future board decisions are better informed, and we're thinking of the long-term decision-making that we'll continue to make. And as has been noted, I mean, these monitoring programs are really critical to that. And being able to, across both the VA assets and their assessment, but then also any additional assets that are put in through a regulatory pathway, it kind of be able to see that whole system and really benefit our decision-making is important. So just plus up those comments, really appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. And this is probably going to be asking a question that you covered already in your presentation, but I want to also drill a little bit more into the regulatory backstop question, because I think it's really important. It's an important provision. It's maybe one of the most key aspects of the work that we're doing here, is having a plan with longevity to it. At the same time, it's a cumbersome process, and I mean, what you've highlighted is that there's going to be a lot of process regardless of red light, yellow light, green light, year 8 reporting. There's lots of factors to consider. Can you just talk though a little bit about the switch? If we're in this, if we do go, if there's an unfortunate, if VAs go forward and there's an unfortunate situation where the VAs are not successful and it's a clear red light situation, parties leave or what have you, how readily would things toggle over to the regulatory flows approach? What would that process look like? And I think you already covered it a little bit, but could you just maybe reframe that for me?
Yes, there are a number of processes, and there's two possible ways in which the VAs could hit that red light determination. One would be the way envisioned in the VA proposal at year 8. At year 6, we would get a synthesis report from the VA parties documenting the science, supporting the VA's continuation or modification or termination. That would be submitted to an ISB review. We would also hold a public comment and receive public input on that. Then the board would have a determination as to whether to pursue the regulatory pathway or whether modifications to the Bay Delta plan are needed, as we just discussed with Board Member Giordano's questions. The other possibility would be if, as part of the board's regular periodic review process, there's information that indicates that fish and wildlife are not being reasonably protected, and the board needs to consider possible modification or termination of the VAs. Under that circumstances, the process would look the same or similar. You would have an ISB review, the opportunity for public comment. However, that change would actually require an update to the Bay Delta plan. It could not be made. You couldn't make the automatic switch to the regulatory provisions before year 8, you would actually have to go through a basin plan amendment process. What that basin plan amendment process looks like would depend upon the nature of the changes that are being considered, whether those were covered by the staff report and process in the regulatory process, or whether you wanted to consider something different, or you were only making minor tweaks to provisions. It really depends on the nature and scope of the changes under consideration and what the issues are with the reasons why we were in the red light territory to begin with.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm sure we'll have to go over it multiple times. And I'm a flowchart guy. So
Good
we might
idea.
need some flowcharts
Yeah.
at some point here to
I think
kind
we
of
can
outline all the
accommodate
different
that.
paths that might happen. And I think it's important for everyone's clarity just to understand how this might work, because it's got a lot of tendrils and can go in different directions here. And I think some of the concerns, or just area that I'm trying to understand, is that the situation where we go to the regulatory pathway and what exactly that looks like and what those decision points are. I think it's just going to be really important that everybody's clear on what that is. I understand there's a public process and you've been very
And I should
accommodating of
clarify,
that, but we should be very, very specific as much as we can about what that means. Will it be in place now? What do those steps look like if that situation does come up?
Yes, and I neglected to mention one of the provisions of the red light process. In the instance where VA assets are not provided before year 8, there is the possibility for the board to toggle to the regulatory pathway without a basin plan amendment process, or the board could also choose to undertake a basin plan amendment process. But that would be, otherwise, if it's related to protection, a finding that fish and wildlife are not being reasonably protected, that would require an update to the Bay Delta plan. So there's several different instances envisioned in the program of implementation. It does get a little complex because the criteria for what may trigger the red light provision leads to different pathways. So I think your idea for a flowchart is a really good idea. So we will invest in developing those.
Yeah, appreciate that. Good comments, board member, and do look forward to that flow chart. So thank you. Board member Morgan.
Thank you. Yes, I am a very visual person and would greatly appreciate that flow chart also. So thank you for the suggestion, Board Member McGuire. So I really do appreciate this, conversation here, and just wanted to, one, plus up the flow chart, but then also, I need to go back through, but I want to make sure that we're being clear on how evolving science will or will not play into, the adaptive management of the plan. I just want to reiterate that and just make sure that it's clear not only just for us, but for others in the future who are reading the plan and implementing it, that we all have a clear understanding of how, the science as it evolves will play a role into the implementation. So thank you.
Yeah, I can briefly respond to that and identify that that's the core concept behind building in the annual and periodic reviews into the processes, that we are not in the circumstance that we're in now, where we developed a plan and we didn't have as many check-ins on that plan and how it's going. We both added adaptive provisions to the plan. The VAs also include adaptive provisions. Both proposals, regulatory or VA, have adaptive measures to them, and both have processes where those adaptive measures could be considered. And the core of that is these annual and periodic reviews, where we're regularly having a public discussion about the implementation activities and looking at whether things are working or tweaks are needed, and also looking at our larger scale tweaks needed to the actual plan itself. That's the purpose behind the periodic review process. The annual reviews are also there for more minor tweaks within the adaptive ranges established in the plan. But those processes are really meant to provide for that adaptive management and the consideration of new and evolving science throughout the process, instead of waiting long periods of time to do that.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Board Member, for that, and Ms. Riddle for the response. Board Member Firestone.
Just to make sure I'm following this discussion, as it sounds like for before year 8, one of, a risk that none of us want to see, but is there, is the VA falls apart somehow, right? Or doesn't materialize. And in that case, we would toggle, our options are to toggle to regulatory, and that we wouldn't have to, obviously, we wouldn't have to another update to do that, and there's process around it. We have some discretion about whether we do that. But in terms of the flexibility, I think this goes to maybe questions that came to my mind as Vice Chair's questions were, is as we're having as we're making these decisions, the flexibility in terms of how we move forward, now is the time in the process that we're trying to get the regulatory backstop right, sort of underscores the need to do that now as much as possible. But because that's what we have to toggle to most easily if in that pathway or in a red light at the end of year 8. But we do have, I guess I'm just trying to understand, we do have flexibility around if it's yellow light to not have to do a basin plan amendment, but be able to approve modifications of the VA, or is that still a basin plan amendment? And then same question on the, if VAs fall apart before year 8 and we have to decide what to do, do we have to do a basin plan amendment to do anything other than the regulatory pathway?
So I think the question on the yellow light provision depends on what changes you might want to consider. If they fall within the range of scenarios that we've evaluated in the draft staff report, then no, I don't think a basin plan amendment would be needed. If it's a more substantial change that doesn't fall within the analyses that we conducted as part of the draft staff report and the scientific basis reports, then you may be in the territory of needing supplemental information and changes to the Bay Delta plan possibly. I think it's really going to depend on how significant those changes are and whether they're within that range of scenarios that we've already evaluated.
And while I know for some it's frustrating that there is such a range of scenarios within the evaluation, the staff report, because it's a lot of different potential pathways or option, I think that's important why we have done that, so as to be able to best capture, I think, an ability for us to not necessarily have to go through an entire process where we're opening up the basin plan. But if we do, the board has that option for sure. Board Member Guire.
Yeah, and just to clarify though, the staff report evaluated a pretty broad range of options, a broad range of unimpaired flows, for example. The program of implementation and the water quality objectives might narrow that a bit in terms of exactly what's anticipated over the planning horizon. So I think maybe yes, like maybe no.
Yeah, I think it's complicated. I think there could be a lot of different types of changes. There could be process changes that I think could be incorporated into the voluntary agreements. I think if we're in the yellow light stage, this is something that's agreeable to the VA parties. So, would be within that realm of activities that they would be willing to undertake. So, whether it be changes to the flexibility brackets or some process related aspect or something else, and, it could be covered. If it's, a significant change to the flow or habitat assets, we'd have to look at it to see if it's covered or not. I think it would really depend on the specific nature of those changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Appreciate the discussion around that. Not seeing anything further right now. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll have our first panel. Just to flag us insofar as scheduling and timing goes at this point, we'll have that one panel, we'll have some discussion, and then we'll take a lunch break. And then the second panel will come up, and then we'll conclude with our third panel with the NGO folks. So kind of shifted at this point because of the good discussion that's gone on, but just want to make sure we're flagging for scheduling purposes. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here at 11:25, and then we'll continue on with the first panel. Thank you. All right, everyone, it is 11:25. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back. Appreciate the opportunity for a quick break. We will now be moving on to a panel with the Department of Water Resources, East Bay Municipal Utility District, and state water contractors. So invite folks up. Good to see you again, Mr. Lobachevsky.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. Again, big thank you for hosting these workshops and the dialogue that's ensued so far. I think we're definitely looking forward to further conversations on all of this. So, I'm Eric Lobachevsky with the Department of Water Resources. I have some colleagues up here with me that are also going to help on this presentation. We do have a representative from Bureau of Reclamation and Northern California Water Association here as well. They're just here to help as we have any questions. So I can just jump into this, but I think next slide, please. All right, so just an overview of what we're here to talk about today. I'm going to do a quick little just update on some core governance topics that are important that we've made progress on since we were here in April. So I just want to mention those to you, and then I will turn it over to the rest of our crew up here. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. All right, so these are principles of, attached to our governance plan and our governance committee that are important to us. But as I was hearing a lot of conversations on Wednesday and this morning about collaboration, rolling up sleeves, I mean, these to me apply to that process as well. And I mean, by no means is that to say it isn't, but I just, as we think through next steps around that collaboration and rolling up sleeves, these would be very important principles, to all of us to work through. There's nothing new and fancy here. And so just looking for ways that we could all build through these types of principles and as they apply to any of our next steps. You can have the next slide, please. Okay, so some quick updates here. We had talked in April and wanted to just provide a few updates related to governance and participation. Screenshotted there is the landing page of a website hosted on Natural Resources Agency's website. We did do several important updates here. There's been a wholesale update to the website with additional information. A lot of what's been talked about today, at least related to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, can be found on that website. Variety of tabs and documents up there. Important to note is we do have a landing page there for what we, call a air quote front door. Folks interested in more information, water agencies, entities, other entities interested in joining governance science processes. There is a contact email there. I know it's really small and you can't see it, but we can figure out a different way to provide that. I also want to assure you that actually goes to live people. That's not some AI chatbot that you're going to have to contend with. So we'll get you, figure out a good way to get a more identified of that contact email. We also have set up a process where we can get an email blast going. So as updates to this website occur, kind of a contact listserv, and that information on this website also can be found how to sign up for that. Tribal engagement, there's been some further work the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program has done overall on tribal engagement. There's been some further work the Department of Water Resources ourselves have done directly with several tribes. And we're going to talk some more about that at the next workshop. So just wanted to mention that in the context of governance here. Finally, I just want to touch on, and I'll then go to that slide in a second, but we did develop and finalize a draft charter for this governance committee that I'll touch on here in a second, and it outlines the various roles that governance committee plays and some of the processes for what happens if a dispute arises. So next slide, please. All right, so just starting off at the top here, there's decision-making in any process needed. When we talk about decisions within this governance committee, we're really talking about decisions nested under an already approved program by the Water Board. These are not decisions intended to occur outside of what's been approved or disclosed as part of the program. There's a lot of decisions that will get made that get made following what's described in the default or the flexibility brackets related to flows. And so we're really viewing the decisions that this governance committee would make as being fairly targeted and more about kind of the hows on things getting done, not ifs things getting done. By and large, we're really looking for this committee to guide themselves through processes by consensus. We find more value, and in the 2+ years that this governance committee has been in effect, by far seeing more value out of the consensus-based approach versus getting locked in a corner where we have to get voting in play. That being said, understanding there is value in having, in this type of approach, having voting structure to resolve disputes. And where we've currently reached this, in case of consensus cannot be resolved, is 5 votes that would be allocated amongst state and federal agencies, so like DWR, CDFW, so forth and so on. 8 votes to our coalition of water agencies, 4 votes reserved for tribal governments and affiliated organizations, and 3 votes to community non-government organizations. And so that's all outlined in that charter, and that is again available on our website. And that was something that we did provide Water Board here fairly recently. So, to the degree you guys have all had a chance to review that, I'm not sure, but that is a pretty new document, but that is out there and available.
Yeah, and quick question on that. When it comes to then a vote, is it just a simple majority then that, the vote would be kind of based off of then? Okay.
Yeah, that's again, yes, great question. That's again where we're at currently. And so I think part of what I understand, a lot of this process is to receive some input on that structure. So.
I appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. And just again, clarifying, so the chart, you said it there's a limited number of decisions that might be made by the governance committee, and you're kind of trying to put some sideboards on that. Is that in the charter or in the strategic plan, or is it clear what those decisions are that might come up on an annual or periodic basis? Yeah, I mean, we've tried to take an attempt to make those decision points clear so it doesn't come off as the decision points are endless. And part of how we arrived at where we're currently at, again, with that voting structure, is to walk ourselves through possible points where we would need to vote and figure out how, a voting structure would be equitable across the different groups and entities. So again, I would offer up if there's feedback that board members, staff, public have on how that's all outlined. I think we're more than willing to receive that. And I think you can hop to the next slide there, and I'll turn it over to Jennifer Pierre here.
Good morning, Chair, Board. Thanks for having us. I'm going to talk about the program of implementation and some of our reactions to it and some suggestions. And I hope you ask the same questions you asked the previous panel. I do want to start off by saying that we too recognize the huge amount of work this was for staff to get to this document in this place, and it's really important, and it's very exciting to see this process moving really quickly. I think maybe it was a slower start in the beginning years, but this has been rapid movement since I think things have started to come together in the last few years. So just want to appreciate that. Next slide. Oh, you're already on it. No, don't go yet. Sorry, I thought we were still in the cartoon. So a couple comments about the draft program implementation. It doesn't fully reflect what was provided in the HRL documents. In some instances, there's omissions. In some instances, there's additions. And in some instances, there's changes. And they're to varying degrees. Some of them are maybe just, kind of clerical errors. Some, I think, are things we really need to have some discussion about. Some may just be not feasible from our perspective. So, that'll be coming in our comment letters. But I just wanted to flag that, that we're not seeing just kind of a cut and paste, essentially, of the HRL into POI, and I just wanted to flag that for you. Okay.
If I can make comment on that,
Yeah.
I do appreciate that. And I think, it's because some of the language, we wouldn't be able to just cut and paste, because when you think of a program implementation and having kind of a clear kind of where we're going, a lot of the language, as I understand and have read on the VA side, is kind of contractual language, really, and is appropriate maybe amongst the parties, but hard to just say, just copy and paste everything you have there, and you have then, a functioning and implementable ultimately and trackable program implementation. So I agree with you that it's an area we're going to need to unpack and make sure that we're all having the same understanding as to what it is, the outcome, we're looking for, which is something that's implementable there, and that, unfortunately, we can't just cut and paste what you have as to make that. So figuring out what that bridge is and narrowing in on it, I think will be important for sure. I appreciate the point, though.
Yeah, so I think there's about 4 categories probably. There's maybe the assets aren't exactly as we've described them. There's additional flow and operational conditions. There's changes in governance and also state board oversight. So again, varying degrees of a need to have discussions about that. But I think in terms of some of the things that weren't included, they're really important to us. Things like a science plan, for example, weren't included in the POI, and we think it's just very integral to the program. Notwithstanding your comment just now, these things all come together. All of the, the list of items that were listed in staff's presentation they are the program. So we would encourage the final POI to be comprehensive in including the governance, the charter, the science program, the funding plan. All of these things really come together to make the HRL program work. And that's really that is the program. It's not just, the flow or habitat pieces or the accounting pieces. I do want to spend a little bit of time on some of these bullets. I think in listening to staff's presentation, I think we just have a fundamental difference of opinion about what the science should really do here. And I want to point that out. And maybe we see the plan as like an umbrella. And there really is one plan. It is a water quality control plan. And within it, we have 2, at least, ways of meeting those plan's objectives. And that's pretty consistent with the MOU and kind of what we've always been thinking about this. There really isn't, for example, a different scientific goal between what we're trying to achieve and how in the different ways that we're achieving it. There isn't, for example, a different hypothesis around outflow in the Delta. We might be different timing or amounts between the different pathways, but the same question exists. What is needed? When is it needed? And so I think that, I think you'll hear more about this in the science panel, but really, this is an opportunity for us to have one Delta science plan. And we hope the work we've done within the VA science plan is comprehensive, and that really becomes, it's not an HRL science plan, it's a Delta science plan, essentially. So, or a water quality control plan, Delta science plan. So, I think perhaps there's more we can do there to make sure that works, but I think I'll talk a little bit about some suggestions for the organization of the POI, but I think we're really wanting to make sure that toggling that we were just talking about is as efficient as possible. And one way you do that is recognizing where components of the POI are actually the same. And we think science is one of them. I think that I'll talk about in a moment just how to clarify what has been referred to as a regulatory pathway. And, when you kind of reflect on day one, I was thinking, that there was some comment made about, oh, it's not VA. I think Secretary Crowfoot made the comment of, well, we're calling it HRL now because it's not really voluntary, but really, both pathways are regulatory. The Water Quality Control Plan is regulatory. So maybe, there might be a need to modify what we talk about when we talk about regulatory, because we're really talking, both pathways are regulatory. They have different ways of meeting the regulatory requirements. We want to make sure that we're integrating all of the accounting that's been worked on into the POI, and I think there's still some work to do here. But that, again, is a piece that wasn't included that I think is just, again, really integral to the plan. And then lastly, consistent with the science plan, also feel very strongly that we're trying to meet the same objective. And right now the POI has a set of objectives for HRL and a set of objectives for the regulatory pathway. And really, the way I see this is that we have one thing we're trying to achieve, and we're using, we're looking at different ways of achieving that. Next slide, please. So I think we have thought a lot about what a POI structure could look like, and especially in light of some of the comments and discussion that was happening in the last panel. We've been thinking about how do we ensure that we can simultaneously not have another 20-year process if we need to make adjustments from HRL should it be adopted, but also make sure that that process is integrating any relevant information into any subsequent decision. So balancing the efficiency with, I guess, sufficiency. And so we had been looking at the 2018 Water Quality Control Plan, where we had two categories. One was essentially the regulation on water users, and the other category was other actions that other agencies and entities outside the Water Quality Control Plan would take. And that's also relevant here with just the addition of a potential HRL pathway as well. And when we set that structure up, and you have, for example, one objective, and then you have kind of these three ways of meeting it, I think that does set up an easier way to toggle between the different categories. And that's kind of the way that our brains have been organizing around how this would work, and relative to the red light, green light, yellow light processes, which I'll talk about in a moment. But thinking maybe there's three categories. You have HRL actions, you have non-covered party actions, and then you have actions by others, so similar to hatcheries or ocean management or other kind of actions that are identified similar to phase one. This again is really just meant to provide transition to among in between the different categories, in both onboarding new parties, which has been an open question, as well as addressing any need for our parties to go to from HRL not to HRL, and to I think create efficiency for future updates. And I want to talk about that more specifically. So I'm watching the time, so I'll just say I hope you ask us the same questions that were just asked of the other panel, because I think we have a little bit different perspective, and some of the answers around the red light and the efficiencies in that toggle switch. Next slide. For the red light, yellow light, and green light approach, again, we want to recognize we need to be quick about it, but we also want to you have this balancing issue, and we have the need to have integration of the latest science. So we really think that the reporting that Alice is going to talk about in a moment is the building of the science basis that that informs essentially any subsequent decision, whether that be to continue, modify, or move to a quote-unquote regulatory approach. And that regulatory approach may or may not be what you're defining today, but we're trying to set up a place where you can get to that more quickly if needed. And so that's the way we're thinking about kind of the integration of science. And I agree with Diane's statement that you may need to do some additional work, and it's going to depend not only on the scope of what's changing, but also how far out we are. If there's a change in year 4, that's very different than a change at year 12, right? In terms of the freshness and sufficiency of the analysis. But we're trying to address that in what we're proposing. Next slide. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Hi, good. Have to remember to push the button. Good morning. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I'll try to move fairly quickly because I know we don't have a lot of time left, and I want to be respectful of everybody getting lunch. So we do recognize that the draft program of implementation that's put out does allow for termination or modification early as part of the annual or periodic reviews. I want to state up front that we really do respect and need the board's oversight in this program. We acknowledge that. We think it's an important component. We do have some concerns about the way this language in particular is written, and we think that maybe additional discussion and additional detail could help get us closer to being in alignment. And just from our perspective, I think what's driving this, again, we respect your authority. It's just and I think you all recognize this as well. Working for a public agency, we are just very concerned about how we're spending public dollars and wanting to make sure that we have a kind of a firm regulatory foundation for the decision making and the planning that we're doing. And then in terms of modification, I know you keep hearing us talk about how integrated the program is, but it is an integrated program. We've designed all these features to go together, so it's a little hard to just kind of turn one knob, if you will. So in terms of the failure or inability to implement VA commitments, we think that the language here should be a little more explicit, that the program's only going to be terminated if those failures materially impact the ability of the other parties to meet the objectives. We think probably a little more detail on this would help. And then for that second part about the significant evidence that this is jeopardizing the continued survival of native fish, we did just want to remind the board that the VA term was originally going to be 15 years and was shortened to 8 years. The MOU attachment 4 does sort of recognize that the environmental responses could actually, and other actions will occur over time, including beyond the 8-year term of the agreements. And I think we just think it would be helpful to have a little more explicit language on how impacts to native fish would be evaluated on a short time frame, given fish life cycles, because we know 8 years is already kind of a short time frame. If I could have the next slide really quickly. On state board oversight, I really appreciated Director Bonham's comments this morning about the whole question of sort of approval versus involvement, and I think that's something that we're all kind of struggling with. I think our view is that this is we want this to be a participatory, collaborative process where we're getting together with the resource agencies, the biologists, hopefully the tribes and NGOs, and state board staff to make decisions. And we think having that early involvement from state board staff, we hope would alleviate the need for some of the, kind of lengthy approval processes and sort of requests for modifications that we see in the document. There is a lot of, the POI does have a lot of places that require executive director approval. And we just want to make sure we're being efficient with everybody's time and make sure that, again, we're all collectively making good decisions.
I appreciate that. And can I actually make sure and just re-clarify again, insofar as what's being proposed currently, it's the approvals that you're seeing for the executive director are really if you get outside of those flexibility brackets that have already been identified.
It's that there's several other places where it's mentioned as well, like updates to accounting procedures, approval of habitat design, verification of habitat acreage, any kind of and then again that ability to sort of modify the program. Yeah. So there's I think Mr. Oppenheimer is going to be potentially very, very busy for the next 8 years. So
he has been, but
I know,
sure.
I know he's been very busy. But I mean,
next.
again, I think the way we're kind of envisioning this is we think it's better to have a collaborative process where the state board is at the table helping us make those decisions. Because the other concern we have is, for example, the need for lengthy approval processes can sometimes impede doing that adaptive management that we want to do. So we just think it's better to just have everybody at the table up front to be part of the discussion and make those decisions. If I could get the next slide. So analysis and reporting, we see a real opportunity to work with state board staff to further refine what those reports look like and make sure that they are actually useful and supporting those annual and year 6 through 8 analyses. One minor thing, the current language has the annual reports due in January. We weren't sure if that was based on calendar year or water year. If it's a calendar year, we might just ask for a little more time just to make sure that we have time to synthesize the data. We really want to make sure these reports are meaningful. And we did note that the POI would add annual meetings before the state board to discuss our annual reports and our progress. And we just want to say that we welcome that. If that's of interest to the state board and the public, we're very happy to do that. We are very concerned about being transparent. And if I could get the last slide, I know we're over. I apologize for that. I just want to say that we are very excited by where we are and how much progress we've made, and the fact that we've got a POI that has the voluntary agreements. If I could steal a page from Director Firestone, I think we all feel very optimistic, which is great. We do think that, you know, our program, as a result of all this work, is very ready to be implemented. In fact, some implementation, as you know, is happening now, particularly with Habitat. We do want to make sure that the program of implementation really reflects the holistic nature of the program and that it's integrated and includes all the elements. And as Jennifer said, we've put a lot of thought into this. We have a lot of ideas about how this could be structured. We have, in some cases, specific language that we'd be happy to share, you know, to kind of get to some of these points about how we, you know, maybe add a little more detail to flesh out how the red light process would work, or some of these other questions. I do want to just also mention that, you know, again, we really appreciate state board staff being involved, you know, in our discussions in the system-wide governance and the science committee. That's been really, really helpful. So we appreciate their time on that. And then the last thing I wanted to say is just that we are really, I think, all committed to meaningful engagement with tribes. That's something we've been having a lot of conversations about. And that commitment, you know, obviously applies to this program, but I think for everybody is outside of that as well. So we are looking to have a short panel on December 3rd. We want to respect and make sure that there's enough time that day for tribes, but we do want to give some updates on that topic then. And with that, maybe I'll pause, and we welcome any questions.
Really appreciate the presentation here and the opportunity for us to have some discussion and back and forth across this. Actually, would look to Diane and folks if there was anything particularly they'd want to comment on some of what we heard, and completely agree that on the monitoring and the science components here, we do want to have something that's comprehensive and that looks across, you know, again, the two pathways, if you will, but treat it as the one system it is. And I agree that there's a lot of overlapping commonality when it comes to like, the desire for biological goals or objectives, and importantly, those very same things that you may have spelled out here still already in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. So I think, you know, now is the time to try to synthesize that for sure, you know, and looking to make sure we do bridge in a holistic way the way that we look at the watershed and the way that we proceed here, so that, you know, we can have the benefit of the thought that's already been put into the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, but also that coming from staff here and importantly from the public and others as we try to stitch this together. So Diane, I don't know if there's anything you want to start with.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe first on the approval processes, I think you touched on one of the issues related to the approval processes. I think that one, the moving outside of the January through June time period and outside of the flexibility brackets, that's envisioned as part of the VAs as an update to the strategic plan, which would require approval by the board. So I don't think that's totally inconsistent. Maybe the outside of January through June is. That's in trying to keep consistent with the MOU, which is suggesting to provide assets during the January through June time period, so that we're continuing to meet that intent of the MOU. In terms of the approval process for the accounting, I think the accounting is so integral to the actual assets that are being put forward that I have a hard time seeing how we could allow that to not go through some sort of review and approval process. I guess it would depend on what specifically is being refined, but that is, I think, going to help to define specifically what those assets are. And so that seems a little difficult to me on both the flow and the habitat side, because that's really where we're deriving the expected benefits and the accountability aspects. And if that changes without us having an approval process related to that accountability, I think we're losing the connection with the plan potentially. So we welcome further discussions on those issues or any of the other approval processes. We did try to be judicious about where we put in the approval processes. We understand the desire to be nimble. And we really did strive to achieve that. A lot of the approvals and information requests that we identified were also made in order to enable us to be able to protect the VA flows. That's part of the what's envisioned as part of the MOU is that the board would take actions to protect those flows. We have to protect those flows consistent with the water right priority system. Which means we have to know what flow is being provided so that we can tell other water users they're not able to take that. If we're telling other water users they're not able to take that, we need to make sure that flow is actually available at that priority of right. So again, we welcome a discussion about why we included these provisions. There is a reason behind the inclusion of all of these provisions, because again, we were not trying to over-include a bunch of process. We all are concerned about the staffing issues and other things that come with the process there. So we're happy to continue to refine those issues. I think there were some other topics. Maybe I'll
Well, maybe on I know Ms. Pierre said that there were aspects of, the agreements at this point that weren't incorporated. And just, I imagine some of it may have been timing in needing to get this out, and maybe some of those documents weren't completely ready at that point, but just wonder if there's any comment there.
Yeah, I think we need to have clarity in terms of what the board's expecting to occur. The VA documents are voluminous, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into them and the development with those documents. I think we need to, a lot of it again pertains to specificity related to what the VA parties are going to do amongst one another that isn't critical to the regulatory provisions. Again, and we talked about this when we started this process to develop the program of implementation. What we needed to do was boil this down to the regulatory provisions that the board would be looking to determine compliance. We need that to be really clear. The subsequent documents, I think, will make it difficult for that to be make it difficult for that to be clear. We're trying to condense everything into what is actually being proposed. We welcome comments on what we've developed, and we know there may be specific aspects that need to be incorporated. But again, the guiding principle for our development of that program of implementation was the MOU, because there were subsequent documents that did make changes, and the connection to the MOU was not entirely clear. And that, to us, was the anchor document that was core to the agreement. So we tried to stick to that MOU. If there are additional provisions, I think we need for those to be clear in a condensed way so that when we look at compliance-related issues, we know what we're looking at, we know what we're expecting. Same goes for the accounting. We need to be able to go through that process of confirming. I don't think we want to get to the end of the period and we can't tell whether an action has taken place or not. So that was really the goal in condensing the information. We are completely open to input on whether there are important and key provisions that we missed that need to be incorporated, and having that discussion with the VA parties on that.
I appreciate that. And again, as I understood the work, it is in the eye of implementability that, some of those kind of changes or things were left out or otherwise try to be condensed. And here again, it's a draft. And so we really are looking for that kind of feedback. And what I said at the last workshop, and I'll just reiterate here, is I think we really do need to have some small groups that are kind of driving on some of these issues. We're not going to be able to go through them all here at the workshop and be able to figure them out amongst us. And so it's really kind of figuring out moving forward what that work group looks like, make sure that we have, obviously transparent discussions amongst it, but be able to really start to narrow in on some of these and figure out what's simply, as we usually do in our processes here, a difference of our intent is clear, but maybe we didn't execute the language right, or where there are fundamental maybe differences amongst us in there, and start to narrow through that. So not sure what exactly that structure looks like coming out of these workshops for us to have that space, but I think it'd be really important that we do that so that we can just begin to, again, work toward narrowing our understandings here, which again, I'm hearing a lot of actual consensus around the sort of broad view of how we should be pursuing it. It's really now getting into those details. Vice Chair, and then Board Member Morgan, or McGuire. Apologies.
Well, first of all, thank you, Chair, because I do think that ongoing discussion is helpful, focusing on the details. So I have just a couple of thoughts, really big picture. Looking at Executive Director approval, as I sift through this document, there's areas where it seems that it makes sense to have the Executive Director approval, and then there's other areas that look like depending on perspective, maybe micromanaging. And so it just seems to me that, it would be good if you put together a list and be open to where it would be helpful. It wouldn't you can't completely run this program. And I appreciate the commitment to collaboration. And I think we also need to be open to, let's do this test. It's a big pilot project. And anything that could impede progress and delay things, I think that's not what we want to see. And ultimately, it's a risk that the voluntary agreement parties are taking. So if staff is sitting at the table saying this, this doesn't look so good, but out of expediency or whatever, you're probably going to be doing your own balancing. So I just think some openness all the way around would be helpful on that. And then I totally agree, one science. So I really would like to see things nested, however that language is developed. But it has been frustrating through the years, even though we've got the Delta Stewardship Council, Independent Science Board. It just seems that sometimes they're out in the wilderness somewhere. And I think that, we need to make that role more front and center, as Board Member Firestone alluded to.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, completely agree. And here, the opportunity, because we are resting on Porter Cologne, these are broader authorities. We have an opportunity, to your point, Ms. Pierre, to be that umbrella around what are a lot of work going on the Endangered Species Act front, biological opinions, FERC relicensing. There's a lot of different regulatory tools or discussions that are going on. And this is our opportunity with Porter Cologne, with the broader authorities of the board, to be able to figure out how we wrap our arms around that and get the most out of what is a lot of work out there and a real need to synthesize it into the future. Board Member McGuire. Or please, yeah, Ms. Talley.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make one clarification, and I appreciate that, and I think it would be great if we can start to think about, where we think the executive director approval would work. And I think one way to frame it, and I apologize if I wasn't really clear earlier, there's sort of the upfront approvals where it's kind of like, okay, here's your flow accounting, here's your habitat accounting, program moves forward. I think one of the things that's concerning for us is just the potential for modifying some of that accounting during the term of the program, because then it starts to just get a little bit challenging if we're, in the middle of like designing a habitat project and then the habitat accounting changes, that can be a little problematic. But so that might be one way to kind of frame it is thinking about it just in terms of where it makes sense to have that input in the process. So thank you for that feedback, and that's something we can work on. And again, I apologize if that wasn't clear.
No, I appreciate that, and definitely, I'm hearing here that, again, you're not wanting to change the accounting a bunch of times during the course of it, but what are those thresholds ultimately where you do need to then come back and say, okay, yeah, that's fine. And again, if there's significant changes happening after that first approval around the accounting or the habitat or even the flow assets itself, I mean, I think that's where you're hearing us say that's the sort of threshold to then come to the executive director. But again, we can make sure we're just narrowing in on and defining the language in a way that gives that comfort that it's not just, we have to figure out what that threshold is for those changes, I guess.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to confirm, absolutely. I mean, we're Department of Water Resources fully behind that approach. I think, more dialogue or discussion around intent of some of these additional approvals is what we're really looking for. I don't think anyone is up here saying no. We just really want to, it wasn't stuff we originally contemplated, and I think we're wanting to know more, and then I think we can absolutely find a solution. I appreciate that suggestion, Vice Chair. I think that's a good way to get at this. So.
Thank you. Ms. Pierre.
At the risk of maybe being redundant, I just want to say I think we're trying to balance between having a level of certainty in the program with an ability to make sure we're meeting our goals. And that has to do with the suggestion to review before year 8, has to do with the ED approval. But I think that we just need to make sure that we're not creating a situation where we're really limiting the amount of certainty that's needed to let the program perform. So we'll look at it into that balance.
Definitely a balance, and appreciate those points. Board Member McGuire.
There's a lot I could talk about here, but I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit high level. Big picture, where we are now is and I'm thinking back to the workshops in April, there were a number of documents that the VA Healthy Rivers program has put together. Some of them were done at different draft levels. Some of them were to be, coming. I think some of those have been updated, and I think some additional documents have been provided, the charter and other things, which is great, to hear that it's evolving. And at the same time, our staff have been working on this program of implementation draft for a long time as well. And so now we're in this enviable position where we have to try and reconcile that. And I think that's that's what we're hearing today, is that there's, we have a lot of ideas that came out from board staff, and I appreciate that and the work and the thought and care put behind thinking about a watershed-based approach. And I think you've done the same from your view. And I think we both need to be receptive to input, right? And what that might look like is some changes and tweaks to the program of implementation, whether it's the regulatory backstop or the approvals or what have you, but it also might necessitate some tweaks on the Healthy Rivers program side as well, to try and bring this all together in a cohesive way. So what I'm concerned about is that we all kind of, we all talk about consensus and wanting to collaborate, but I don't want us to get like entrenched in our different sides. And so I think these small work groups, or some sort of process to work through these issues with an openness about actually, working through these issues and being willing to make changes on both sides, I think is something that we need to be receptive to. I really appreciate the comments about the science program. The last thing I want is like 5 different science programs answering different questions about the Delta and the work that is needed. I think we have a lot of different programs already. So I'm very interested in input and thoughts about how to marry that. At the same time, I recognize the constraints that the Healthy Rivers program has. You have funding limitations, you have participation limitations, you have scope limitations. So we'll be really interested to hear your thoughts on how we can work through those challenges. I think that's what you're hearing from our staff. They're trying to think about the big picture, about the whole landscape. I think you are too, but we come at it from a little bit of a different lens. So that might be a good area to explore where we can find some commonalities, because I think we all want the same thing at the end of the day there. And I know there's another panel, so I'm interested to hear some thoughts on that. And then I guess the last thing I wanted to say is just, it sounds like there's there was a fundamental, maybe anticipate like a different expectation as to what the program of implementation, the structure of it, and how it might, be presented. And it seems like you were anticipating it would sort of nest or incorporate by reference the different Healthy Rivers and Landscape documents. That's not what you're seeing, right? You're seeing a little bit of a different approach. If you have suggestions, if you have language, program of implementation language, I know you gave a kind of a sample of that before. If you've got more to that or more thought as to how we can marry these different concepts together, I want to hear that, and I want to understand better how that might all work. I do get concerned when we've got so many different levels of documents referencing each other. And I think Ms. Riddle made a really good point about how if everything's not internally consistent, it just it introduces ambiguity and adds uncertainty. And I think that's the last thing that we all want is uncertainty. And so how do we get that at the right level? So I have an open mind. I want to hear what you have to say, but I also want you to know those concerns.
Completely agreed. Thank you for that, Board Member. Board Member Morgan, and then Board Member Feinstein.
Thank you. So I just wanted to follow up on a couple things. And one, I really do appreciate the comment Board Member McGuire regarding, a different lens. And so our staff has taken a lot of time to put together the draft program implementation, put it in one document so that we have a place to go to where we could see the different, the roadmap and how it will all work together. And so really would like to see if there's different language, and appreciate the different lens of taking a look at it, because we really want where anyone can go take a look at the document and have the same reading, have the same understanding. And so it really is important to me for not only just yours and for other interested parties to really take a look and put on that different lens and provide us comments. And so just going back to the question I had earlier and slide 10, and so just taking a look at, just want to hear your understanding of how you're taking a look in your, the case of the red light, yellow light, the approach. Basically, you're saying, on the latest science. And so my question before was regarding evolving science and wanting to ensure that we are able to incorporate evolving science as we go and as we look at as we look at implementing the program. And so just want to hear from you of what your questions were here.
So I think the way we're seeing it is that, and again, we support the recommendation to have kind of the annual hearings, but the idea is that we're building a collective understanding of the system. We're using the science program, the level of certainties to inform as we go. We get to, and you're asking specifically about a red light process. The way we see it is that you'll have, at that point, we're saying, this isn't working and we can't modify it in a way to make it work. So we need to now move to a more standard approach, or what's being called the regulatory approach. We're suggesting that the board would then hold a hearing and take into account all of the science that has been developed. And the way I envision it is that we can develop the reporting in a way that's basically updating the science basis report as we go. And that's probably a simplified way of thinking about it. But rather than kind of starting from scratch and kind of documenting that, we use our documentation over the course of the 8 years to build that science basis report that then kind of is another efficiency in the board's process at a red light period. So you'd have that would be part of an independent science review, and the board would then hold hearings based on that scientific basis report as you've done. And then I think there would need to be an assessment on the extent to which, the initial draft staff or, final staff report as adopted needs to be amended or adjusted in any way. That's going to depend in part on how much time has passed, how much we've learned, how different the proposals are. But that's how we were seeing ourselves build that science basis report. And that's going to be helpful for whatever, color light we land on to really justify any post-year 8 decision and action that we do, to inform, what are the remaining uncertainties that we need to study? What are the modifications we may make in a yellow light? So we don't see that as very different among the lights. We're trying to build the basis for any subsequent decisions. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but that's how I'm seeing it. And I think we should talk about what that format then is of the reporting, so that we are being as efficient as we can with providing that reporting, but also building the science basis, if you will, for a subsequent decision.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Mr. Guy?
Yeah, I think that, and just emphasize, I think that's why it's important to have that process at that year 8 red light, if that's where we end up, to be able to evaluate that and to then have a process to decide how you're going to proceed based on that current science. I think that's a really important process point that Jennifer just mentioned. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I'll just, you're so quick, sorry.
I just want to. This is what this is for. So thank you.
Affirm that, that again, that's kind of where we track, from our department. And I think, again, emphasis on I hear a lot of the same verbiage in these, some of these past workshops. It feels like we're fairly close. And so I think it's a little work to get, a little more precise there. But, our department particularly is, we do not want to start over from scratch if we find ourselves in a red light. I mean, this process has been lengthy, and I don't know if any of us have it in us to go through a long one again. So we would be looking for ways to be nimble there, if we find ourselves, honestly, whatever color light we find ourselves in that 8-year. So.
Yeah, it's a huge theme of what we're trying to get away from, which is, again, this long process to be able to make changes and really get ourselves, as we, get this update done, into just a regular rhythm where we are evaluating, we're discussing, and not letting it bottle up, if you will, as we're here, with this decade-long process to actually make updates and make changes and pivot. And so just appreciate that point. Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. So I have a number of questions I want to drill in on just to make sure I really understand the issue's big picture. I agree we're going to need to roll up our sleeves on the details and, have a broad spectrum of folks that are willing and able to participate in that to make that really productive. But I also think we want to make sure we're surfacing the big picture issues here, because that's what this is for. So trying to balance time and efficiency today. Well, I guess, first of all, I know we have a panel coming up on science, and one of the things that you hit on was this that we've talked about now, though, is science related. So maybe I would like to drill in on, and I think that the next panel will do this, but so I don't want to take up a lot of time here, but I want to make sure I'm really understanding we all agree there should be one science program, we should be integrated. And what does that mean to each of us? So as I understood the way that staff presented this is there's different levels of biological goals and hypotheses, given that this is an 8-year program that's doing very specific management actions. And it is kind of like a pilot program where we're trying to, this is what Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is really laid out with the science program, is like, let's see if this works. We're going to do these things and understand if it works. So that is a pretty clear and focused set of science questions relative to the broader water quality control plan biological goals, and understanding the broader goals and longer term and the trajectory more holistically. So it seems like we need both, and they need to be nested. I think that's what staff was proposing, but I'd just like to understand if that is different than maybe from staff, if that wasn't what you're proposing. In other words, I think the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program that we would want to be supporting that really focused science effort. And we'd also need everyone to be participating in this broader cohesive science questions around. And I think Director Nemeth mentioned, we do need to advance the science on, to figure out regulatory pathways or HABs or some of these questions that isn't just the hypotheses of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, but is more around the water quality control plan a little bit more broadly. So I think the proposal is that there's participation in both and that they are holistic and comprehensive. And maybe staff can clarify if I'm wrong and what the vision is. And then if the panel could just, high level, is that, where your concerns are. And again, if this is better spent with the next panel, we can just punt it to the next one, so.
Yeah, I'll chime in here. You're correct, I think, in your summary. The Bay Delta Monitoring and Evaluation Program that's laid out in the draft program of implementation, I think encompasses 3 main components. One is the existing monitoring requirements that are in the water quality control plan and water right decisions, a process to clarify those, to modify those, because there isn't complete clarity currently in the regulatory requirements. Then would be, if the VAs are incorporated, incorporation of voluntary agreements. And then longer term, beyond the 8 years of the VA's development of a more comprehensive monitoring program that involves the entire watershed. And this all kind of falls under the umbrella of the Bay Delta Monitoring and Evaluation Program. to the extent that the VA monitoring and science program is meeting those needs, then it could meet those needs. There's not necessarily, they're not in conflict with one another.
You don't have to do it
depends on-
twice in two different.
If they meet those needs, then it can meet those needs. And I think we just need that process where there's a confirmation by the board that it's meeting the regulatory needs that the board has and the science needs that the board has. And we're considering those issues as an agency and not leaving it to another process that we don't have a decision-making role in.
So I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that's true that this is, and that's how we read it as well. But I think that maybe one of the differences is the process. And this has been really an evolution within the Delta. So this isn't specific to water quality control plan, but I think that historically there's been a lot of scientific investigation that is maybe untethered to specific management questions. And that doesn't mean they don't add value. I don't want to argue that they don't. There are definitely certain studies that are long-term, provide, kind of foundational data. But we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on this a year, and frankly, it's inefficient. We need to take a look at what is actually needed to help us manage the system. And in some instances, that is a continuation of existing science programs. And in some instances, it's not. So that's one kind of like substantive issue or difference. But really, I think what we're talking about in the HRL science program is not the specific, are you studying this habitat or this flow or this trib or the delta? It's a process, and you'll hear more about that. But this is really where the evolution of adaptive management, well documented in journals and kind of what's happening, nation and perhaps worldwide, is the identification of a hypothesis, whether it's HRL or regulatory or something else, an identification of what information you need to test that hypothesis, and then a study design that does that, and then that feeds back in. So that's really what we're proposing in the HRL science program, and certainly the hypotheses are focused on HRL questions, but that it could very easily be expanded to any question for anything, right? Because it's really the process. So we would hope that that process is what becomes the umbrella, quote unquote, science program, with an identification of which, what monitoring is needed to support that, and then in a way that we hope is, it's efficiency issues, but it's also just the ability to be responsive. And that's not how the current science program is set up in the Delta, and that's not a water quality control plan issue. That's like the whole kind of program right now. So this is an opportunity to kind of revisit that, I think, and create, I think, a more effective and responsive science program. And it's not an HRL issue, it's a watershed issue. So hopefully that's helpful, and then I think you'll get more.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, other big questions. One thing that you touched on a little bit was, and we heard yesterday from Mr. Bentner, that ideally more parties join. Can you talk a little bit about adding VA parties? Are they adding assets? Does that fundamentally change the MOU? Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'll take that one and chime in, folks, if you need. But yes, I mean, generally, as we look to incorporate new parties into this process, they would absolutely be in the no free rides construct. Is you have to bring assets to the table, flows, habitat, funding, some mix of those elements. And so as there's new parties that come to the table that aren't currently under our umbrella, we'd be looking for, what are you bringing to the table? We are in a space, at least in the greater Sacramento Valley, where we have a lot of the larger water users already kind of within this structure. So there are smaller districts now that we are currently in conversations with and continue to be really, on an every other month basis, new folks kind of reach out. And so they're smaller. And so their ability to bring assets are commensurate with their size. And so that'd be the only thing I'd flag, is just some of those newer entities may not have the depth and breadth of some of the folks that we currently work with. And that's probably not a shocker or surprise, but absolutely looking for folks to come to the table that can bring some of those elements because, again, whether it's finding additional flows, having assistance with implementing habitat projects, or funding, those are core and key elements to our program. And I think there's a process question in play about how we make sure we do that in that, collaborative theme of the day and a transparent way as well. So it's not some sort of quiet ad that then leaves a bunch of people questioning what does that mean. So.
And if I could just add real quick, I think that's one thing that's kind of exciting about this program as well, is that it has given an impetus in a lot of cases for all the folks on the trib to kind of come together and start talking and working together collaboratively. I know we've seen that on the McCall-Me. It's been pretty exciting. And our hope also is that, if we can kind of on each tributary make sure that we're getting all the major parties, we think that just makes everybody's life easier, right? In terms of kind of just like, okay, here's your program for the McCall-Me, and there's less of that issue of, having some parties that are part of one system and some parties that are part of another. So that is definitely an aim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think just to build on what you've just heard, I think obviously, yes, as you heard from Mr. Bentner, the goal is to, I think, have all the parties involved, at least in the Sacramento River Basin. That's our objective. I think there's two layers to it. I think the first is there's parties that are already working with DWR and I think are poised to join the program. I think you'll be hearing more from them, and I think workshop 4 would be my guess. So I think those are already moving forward, and yes, they're bringing some amazing assets to the table. And then I think the second layer is to have a process consistent with the MOU, consistent with some of the other agreements, to have an onboarding process, because obviously the goal, I think, is to bring as many non-covered parties into the process as soon as possible. So we're hoping that you will open that door and have a really nice, clean process so that folks can participate.
I just wanted to add, I think the MOU, if it didn't, it should have contemplated that we want to support the board in really pushing parties into the program. And part of that is using, and I think it was mentioned before, the fact that the alternative is something that perhaps other parties, would like less. So, we do want to work with you to do that. And I was just kind of thinking, based on Tuesday's workshop, we were talking about how complex, unimpaired is, how complex HRL is. Imagine them both at the same time. So I think we should all be motivated to try to bring everybody into the fold. And, again, though, have processes in the POI that allow that toggling. That is important to us as well, to make sure that people continue to be incentivized to perform per their agreements, and that, there's appropriate enforcement allowed and easy for you to do that if it's needed. So.
Yeah, if I can, as complicated as that will be, that's what we're working toward here, right? An implementable backstop that is a percentage of unimpaired flow based, and yes, and so yes, very complex, but that is actually the system that we're looking to make sure we have implementable here as we move to adopt, and we have comfort that that's the case, and it's not just an either or. And I think kind of fundamental to some of this discussion is ultimately that threshold at which someone needs to hit to be able to come into the agreement. And I think that that's very subjective. There's no real, and even folks that are within the agreements now, the levels of commitment and, how do you create parity amongst that? So you do have a fair process, and people aren't just coming in because, they can really lowball it, as opposed to what as opposed to where obviously the regulatory pathway on the board side here has. So that is the kind of the balance here, obviously. And again, that sort of threshold of folks coming in, it's not really articulated anywhere. And so it is kind of at this point, almost a gut kind of, is it enough a feeling? And I'm sure we'll be subject to further discussion amongst us, how we create that right incentive balance and make sure we're getting the outcomes ultimately, though, that we're looking for.
I just want to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that they weren't implementable. I was just suggesting the increased complication of having now a meshing of the two. Not that I think, so we're totally committed to making both pathways implementable. I think that's important to the strength of the POI.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just, I concur with the intent of trying to allow people to come into the program and have it be more comprehensive and everyone collaborating. it's just really hard because it makes this total moving target for us to be trying to consider and approve now. So I'm interested from staff if there's kind of how our proposal thinks about that, or does this balance, because around, yeah, what is enough? Like you said, it's sort of squishy. And, you know, I'm assuming additive means like not just like on top of the assets that are in the current MOU. And so I think it's really hard right now to, for me to understand how we're evaluating it and how things could be moving in and out. It also goes to, and I want to ask a next question on the moving out part, but maybe just if staff can clarify, do we have how we're looking at this and being able to fit it into our regulatory constraints of this process?
Yeah, so far we are looking at this more as a project than a program. If it's a program, I think we need to define what are the boundaries of that program, what are the criteria for entry. You know, because like you said, it's squishy. Otherwise, we don't know what to evaluate in the environmental document. We don't know what the board is approving. The concept that we have currently for voluntary provisions in the draft program of implementation is surrounding the percent of unimpaired flow. So there is the ability for non-VA parties to come forward with voluntary proposals that fall within the guidelines outlined in the program of implementation, the range of percents of unimpaired flow, the flexibility in the way you implement that percent of unimpaired flow, and the flexibility amongst water right holders to share that responsibility. But there is a minimum required amount of flow that would need to be provided. In order for us to try to come up with something else, we would need more information about what is that, what are the criteria for entry into a program, and then we could analyze that, and what's the extent of the additional participation that we may see, so that we can analyze the environmental impacts, the economic impacts, all of the other things that we have to do as part of the water quality control planning process in order to adopt this. So having clarity around that, I think, is really important for us to be able to approve something like that.
Yeah, yeah, thank you for that. I'll just say that, I mean, this is one area where we're taking the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, and in many respects, we're evaluating that proposal and trying to ultimately make a decision here. So if you have thoughts on how this might work from your side of the ledger, I think, you know, I'm interested in staff's thoughts on this from a programmatic water quality control plan perspective, but I'm also interested in thoughts from a Healthy Rivers and Landscape, you know, administration perspective and how that might work.
I think we calculated over 90% of the water rights in the basin or in the Sacramento side are included. So, I mean, we would like to have 100%, so I don't want to dismiss that last piece, but the vast majority are currently in there. I think that the process, from the way we see it, is that at least how we're seeing the structure of the POI, we're facilitating a new party being in either, you know, pathway. And the work the board would have to do is, you know, some sort of amended, you know, environmental documentation to document that party. And so presumably that would be relatively minor because we're talking about smaller water users and pretty, you know, confined spaces. So that's how we would see it. I mean, it obviously would depend on their specific proposals, but we don't see it as a need to then modify the plan itself because that's already set up to accommodate. Everybody has to be on one of the other path, right? Everybody's in the plan already. So it's just a matter of, are there environmental effects of a party's, you know, agreement that are outside of what was evaluated in your staff report? So I think that's relatively minor work, but I don't want to be dismissive of it. You know, that's how I would see it.
Okay, and I think there's more to flesh out here. This is helpful, though. That was helpful for me to understand sort of how you're thinking about it, and then also just flagging the constraints. We need to make sure we're on the same page on what we would need to do to fit how we're constructing the programs. So related to that, we talked about, I'd want to go into not even red light, green light, yellow light, because that is really at the end. Before we get to that, I think you mentioned like if, I do want to talk about non-performance, because I mean, I'll just be honest, like we have a new federal administration, there's a lot of uncertainties, and you know, it's hard to get this level of collaboration, and so things could fall apart, or we could see money not materialize on the federal side, which is, you know, right now is like a really big amount of money that I think we're all hopeful that we get. So I'd like to understand, you know, if I think what I heard was, one of the issues was if one party doesn't perform and it doesn't really impact anything else, that maybe that not be a reason that the whole volunteer agreements be seen as no longer working. But like you said, there's big parties here with a lot that probably do impact, and the system's so interconnected. So can you just speak a little bit to how you are thinking about this non-performance issue, and if one party drops out?
Yeah, I think we probably, some of us have thoughts, but you know, I think it was something that originally wasn't part of like in the MOU and contemplated. So I mean, I think, you know, that point was made. But again, I think, you know, being here and open about what needs to be thought through. And so I think in my mind, in my view, like the details of how that plays out and some of the specific provisions and conditions matter. And it's something then that we can engage in that dialogue. We being DWR can engage in that dialogue with, you know, our water user contingents to figure out what's the right, you know, balance there. Because again, you know, even something like, hey, we're all behind implementing a habitat project. And if you know, in year 5 or whatever, if the rug on the larger VA program gets pulled, what does that mean to that habitat project, for example? So there's a lot of considerations that I think it would be good to start to talk through. It's just, it was something that we hadn't previously, you know, had the discussions around. And I think we're absolutely willing to talk about that. And I think what we were trying to suggest today with the panel is just, hey, let's sort through what some of those specific provisions may be. So.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is just, you know, process, which I know we're all probably sick to death of process at this point. We have a lot of it, but just, you know, wanting to make sure that if there is that situation that we have an opportunity collectively to try to fix it and to really understand like, well, what is the deficiency? You know, is there a way that we collectively can deal with it? And then just thinking through, you know, what are the sort of levers of enforcement that sort of go along with this program? I mean, I think in April we had talked about having like enforcement agreements that the state board would be signatory to. I don't know if that's something that's still on the table, but, you know, there's kind of the enforcement on the specific party that is not, you know, sort of taking those actions. And then there's this sort of larger program and how the rest of us come together to try to fix it. So I think those are kind of the two elements that we probably just need to, you know, talk through a little more.
I want to add that first of all, under the HRL, the existing authorities of the board are exactly the same. So it's not like we've envisioned some different ability to step in and enforce water rights. I mean, there's no change of that. Within the program, though, there are big water users, and a lot of the water being made available is actually through the cooperation of the CVP and the State Water Project. So it'll be the CVP and State Water Project water users that are hit before the environment is. So, I mean, to the extent, that's just the reality that water is going to be made available out of the larger, for a large part, not this isn't always, but for a large amount of the water, it's going to be made available through releases of water in the spring from the major reservoirs with summer subsequent reductions in consumptive use. And if that party, that's a non-performance, the water's already been made available for the environment. Now, we've got issues between water users, right? And that there's within the enforcement agreements mechanisms for us to work that out. If we can't work that out, then we're going to be looking to you to help us with that enforcement, and that is laid out in the enforcement agreements. So we think it's a pretty sturdy way, and I think that combined with an implementable POI on both pathways will, create the kind of bounds that are needed to ensure that if you're not performing under HRL, you're going to be, performing under the other pathway.
Okay, and I guess maybe that also then goes to, next is that red light, green light, yellow light. And I know Board Member Morgan asked about, you responded to her questions and somewhat on those issues, but I just want to make sure on the points that your understanding of red light, green light, if there were differences in opinions that you had from what staff was described at the end of their panel in their presentations, if there's anything else that we haven't surfaced on what our options are with red light, green light, yellow light, and I guess just within that, I will say, and I really agree with the intent of, figuring out how the reporting can be this almost like living scientific basis report. I love that idea. For us to amend the water quality control plan, we also have to do CEQA and an economic analysis and, a huge amount of additional work that we've seen our staff do. So I just want to understand how you're envisioning and sort of where these issues are that might be different from what you heard from staff.
I don't think we're, 180 degrees from each other, but I think that that what we've been contemplating, I think, has some, and again, they haven't seen it, so there's, this is in our brain, so we'll definitely share it. So I don't want to say it was, not, it was disregarded at all. It's something we've been concurrently thinking about. But, I think we're just trying to lay out a process and of consideration and of building a record over time, and then having a transparent process at the end that does allow the water rights holders, due process around how assignment of responsibility would happen. And that is a part of the process that we're, in some ways going to skip for the HRL parties, if it's adopted, we're going to skip past that process. So there's kind of a time savings in being able to move right into HRL now. If we come off of that, we're going to have to come back to that. But we're trying to figure out a way to not have to revise the plan. That's how our brain was thinking about this, is how do you do a plan that is already accommodating as much of what you can anticipate as possible so that you can move from one to another after you kind of do, the checklist of considerations, and that you have some process built into it that isn't 20 years long. It's not going to be, part of the reason we contemplated the year 6 to 8 was, can we do this in 2 years? And we think we probably can. And actually, you guys are showing that we can, because you just kind of did. So between, staff report and POI. So we think that that's really that was the basis of that, as doing that. So there is work to do. I mean, but there's work we're also not doing now, because we're able to immediately jump into implementation here for the HRL parties. But we will provide things in writing, because it'll be easier to see that.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just add real quick on that? I thought the exchange between Board Member Diadamo and Ms. Riddle was, I thought, really good on that. And I think it's that process that you talked about that we think is really important at year 8. And it's an expedited process, but it is in fact the right thing to do. So I thought that was a really good, healthy exchange.
All right. And then I guess the last, this I think we talked about, but in terms of big categories of things that this panel touched on, I think there was already a good exchange on the approvals. And I just wanted to super big picture, obviously we need to know what we're approving. So if we're approving something, it needs to be, we're approving within a flexibility bracket. We don't need to micromanage within that. That's the whole point of approving the flexibility bracket. But if it's outside of that, then we do. And so I think that's one category that makes sense for us to have. I think the accounting, we need to figure out because we have to have a program we can enforce and that we can hold accountable and make decisions on whether the performance is happening or not. And you can't do that if you don't agree on accounting. So I understand nobody wants this to be changing over time, but then, there also may be some reason that things need to change. And so I think that I do think it's important to have that category of approval that comes back if it does change where there's a different understanding of what the performance is, right? And that really is accounting, is at the foundational to that. And then, I just think we do have legal constraints on what we can approve as part of a water quality control plan. So we have to have periodic review. And we have to have, the ability to really enforce and protect the flow that's being put there. And so we need to have approval processes that allow us to do those things. And so I think that's what staff has put together, is a really thoughtful attempt to do that. And I think there was a good discussion about being able to, get into the details of that and figure out if there's things that didn't totally hit the mark and we can continue to refine.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we can take a solid crack at looking at those levels. And I want to agree with you on accounting as well. I mean, I think there's going to be some pieces there that even our own department are going to be interested in having a process to amend or change, whether it's habitat or flows, just because we're going to see things evolve. And I mean, even coming to mind right now is things like stream flow depletion factors or assumptions around there that may change, and we see it change. And if we bake those in now, fixed, it's without some process to change it may hurt everyone. So I think we just want to let us take a crack at that, and we can provide some more detail comment later. So.
Really appreciate that. And thank you, board member. Appreciate the points. Board member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the discussion here. And part of this just reminded me of an area that I'm not so clear about anymore. So I was wondering, I'm looking to staff, the concept of accountability and enforcement agreements and the like. How are you still seeing that as part of the plan, or how would you envision that the enforceability of individual parties be addressed through the program?
I might punt to Michael on this one.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, Board Member McGuire, what the VA party or the HRL parties have envisioned is a mechanism that would allow for enforcement agreements using the government code provisions that would allow for a certain suite of issues to essentially come off the table that often slow down water rights enforcement proceedings. And essentially, they would commit to the Water Board being able to use its water rights cease and desist order authority and other enforcement authorities on a more expedited basis to enforce the HRL provisions. There are some concerns with the documents that they have put forward. I think in our view, there is value to those types of agreements. However, it's going to come down to ultimately the scope of them and how much they restrict the board's other authorities that it has under Porter Cologne and its responsibilities as a public regulatory oversight agency. So at this point, they are still contemplated as something we would use to help expedite the process, but I think there are some open questions about how much we'll be able to drill down and resolve. And it may end up being a situation where, to make it functional, a decision is made that the enforcement agreements as presently envisioned are not used, but we're just not to that point yet.
Thank you for that. And I just will add that to the list, I think, of important topics as we're thinking about governance and how to ensure that this can work and be successful. There will have to be obviously some further discussion here in the near future. Thank you.
Definitely will be, and appreciate those points, board member. And yes, let's just keep adding to the list because, I mean, this is what this is for. We really do want to get everything out here so that we know what we're working on and toward. So just thank you. Really appreciate the dialogue here at the dais. Vice Chair.
This is really just a flag and nothing more, but on page 55, there's a reference to exemption for curtailment for refuges, which I actually am very open to, but it also has language that the executive officer may allow for this, so it's not required in all instances, and that it should include information to substantiate the need. I think we need more than should. I think that it should be required. And Mr. Guy or Mr. Israel, maybe this is just because I know you all work very closely with Rick Ortega and others, but I like the alliance that's been formed throughout the last couple decades with the refuge supply, especially south of Delta, and, the ag, urban, and wildlife stakeholders all working very closely together. So this just kind of concerns me in my initial read that, it may actually upset that balance, especially if there's not necessarily a need, although, if you're in a curtailment situation, there's probably a need. So just flagging it at this point and nothing more for our staff and for the stakeholders. And I'll get a hold of Mr. Ortega and have a conversation with him about it.
Really appreciate that, Vice Chair, and agree that's something that we need to better unpack and understand, and that it's been very beneficial to make sure our folks on the refuge side are being really well considered in all of this. So thank you. All right, not seeing anything further from the dais currently, although there is a lot more, but just thank you, importantly, to the panel here. Really appreciate this discussion and the dialogue, and our folks here in the program, Diane and staff. This has been very helpful. This has been a very productive morning. We are now into a late lunch, and so let us go ahead and take that lunch. Apologize to the subsequent panels here. I know we're going long, but again, this dialogue and back and forth is what we're here for, and it's been very productive, so thank you. Let's take a 45-ish minute break. We'll come back at 1:45 after lunch here. Please do, there's Cafe Vela that's over here. There's not a ton of options, but there are a few things close by. So we'll have, a little over 50 minutes for lunch and come back refreshed and ready to dig into panel number 2. So we'll see everyone here at 1:45. Thank you for the discussion so far. Really appreciate it. All right, everyone, we're at 1:49. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back. Appreciate and hope everyone had a good lunch. We are now moving on to panel number 2, which will consist of Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation, Metropolitan Water District, and state water contractors. I'd like to invite folks up.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good to see you, Vice Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you so much for having this workshop and for having some time today to talk about Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Program and Plan. And I think given all the discussion this morning, I wanted to acknowledge just how grateful we are for that focus of conversation on science and the importance of integration, collaboration. It is so heartening and encouraging to hear you speak these words and to be supporting and be really thinking hard about how we do that in this very important plan for the state. So just wanted to start off with that acknowledgement. Thank you, and we are excited to dive in. I would like my fellow panelists to introduce themselves first, so you know who you have in front of you.
I'm Josh Israel with the Bureau of Reclamation's Bay Delta Office Science Division.
Allison Collins with Metropolitan Water District of Southern California.
And I'm Darcy Austin. I'm the Science Manager for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. So first, I did want to say that we crafted this presentation before this morning's conversation. And note that I see a lot of common ground with where we're all trying to go. And as I said, that's very heartening. I see a lot of common ground in the interest in adaptive management, in the smart use of resources, and the ability to take in new best available science. So I think where we are is in a space that Director Bonham really skillfully noted, is that there's a lot of great concepts, and it's really the how and the working out of the details and exactly how we go about it. And I hope that this presentation allows us to get into some substantive discussion on that. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is our plan for how to spend our time with you. We wanted to briefly first summarize the intention of the HRL Science Program and Plan and emphasize how we see it as being instrumental for the Water Quality Control Plan. We also would like to say, we had the time with you to talk about this topic in April of this year, and we found that to be extremely worthwhile and have been working hard since April to take in some of your feedback. So we'd like to share a few updates with you. And then thirdly, where we can get into some detail of that how piece, we do see some missing elements in the program of implementation, draft program of implementation for how to treat science for HRL and perhaps broadly, and would like to go into some detail which will bring us to some recommendations. Next slide, please. So to get into this summary of intent, our goal with the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Program is to provide a plan that is developed and will explicitly evaluate flow and habitat measures that are intended to advance the narrative objectives of the Water Quality Control Plan. And really critically, we've tried to craft this in a way that it will inform adaptive management of the Bay Delta watershed. So to some of the board member comments and director and even Wade Crowfoot's comments on day one, this is the space, I think, to allow for us to be moving adaptively, but in a way where we're doing that based on evidence and science. So how we do that, we really need to acknowledge that there are going to be not unlimited resources for science, and we're going to have to be very deliberate and strategic in how we use those. And the way we think we do that, where we do also have common ground, is by defining our goals, where we're trying to get to, and then having hypotheses that focus that use of resources. And this is an approach, I think, maybe you can go to the next slide. There are some critical elements that we see as really important to represent in the program of implementation. To do that, one is collaboration. And in the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science program, so far, the way we're doing that is through the Science Committee. I think that's would be a fruitful discussion to think about how we do that at large for the Water Quality Control Plan. I think we have a model within the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Committee, and representing that is important. I've already mentioned the framework for objectives, metrics, and targets. That's in the draft program of implementation for Healthy Rivers. I think it needs to be something that's brought forward into the larger science component. And then that sets the framework for how to craft what are our hypotheses. Our many hypotheses that are in the science plan for HRL are developed in order to test progress towards achievement of the narrative objectives. So this is the best way that we really think we can support the board's effort to see that progress and to note where it is occurring, where we're seeing the needle move, and where perhaps we need to do more. And it's really important that this culminates in the use of actual decision support tools that are quantitative. For example, life cycle models for some of the species that we're trying to manage. We need to be developing a monitoring program that populates those tools and allows them to be used for some of our specific questions. That's one of the ways we've tried to lean in within our science plan. And I would like to say that the other panelists here that you have before you are all active members of our science committee, and they are also individuals that have leaned in, worked hard in their careers to advance these decision support tools in their various capacities. And that's one of the reasons that we really wanted to emphasize this point in this presentation, and one of the reasons that they specifically are here, as we have many members of the science committee, but these are people that can speak directly to that piece. Next slide. And here, perhaps you could advance 4 times because I overdid the animation. We can get it all up there. So before I turn it over to Dr. Israel in a moment, this is some work that we've done since April. One of the things we messaged to you that we were going to do in our cover memo for that April workshop is we were going to have this charter for the Science Committee, and we were going to make it public. And we've now done that. It is published online on the Natural Resources Agency website that Eric Lopchevsky showed earlier. And it's a really important document for us because it does signal clearly the role of the Science Committee. And that's really important to have defined. It also sets standards and expectations that we will hold ourselves accountable to with respect to data management and best available science. And so having that be public and transparent is one of the tenets of our program. We also have received some really valuable feedback from board staff on the comprehensiveness of our list of hypotheses and have expanded those to include habitat suitability, an explicit treatment of that for restored habitat as part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, metrics for tracking ecosystem health and any change there as a result of the program implementation, and also have expanded our delta hypotheses to be sure they are comprehensive with respect to tidal wetland restoration and increased spring delta outflow. So we showed you that tiered cartoon of our hypothesis structure that's on the upper right-hand side of the slide in April. I'm not going to belabor it here, but that is a tiered approach that we think is really important to tracking well where we are seeing progress or not. It takes into account the spatial and temporal variability at which we might expect to see changes. And that's a real critical organizational structure. We don't see that reflected in the draft program of implementation at this time. And I know that it's hard to take in all the details, but this is more than a detail in our view. This is our organizational structure for moving forward with our investigations. Thirdly, we did not have in April an explicit section on program objectives, metrics, and targets. And so this table here that is in the lower right-hand side of the screen actually is new, is in our revised science plan, and provides definitions, clear definitions for each of these terms. We think that's a really important starting place to get off to a good start with this framework for adaptive management, and we do make a commitment in the science plan to set forth these targets. I think we need to talk about how we do that with respect to the board's biological goals and their development, and we need to do that in a coordinated way. So that may affect timeline. That's a discussion to have. So finally, our revised science plan is published online on that CNRA website, and I want to tell you that we are actively pursuing independent peer review through the Delta Science Program now. We are in the beginning stages, but we are moving forward. And we're doing this proactively because we think it is so important that we have this overarching science plan that then can be a true, credible guiding structure for how we set up individual system-specific and project-specific science plans to make sure that they are capturing the key uncertainties that we need to. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Israel to talk about some specific elements and recommendations for how we might suggest changes to the POI.
Okay, thanks. So we've started to work on our review of the draft program of implementation. Really appreciate having something finally to react to. Having gone through the long-term operation, NEPA and ESA recently, and going through thousands of comments received, I know this is a really intense process for the staff, and it's wonderful to have something out there to provide additional information on. We're really keen to give you some ideas about a few ways we think the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Plan can support the details of the Program of Implementation Science Plan. And a lot of these have been shaped by input we've had from you before, so we really appreciate that. And so next slide, please. We're going to talk about sort of 5 topics. The first one I'd like to touch upon is this collaborative science approach. This is really important in the science plan's integrated collaborative science approach. It really describes the science plan, the necessary science planning and implementation through a comprehensive program where if you think of an umbrella when you're outside today, you sort of have the science committee there at the finial, and you also have these Bay Delta and tributary specific groups radiating out along the rays. And this is really important because it's going to fuel data generation and analysis to evaluate management actions, not just in the Bay Delta, but also in the region. This is something as a reclamation staff person I think about all the time because we have tributaries that we operate on, and those are obviously affecting things in the Delta. So we have this very broad perspective. And we think the science committees capture that well in the science plan, and we think that some of the details in that plan can support the details in the draft program of implementation. Second, we've spent quite a bit of work defining best available science, that's the acronym you see on the slide, and also expectations for peer review associated with the Delta Science Program's peer review standards. We felt it was really important to just be explicit about these definitions, and we've put work into that, and we think that we can be efficient by seeing those being accepted into the program of implementation if those are important parts of the program. The third point is this hypothesis-based approach that you've heard about a couple workshops now. The science plan describes a science-based approach that really focuses on using hypotheses and identifying the metrics necessary for evaluating them at the appropriate spatial and temporal scales across the Central Valley and in the Bay Delta. It really sort of reflects the state of our science regarding flow and habitat action effects on habitats and also fish presence, as well as aquatic ecosystems and populations. So it's really thinks about it at the local scale, the broader tributary scales, as well as the ecosystem scale. The science program represents quite a bit of agreement from participants who worked on the science committee regarding the consistent and relevant data collection, accessibility, and analysis. And I think we've had quite a lot of discussion with your staff and others about a process for if there's a need for modification, how we could go about doing that. So we think that those are things that details that could be captured in the program of implementation to strengthen its science planning and monitoring and evaluation efforts. Overall, we think that this will really result in a much more comprehensive science-based framework for monitoring and evaluation that really is going to allow for collective learning. And that's really important, we think, and that's why we're also focused on adaptive management. This is our fourth point. It's really an implicit part of the science plan's design. We designed and developed the plan by describing those hypotheses and metrics And it's really going to help inform our mechanistic learning about those actions, whether they, regardless of sort of the duration, the quantity of flow, the amount of habitat, or the location of habitat, we'll be learning about those things so that we can improve how we deploy those activities, flow, and habitat actions into the future. And in a lot of cases, we have existing forums and partnerships where we're using decision support tools that link our management actions with life cycle models for endangered species and other species. The science plan is really a roadmap that's going to help result in the information generated supporting adaptive management of flow and restoration actions. And we think that that's a detail that could be used in the program of implementation to strengthen its science program. Finally, I just want to touch on sort of leveraging existing monitoring networks. We spent quite a bit of time reviewing existing monitoring networks and really thinking through how those support the metrics that are necessary for evaluating flow actions and habitat actions. We know that the floodplains and tidal wetlands and rivers that we're talking about here are a fairly dynamic system. And so, we know that those things are being monitored currently. We think that there's efforts there that will assist in ensuring that there's compliance and effectiveness monitoring across the Central Valley. So those are sort of our 5 topics. We're going to share a little bit more about each one of them specifically. And next slide, please. I'm going to jump in and talk a little bit about our Science Committee charter and our roles and commitments. Go ahead and just maybe hit next 3 times and we'll open up all the animations. I over-animated a little bit too. One more, please. Thanks a lot. So the Science Committee's roles and commitments are clearly stated and available online in the charter now. The Science Committee charter describes the Science Committee's cooperative and collaborative role to inform decision-making related to the system-wide governance committee and governance entities, track and report progress, reduce management relevant uncertainties, and also provide recommendations about science. We have a number of key participation principles related to transparency and communication and collaboration that will help make sure that we're applying the new knowledge that's gained over time to future flow and non-flow measures. And it really is a truly comprehensive science program. On the bottom left there, you can see we spent a little time, I already mentioned this, about best available science. We've clearly articulated a definition and use for it. We acknowledge that indigenous knowledge is the best available science equal to prevailing scientific methods, and we're really committed to tribal engagement in the Healthy Rivers and Landscape science activities. We've talked about our peer review commitment as well. We've talked about that we have incorporated the Delta Science program's peer review guidelines into the science plan, and we have certain steps that we plan to take for a review, including triennial synthesis reports and the ecological outcome analysis. Finally, I'll just mention on data management standards. This is a large one for us in reclamation. We have a lot of people that we fund to do a lot of work involving fish and water around the valley and monitoring. We've tried to really incorporate a lot of our approach to data management here and encapsulated that into data management standards. In the first year of implementation, we anticipate the Science Committee developing a data management plan that will adhere to further commitments, including the development of data sharing agreements for integration of indigenous knowledge in alignment with the care and fair principles. Now I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Collins to discuss a couple more suggestions we have about these details.
Next slide. Thank you, Dr. Israel. So the science plan utilizes an adaptive management framework that provides a means to assess efficacy of program actions and inform either a renewal of the program and/or a water quality control plan update. The framework is rooted in best practices from the field of decision science. It builds a shared understanding of complex data and analyses and allows for transparency and accountability in decision-making about how program actions are used to improve conditions for native fish and support evaluation of program success. The framework defines terms for program objectives, metrics, and targets, makes it really easy to understand what's trying to be achieved and what's being evaluated. The plan utilizes decision support tools, such as life cycle models, to integrate information at local, full tributary, and delta and population level tiers. This can inform the importance of specific hypothesized mechanisms and relationships that link management actions to biological and ecosystem outcomes. The framework uses best available science and can incorporate new information in a transparent manner. It enables development of system-specific science plans to address local conditions and set targets that flow and habitat measures are trying to achieve in a transparent and collaborative manner. And the framework focuses on analyses that support learning and adaptation. So it emphasizes advancement and use of decision support tools. Our observation is that the draft plan of implementation requires us to use analyses in the scientific basis report. And while that's helpful for a retrospective on how well the report predicted outcomes, there are more advanced tools based on best available science that can be incorporated into this process. Next slide. An essential function of the science plan is to support development of more detailed system-specific science plans in a way that drives the whole system towards consistency and a common set of metrics to track population and ecosystem function. So system-specific plans will contain detailed monitoring and information, including collaboration plans to engage and work with existing groups. These system-specific plans will include identification of ecological and biological targets with commitment that they are consistent with the definition of best available science provided in the Science Committee Charter. As we develop these system-specific plans, we need to be aware of the need for comparability across systems and to allow system-specific benefits to roll up and contribute to synthesis reporting of overall program evaluations. We believe this process of developing targets will take longer than 60 days to do well. We need to ensure comparability across watersheds, consider and leverage existing monitoring networks, fill data gaps, and maintain data collection standards. And it's imperative we do this in a transparent and collaborative way, and we just think that it will take more time to do that correctly. Next slide. To successfully examine ecosystem responses at multiple scales, it's necessary to examine, build, and tune the monitoring networks such that they produce data that can be integrated across different levels, can track species populations at multiple life stages, and can actively inform adaptive management of both flow and habitat measures. So the science plan now includes standards for accuracy and precision of data collected to assess performance of actions, and it does this in a way that utilizes and acknowledges the very long-term record of monitoring that exists in the Central Valley. And there's a couple bullet points here that highlight that. Next slide. The Science Committee is now focusing work on developing a Delta-specific science plan. So there's a new HRL Science Subcommittee to do this. A few of the group's actions include describe relevant existing and new monitoring studies needed for evaluation of flow and habitat measures, to identify existing and new models needed for hypothesis evaluation, and to coordinate with existing groups and data collection and management programs. So I hope that provided a little insight in how the plan was developed for assessing program actions. I'm going to turn it to Ms. Austin to speak on to some final thoughts.
Thank you. Next slide. All right. So in summary, in this presentation, we've identified areas where the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Program supports the draft program of implementation. And it's by providing the detail necessary to evaluate the flow and habitat measures intended to advance the narrative objectives. And we intend to do this in a way that embraces the tenets of best available science and adaptive management. And those are established in the Delta Science Plan that was adopted by the Delta Stewardship Council. So in light of that, we have a few requests here for your consideration for some edits to the draft POI. Number one, integrated approaches. We've talked about this a lot today. These two sets of documents and approaches are not mutually exclusive. We think that there are some synergies between these approaches, and so there's a real desire to integrate these two. So the HRL Science Program builds on and it complements implementation provisions in the draft program of implementation. It also includes detailed, standardized, and scientifically robust methodologies. Integration would also set an expectation in cases where there's duplication, like with harmful algal blooms, where we're not doing two things on parallel paths, they'll be co-produced. Number two, adopt a tiered and structured approach. So the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Plan establishes those hypotheses. We've talked about this a lot. But without those hypotheses, it would be very difficult to be able to understand whether or not there's compliance. We want to make sure that we're evaluating progress towards the narrative objectives. The tiered approach also structures evaluation across different spatial and temporal scales, and it also helps to capture that complexity between the systems, so the rivers and the tributaries, and also the delta and the whole system as a whole. Next, we want to make sure that we're including collaboration and participation. Collaboration and co-production is really important in complex systems, as folks have already noted today. The HRL process builds on diverse expertise. We'll see that in the next slide. And that diverse expertise not only provides information that's useful, but it helps to balance out perspectives. And because science is iterative, working together also helps focus our limited resources and time on working towards a common goal and investigating areas of uncertainty together. Next, we want to coordinate targets with biological goals. We've heard a bit about this as well. I think the only thing that I will mention besides that mismatch in timing is that we don't think it would take 2 years to develop the target, so that we're not talking about that, but it could take up to 9 months to do that. And we just want to make sure that those targets iterate and work well with the biological goals. So we need to be able to see something from the biological goals before we can set those targets. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we incorporate analyses and modeling to advance adaptive management. These tools help increase knowledge and reduce uncertainties, and they also help us to inform management decisions. And then in cases where we need to refine the actions, they really help us to inform what those next actions might be. Next slide. All right, so this is our team so far. And again, it's a diverse group of people. We have people with expertise in fish ecology, engineering, water project operations. And then there are people from multiple agencies, state and federal agencies, and then of course the PWAs as well. I already mentioned the value of working together collaboratively. This range of expertise represented in this slide is pretty remarkable. And of course, we have that representation for the tributaries, the rivers, the delta, and the system. Together, we've built this, developed this transparent and structured framework for the science plan that enables evidence-based science or decision-making to determine how the program is meeting compliance with the water quality control plan. And I started this by saying this is our team so far. We're very open to expanding this team and adding additional participants and adding people with additional expertise. Some communities that come to mind are obviously the NGOs and tribes. We want to make sure that we're incorporating the traditional ecological knowledge, and we can't do that without the assistance of tribes. And with that, we thank you so much for these listening to us and taking this into consideration. I want to see if anybody has anything else to add before moving to questions. All right, thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you as well. Appreciate the presentation, and high level, definitely agree on the points about wanting to make sure this is all integrated, it makes sense, and that we don't just kind of have two approaches or sort of two thoughts around some of the work kind of just glom together, and we have something that really gives us the benefit of being better decision makers here into the future and doing the necessary work ultimately of combing through and creating more cohesion, if you will, across what is a ton of already work that goes on in science and monitoring. It's not as if we're starting from scratch here. So just appreciate some of the points there, especially on the high level. I guess my question would be, I didn't see the Delta Stewardship Council listed amongst those. I know a lot of work has gone on to sort of a one science approach, having many of these very same conversations around better integrating science and decision making. And I feel just kind of wondering where the Stewardship Council is, I guess, in those lists. And then secondly, it's obviously we have the Endangered Species Act here amongst the work and authorities and studies and science that's ongoing. Just wondering how the ESA is being incorporated into some of the thinking that you all have. Again, I think this is our attempt to make that better umbrella structure that encompasses what is a lot of very similar thematic kind of work going on in different spaces. So I'm wondering where the ESA kind of fits amongst this. And then additionally, and somewhat related, we have the interagency ecological program that's been going on for a while now, and a lot of work there done too. How is that? What is the thinking there? How is that sort of space incorporated here or not? My concern truly is that we not kind of approach this as like we're creating something wholly new from scratch, and that's where I do appreciate the synthesis of what are the existing monitoring programs, what's some of that existing work that's going on. But I think it is, just really important if we're going to collectively actually move together into this space, that we kind of understand how the work that's already been done or what's already existing, I saw, on the slide, the kind of mention of outdated sort of requirements on the monitoring side, and that those are kind of carried over. But, D1641 is still out there. There are monitoring requirements tied to the water rights of the projects as well. And so, this is our opportunity to embrace it all, and just kind of wondering amongst all that, if there's some thought again, where the Stewardship Council was, where the ESA fits in, and where the IEP is.
Thank you. I'll start. I think that we could probably all share some perspectives on these. That's a lot to unpack. So I'll try to go in order, first with the Delta Stewardship Council. So, some of us here, actually, just a side note, we used to work there. And really appreciate actually very formative time to be within that great team. So as you've heard some mention of independent peer review, and I would say that right now, that's where the coordination is occurring. So this is where, and we are doing that intentionally. I would really like to speak with I don't want to speak for the Stewardship Council staff, to be clear here, but I do see a potential, and this is just my view, without them really affirming, except for the peer review part, that first they have really some important core functions of their program that's very useful for the HRL approach and probably the water quality control plan at large, right? So one is peer review. So we really want to ensure that that has a place in the program of implementation. And we are trying to be proactive with that, as I said, with our HRL science plan. And doing that requires some care, because we need to make sure we safeguard that independence. So they can't create the program and review it, right? So there is a potential. I think if we start with that peer review function, if there's other aspects and separate aspects of their program, and they have the capacity and willingness to participate in the synthesis part, so the ecological outcomes and analysis report that is in the draft program of implementation and is also one of the documents we want to see peer reviewed, that's going to take a lot of synthesis work to create. And we really basically need to be starting to plan now for what that is going to look like and what are the partnerships that we need to forge to make sure we're on a path. And that very well could be one of them. So I'll just stop there to see if there's any questions about that DSC portion.
No, I appreciate that, and I know I've had conversation with our folks as well when it comes to the way we're thinking and of the program implementation and creating a definitive space for the Delta Stewardship Council. I think is going to be really important because they have a science program there, as you well know, being former head of, and then have technical expertise and work that we don't have necessarily going on here, and because they as well are a very public agency, it helps us continue to bring folks together around synthesizing this information in a way that is guided by agencies that were in this case the Delta Reform Act created the Stewardship Council for very much of these sorts of functions, as I understand.
Yeah. So we welcome those other forms of participation in addition to peer review, but we're starting with peer review. Okay, so the next question had to do with the ESA. And I think this is where there's been so much work, as Director Nemeth noted this morning, in terms of creating this harmonization between our state and federal permits for the ESA. And I think that, I think we have a lot to be proud of as a community in terms of what some of the ways in which there are requirements for collaboration and for intentional development of decision support tools as part of those permits. And I think as we talk about how we need to have a integrated approach for the water quality control plan, some of those tools that are being developed as part of ESA are absolutely going to be relevant here. So we do need to acknowledge those, and I think in April we presented on, just for one example, that there is a longfin smelt science program as part of the incidental take permit for the State Water Project. And there, as part of that science program, there's development of a longfin smelt life cycle model that is underway. Now, with the new ITP that was issued recently, there's intent towards a white sturgeon life cycle model as well. These are models that need more data. And I think we're going to be working towards, we are already in conversation of how do we stand up monitoring networks that inform those tools. And those should be leveraged for the program of implementation, frankly. So I see that's one of our main points with respect to leveraging monitoring networks. We shouldn't be, as I think Board Member McGuire said, we're not standing up different disparate monitoring programs or science programs. We're going to need to use those tools. Where there's opportunity to enhance them further with resources through the Water Quality Control Plan, I think that's very helpful. I think then I also wanted to shine a light on a specific word that Director Nemeth used this morning, is that we need a complementary approach. So I think we stand to look at what are, and that's very intentional. What we need to look at what is already occurring as part of those permits, and we need to literally build on that. That's what complementary means to us. And the way to do it, we don't want to have a situation where we have different, for the same program, different regulations that we need to meet, which is going to build a lot of process and time, honestly, into it. And that's one thing I think we agree, we want to be working efficiently. So with that, I want to see if Dr. Israel has anything to add.
Sure, maybe I'll add something related to your question about the ESA. We expend quite a lot of resources understanding, real-time monitoring and status and trend monitoring to support evaluating endangered species. And a lot of those programs started before those species were listed, and they're occurring year-round. And so because they're occurring year-round in many cases, I think there's a much broader set of questions that we can evaluate with a lot of the information we're collecting. It just happens to be that we're also collecting it on endangered species now. And so, I think about those broad set of questions, what's driving the food web in the Delta? What is eating those chlorophyll-based organisms, and what prey organisms, which are the juvenile salmon out there and the Delta smelt that we're interested in as endangered species? How are they consuming those? And then, of course, what are the secondary consumers that are feeding on those? And those kinds of questions, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Program moves in the direction efficiently to answer, and aligns the monitoring designs and the study designs to answer those kinds of questions faster. That's why we're excited about it. It's not the method you use to measure the environment that's important. It's the actual measure that is of value. And so we've spent a lot of time, whether it's on rotary screw traps, thinking about how to create better standards to have improved precision and accuracy in our estimates of juvenile production of juvenile salmon in the tributaries, or making sure that we can estimate with accuracy what the abundance of Delta smelt are in different regions of the Delta that are under different seasonal flow actions and different routing of water actions. That's what we're trying to understand. And you can maintain your long-term status and trend record, but actually have quantitative information about those. And so I think I personally, as a scientist who's been studying the environment for a little while and thinking about how do we understand the pulse of what's going on and the impact of our actions, think that, we're in the 21st century. There's new methods. Let's use some of those methods to accelerate the information we're generating. And I think the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science plan by testing hypotheses, identifying the metrics, not the methods, starts to move in that direction, and I'm excited about that.
Thank you. Appreciate those points. And definitely think it's that balance ultimately of, the historical trend data, having, kind of that base data that often feeds then even still management actions, but being more intentional around the science and monitoring data around those management actions so that those are better informed. So it's a little bit, I think, of both insofar as having a science program that is generally developing data that gives us a good understanding of the watershed and getting better about being intentional around what additional monitoring or science or data is needed in order to be better decision makers in that space still yet. So it's kind of figuring out the balance between those two for sure. And I hear the frustration that they feel, that as contractors often feel that there's a lot of general science that goes on that isn't necessarily tied directly to management decisions or actions, and wanting to see more of an intentional space around that and figure out how we fund that general science still yet so that we're all kind of getting the benefit of both.
Maybe I'll just add that I think, the narrative objectives go further than the current water quality control plan with what it's trying to achieve. And so I think the development of these hypotheses and these metrics address that issue. And, we're going to have to adapt to make sure that that's occurring. And there will continue to be year-round efforts to monitor everything from salinity on a daily basis to what's going on with fish populations in different regions and seasons. And so that's going to continue. We're just going to be able to understand what that information means to us better using these hypotheses that are linked to our management actions and the objectives we're trying to achieve.
Appreciate that.
Could I add something as well?
Please, yeah.
So another part of your question was about the interagency ecological program, which I think is linked to everything we're talking about, because this is where many of the monitoring programs lie. And I also wanted to agree, we don't want to create anything from scratch. However, just a couple points. I think what I see in the draft program of implementation is a real intent towards transparency and I think, and also widening the table of collaboration. There's a lot of work in there to get more substantive engagement from tribes, including, I think, could be really valuable in the monitoring space. So that isn't necessarily, that's not what we've been doing so far, to be honest. And so we do need to build out from what's already there. And it might not look the same as we have been in recent decades. Maybe it shouldn't look the same. The other piece is that, acknowledging the importance of this long-term record, the Bay Delta estuary is regarded internationally for its long-term monitoring record, ecological data set. It's one of probably less than 10 in the globe that has this period of record for as many different parameters as we have. So we've got everything from water temperature to sturgeon, and that's a huge asset. So I do want to acknowledge that as really important, and I don't think we're trying to say that we don't need that, but one thing that's really important that hasn't been a practice is the iterative reviews of monitoring programs that is really important for maintaining their relevance and for having those opportunities to thoughtfully insert new tools, such as genetic tools or new ways to visualize large fish without having to catch them. That's really, really important to be able to do, and it requires proactive planning. What is in the draft POI right now is an expectation for annual periodic review, and there's basically a period at the end of that without any more detail. And we really need to not leave the details to chance of how that happens. And I just, again, want to acknowledge the Independent Science Board's report that was released in 2022, where quite a bit of effort, multiple years of that body's intellect went into that report. And they have a framework for how this can be done. But frankly, in the Appendix A of the draft POI, there are over 15 monitoring programs listed. They're not going to receive a review on an annual or periodic basis if periodic means 3 years. So we're really going to need to set a roadmap that is multiple years and create some expectation and intention around how to do that. Make sure that there's an external peer review step that's part of it, and be linking it to the management questions. And that's just not quite yet reflected in the POI.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate those points. And what certainly comes to mind is in the last update of the Bay Delta plan, it feels there wasn't an eye as much to that need to iterate, to come back, to continue to change. And again, it's why we're kind of bottlenecked up a bit here on these changes where they are now feeling so significant. And the hope is to get into a far more of a rhythm so that we don't have moments like, say, the Vernalis Adaptive Management Program, right, where a lot of money, a lot of time and effort went into it, and it went away, and we really, it doesn't feel like we became better decision makers amongst us and really learned from all of that investment because there wasn't that thought to the structure in which we can continue to update, understand, and revise the way we're testing these hypotheses out in the system. There was a very direct hypothesis that we really didn't end up getting the full benefit of the resources, I feel, that went into having the program to begin with. And so I think it's trying not to repeat those mistakes from the last update ultimately. And so completely support and agree with your comments, Dr. Conrad. Thank you. Fellow board colleagues, others with comment, Vice Chair, and then Board Member Firestone.
Well, I'll just chime in. I couldn't agree more. I think we've made it way too difficult. And so to the extent that you and our staff can, take existing roadmaps or processes that are out there, let's simplify it, build on it, always, be getting better instead of having this sense of, having to start over. So I totally agree. I have a question regarding, and I think it was Ms. Austin or Dr. Austin regarding the biological goals. I'm not quite sure. I'm not trying to remember who brought that up, but the issue of the targets, the ecological targets and the development of biological goals, having sat in on all of the discussions on the development of biological goals, we at least, and I know there's been some comments with merit that it would probably be better if we had the luxury of time to develop those goals first. But on phase one, we developed objectives and then the goals, but we didn't have a program that was being implemented. In this case, we have a program that's being implemented, development of the goals, and then the targets that I'm hearing you say, let's get something, from biological goals first. So how would you envision that happening? What recommendations do you have?
Maybe I'll start. I'll just mention there's a couple of things about this timeline, right? So to answer your question, I think we need to have this sort of overall framework. Where are we trying to go? Now, that's how those two things relate. So the biological goals should sort of set the umbrella over which the targets would help to determine whether or not we're in compliance with the water quality control plan. So that's, in my mind, how those two things interrelate, and I'll pass it on to others to see what their perspectives are. And in order to do that, we need to know a little bit about those biological goals before we can continue on developing the targets. The other piece about the targets that's important is to develop targets in 60 days is really difficult to do. There's a lot of work that has to happen if we want to foster consistency between systems and consistency of approaches. Then we need to take some time to be able to iterate between what we have as a draft and then have people review and then go back to the drawing board in some cases and revise those targets. So there's a couple of pieces in there related to the targets themselves. And I'm going to see if Louise, you want to put a finer point on the biological goals piece.
Thank you. I think it's a really good question, and it is tricky because there is an expectation for them to be coordinated, but there's a big mismatch in the timeline because I believe it's 2 years in the POI for the biological goals and 60 days for the targets for the HRL program, but they do need to go to the goals. So at the very least, there does need to be coordination in the process of doing that. And I think it would be helpful if there's some early discussions about the types of metrics that would be responsive to eventual goals, knowing that maybe those goals aren't so super articulated, but we need to know that we're marching in a direction that is in line with where the goals will eventually go.
That makes sense. And it just seems also, how does that feed into sort of the first point at which maybe there's an adaptive management decision that needs to be made? And without having some of this basic information, it feels like we're shooting in the dark. So what can we do? We don't have the luxury to line everything up just so. So what could be done in the interim? Before, it seems like it's like layered decision-making. So the biological goals are not yet established, but having some information about them so that you can develop the targets, and you don't have all the targets, but then something comes up and there's a call for an evaluation, potentially for an adaptive management decision-making process.
Well, I think our hypotheses that are in the science plan could be really useful because they are articulated as predictions. So one example is that the spring pulse flows that are supposed to occur as part of the delivery of environmental water. We have specific expectations for how that affects juvenile salmon rate of outmigration and survival through that tributary stretch. And we have ways to measure that. And actually, I think Dr. Israel can speak to some early implementation work that's already been going on, where we're starting to get some early data on that in the upper Sacramento River. So if those specific hypothesis-based predictions are not playing out, and that's the type of thing that we should be able to report out on a much less than 8 years, at least 3 years, if not more on the annual scale for some of those measures, then I think that is the basis for some adaptive management discussion.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Maybe I could add too. So I think, one of the reasons we feel that the adaptive management approach is really important here in the use of decision support tools and the continued development of decision support tools is because a lot of these hypotheses, especially at the tier 1 and tier 2 stage, are really testing the mechanisms. And the idea is that you could develop tools to make sure that those mechanisms are referencing your observations. And so you could build these tools to make predictions about, we would expect that, these environmental flows or these the habitat at this level of construction would result in a certain effect on the population. And we now have hypotheses that start to investigate other covariates that might be controlling and limiting factors for the populations as well, so that we'll be able to evaluate alternate hypotheses that would explain the observations we're going to be making annually, in some cases, with juvenile salmon and juvenile salmon production, potentially we haven't gotten there yet with the Delta team, but some of the hypotheses from the Delta. And so I think this idea of prediction is a very powerful one. And a lot of our hypotheses and the science programs can support that immediately. In a lot of cases, we have existing monitoring that is delivering on that because we have existing decision support tools and we're exploring these flow actions and habitat actions already because they've been suggested by the tool that they will be effective at trying to affect juvenile production.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you for those responses. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. I want to start by saying one of the things that I think is most exciting is the opportunity to really strengthen and put into practice so many of the principles that you've put in around collaboration. And I love the hypothesis base. I love how, I'm very linear, like what's our goal? Is it working? How do we evaluate that? All of the adaptive management. It's really exciting to be able to look at such a broad area of science work and figure out how can we continue to evolve that and strengthen it in those ways. And the other thing I will say is I just think that you all have clearly put in a lot of time with really smart people, pulling from, like you said, the independent science board, I'm probably using the wrong acronyms, but sort of principles of best practices and really good thought in here so for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And I think it's sort of, to me, it's similar to what we talked about yesterday a bit, which is, clearly there's been so much effort put into and thought into this program. And we also need that level of thought into like the broader water, beyond just the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, but the broader, I think you're referring it to as POI, but water quality control plan or Delta Science sort of umbrella. So a lot of the comments that you made, I think were around that. It's like, we've done a lot of this thinking, is there, how can we make sure that the same level of thought and expertise is able to be brought into that kind of bigger umbrella? And, maybe we bring in the same principles that you all, you have pulled from others as well, which makes a lot of sense. It kind of goes to this, like, it'd be great, we all want to roll up our sleeves and, flesh out some of these issues and figure out what does make sense to bring in from, into the water quality control plan, like broader Bay Delta monitoring and evaluation program. I think one of the challenges overall is, what do we put in the water quality control plan versus what are supplementary materials? Like, what are we adopting in the plan? And I think this goes to some of the last panel. We sort of simplified in things in terms of what we're proposing to adopt, right? And said, we're just going to hit the regulatory pieces. But a lot of the details of how things are done, they don't need to be in what we adopt in the water quality control plan. Those are rightfully in the more detailed documents you all are doing. And similar things, I think, can be said for outside the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. So there's always a balance between, we don't need to put everything in the regulatory plan document, because also that means to change it, we have to amend the plan. And we don't want to have to do that unless we really need to. So on the other hand, the conversation about, kind of working in the dark and wanting to know, have a sense of what the biological goals are if you're setting targets, right? Like, of course, we want that to be consistent and clear and the timelines to work out. So I think one of the things that's going to be, I kind of look to us all to figure out how to thread the needle on this is what, how we can, not slow down the adoption of a water quality control plan, not have to have everything in there, but also be able to be working collaboratively in a more concrete way about what are the biological, we just adopted biological goals for phase 1, or not just call it phase 1, Lower San Joaquin River, right? So we're not starting from scratch. We have all been working in this space for a long time. So I think we could have some starting point where there's those discussions that allows you all to be able to hit the ground running in terms of targets, and without having a final adoption of the biological goals. And never comfortable for anybody, but I think that's just what we're going to have to do. I think the same could be true with the, a lot of the principles that are really best practices that you outlined in your presentation, really good ones. I think those are things we want to see, and we should, be committed to that. I can pull up your slides, but I think you did a great job of summarizing that. I do think that just on that, on the overall point though is, and I don't want this to be, I recognize we have just a few staff working on this, and you all are, everyone here is overworked and overstretched. You're trying to make sure that the Healthy River and Landscape Program is able to hit the ground running and be successful. We're trying to make sure that we can adopt a water quality control plan. We're not going to be able to work on everything immediately, but I do wonder if there's like a work group type thing on this where we could include, the science folks, some of our staff, and I would love to hear from the Delta Science Program too, and just make sure that as we're fleshing out the POI science program, that it feels like we're fleshing it out enough where people feel like we're all rowing in the same direction, and we don't have to put all the details down in the actual plan adoption, but where we feel like there's some real coordination, fleshing out, and common understanding. And, I think the challenge with all these suggestions on work groups, in addition to time, which is very real, is also, we need to make sure it is inclusive and transparent. And one of the things I really appreciate about these workshops, also the Delta Stewardship Council, is how transparent that process is. And I wanted to go to the example, one of the things that's most important to me is that we include, and we did include this in the staff proposal, is around HABs and figuring out how we have a real strategic science program around that. And actually, I think a lot of what we were proposing in that is similar in that we are really leaning into development of a decision support tool. Maybe it's not the right term, but understanding the model of what are drivers and how do these interact. That's a great example, I think, of one of the things that we need this more comprehensive, holistic policy and science policy program to be working with. And so, I'm going to get the names of the agencies wrong, but that was a very collaborative process that I think it was the Delta Science Program or Delta Stewardship Council group put together in terms of a monitoring strategy. Excuse me for my incorrect terms here, but the monitoring strategy that we included and that they developed through a collaborative process, right? I think that's a great model. I would like to figure out how we enable that. And it also goes to, or that type of model and that plan in particular, it goes to what the chair, I think, brought up, which is one area that I am concerned about as we move forward, is I do think where things are housed matter for science programs, especially if we're looking at, these long-term, frankly, I mean, some of these are long-term changes. And so that we're trying to get. And so that's where really when we look at the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, although you really have a clear framework and intent of being inclusive, it's not super diverse in terms of NGOs and tribe engagement at this point yet in the, at least in the science group, for example. And so, and to the chair's point, if something doesn't work on this, what happens to all of this? Where is it housed? This is an incredibly ambitious pilot program or program that people are trying. And so we have, we've developed public agencies to be able to coordinate science. We want them to evolve, as you said. They shouldn't be stagnant, but I do feel like that's really, that's something that I think if we don't get right, we not only missed an opportunity, but we may have undermined really important things if we're not looking at the institutional piece of where the science planning and decision-making and sort of entities are. How are we setting this up for investment in science and tools that will be lasting and are inclusive? So I think the thought process and the frameworks, I'm really excited about what you all outlined. I just, again, I think if we could roll up our sleeves a little bit, including not just with our staff and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, but also with, a lot of the Delta Science program and broader stakeholders to look at informing, we'll call it the program of implementation science plan, or that it does need more fleshing out. That's exactly right? It needs the time that you all have been putting into the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, and we haven't had that, and we can pull a lot from it. But I do want to make sure we're able to do that and bringing in all the folks. So I don't know that I'm adding more than just emphasizing points that the chair and vice chair have brought up, but I appreciate the work.
Appreciate those points and emphasis, board member. And yeah, I'm equally excited. I think we really are at a moment here where we're doing our best to shape what is going to be the next decade's worth of work, and we need to do it right and comprehensively as we can. Board member McGuire.
I won't repeat all that. I'll just plus it up and just add one point of emphasis, which is that part of the carrot, if you will, of the voluntary agreement in the Healthy Rivers Landscapes program is that it's faster. It's that it can be implemented more quickly than the alternative. And so I get a little concerned when I start to hear things like we can't do X because, all these other pieces need to be put into place first before we can get to that point. I think, though, when it comes to science, I think you've got it laid out with the hypothesis-driven approach. You've got tools there that can identify meaningful metrics early and then iterate, right? And so I just want to be mindful of that. That I'm, part of what's intriguing about this proposal is the expediency by which it can be implemented. And so just really think through that and the timeline. And we're talking about process and how long is it going to take us to update the water quality control plan. And I've been sitting here for the last 6 years thinking, how quickly can we get the water quality control plan implemented and moving forward, right? And I just, I loathe the day that we adopt this and then it's still several more years of process really to implement to get to year one. And so I just, this is not really just pointed at the science program. It's kind of a holistic comment, but because we're talking about science here and there's some specific, issues that might become issues, I think we have an opportunity to avoid that if this is the path that we take. Thanks.
Here. Really appreciate those good points, board member, and completely agree. And, specifically say on the targets, it's not as if folks are needing to wait for adoption for that 60-day clock. Those, and especially given the real importance and foundation that the work on the science side is doing. So for the biological goals and the targets, it's something that we can be working on here in these next months. And have something ready soon thereafter adoption to just be moving forward on. And so I think it's important to remember that it's taking us a bit to get where we are. We're still going to be somewhere into next year before we actually adopt. And there is a lot of time even in there to say, well, what do we need to still develop now so that folks are really hitting the ground running? And to your point, we're not waiting still further out or stretching out a bunch of things we need to do after adoption to get to implementation. And I think that that's continues to be a theme, at least these last 2 days, is how do we get ourselves, use this as the momentum building, process that it is, and let us move quickly into implementation and not leave off a bunch of things and have the conversations that need to be had over the course of the next year before the board adopts, to set ourselves up for success in that way. Okay, looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything further, and also meant to go to Ms. Riddle or to those on the panel if there's anything further that you all would like to sort of highlight, but we haven't had a chance to hear from Ms. Riddle and folks in the program in case there's anything amongst the discussion that would be helpful to be added to.
I think you all made some good points that I would have made also, particularly on the timing issue. I think because the VA program is only an 8-year program, we are going to need those targets, I think, right away. So again, like you just said, I think that's something that should start to begin development now so that they're in place for the first year and the first reporting cycle on the VAs so that we know what we're looking at. We're setting up the processes we need to evaluate the VAs. Otherwise, I think I agree with the points you all made, and I'll turn to Sam and see if he has any additional thoughts. He's been taking the lead on the monitoring and science activities.
Yeah, thank you. I think there are a lot of great ideas from that panel, especially the idea of continuing and working more toward regular review of monitoring programs and making sure that they're meeting our management needs. I think there have been a number of efforts to do that over the last decades. The IEP has existed, and more recently there have been some more intensive efforts that have started to try to get there. And I think that's what we contemplated through the annual and periodic review process, to bring those into the public forum. And I think there'd be a strong role for independent science in there, and whether we get the help from other agencies like the Delta Stewardship Council is something that we should definitely talk about. But just wanted to appreciate those comments.
Thank you. I know it's been highlighted before, but you look at other estuaries in need and of great, national and world significance, and there's oftentimes more, especially because I feel like there's more resources coming from the federal government, in which I'm glad we do have our federal partners. It's not as if we don't in the Delta, but more of that sort of umbrella or coordinated program. And I think this is our opportunity to create and replicate that and really push forward here in the Delta, and be able to better integrate across the activities that are ongoing, have been ongoing, but now in a way that just really maximizes our ability to be better decision makers ultimately. And so that is just an exciting opportunity we all have here, and I'm really just appreciative of the consensus I'm hearing of desiring to build that. So thank you. Anything further, Dr. Conrad or folks on the panel, that would be helpful?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind saying a few more words, so not to belabor it too much. But really, this has been a very rich discussion, and it's so valuable to get the input and just have this conversation. So thank you as well to the staff. I don't think I said that earlier, but really do appreciate working with the board staff, and feeling very hopeful about the way forward as we work to represent science in the program of implementation. On the targets, I want to acknowledge that, we're getting that feedback, you need them. And I think we'll take that very seriously, the recommendation to get moving. And I also think that, I know we're saying adaptive management a lot, but I think it works here as well, especially as the goals are developed, and there has to be that iteration and perhaps openness to if we have a 60-day target and then 18 months later we've got biological goals, we should really be doing a check to make sure we're all marching on the same path. So please, let's make sure we double down on that. And then Board Member Firestone, you had a lot of great points, and I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of those here. So really appreciate your nod to these principles that we've laid out for the key elements for having this overall vision that I think we share. And I think I'm just going to offer that the program of implementation could actually articulate those. And it could be in a way that makes it clear it is important for the whole of the treatment of science, whether it's healthy rivers and landscapes or not. So that's one piece on harmful algal blooms. I want to acknowledge the board's need. This is a super important, complex, and emerging science issue, frankly. There's a lot of really exciting work going on, including outside of the regulated space. So, I was actually just on a call yesterday where we were talking to folks in Australia on their CSIRO. Sorry, don't remember what that stands for, but they are partnering with USGS here and using satellite data to try to figure out how can we get to that predictive model. So there's a lot of exciting work that's going on. That might be one very ripe for a working group where we could be bringing in those lines of science from other venues so that we're doing this in this highly collaborative way. And then we acknowledge that in our HRL science plan, but I understand that the board has a need to be speaking to that issue, maybe even outside of the HRL space. It's very complex, lots of interacting factors, so yes, that needs to be in there. And how we do it, that's the question. Let's see, I think I hit on, and then also on the inclusivity piece. I think you made a good point that our final slide is our list of folks that are contributing to the science committee now, and it isn't everyone we want to have there yet. You're going to hear more on December 3rd of efforts that we are undertaking now. I feel like we are making up for some lost time, but we do need to, we're working. And we do hope to build out that space in the science committee for more inclusivity, more expertise at the table. And we talked about a living scientific basis report. I think that was a great term that you used, Board Member Firestone. There may also be a living science plan. And as we bring in new expertise, then we're going to need to take that in and represent it in our science plan. We're starting to do that now. We're now in the 2.0 version. We're going through independent peer review now, and we expect to receive feedback. Critical feedback probably then, and we'll go through another iteration then. So we have to find a way to be able to be iterating and revising these really key documents for our program while also doing adaptive management. It does feel like we're flying in the dark sometimes, but I actually think we're doing okay if we can have these conversations and get to some goals that we try to meet together and then commit to improving the documents as we go along. Thank you. And thanks for the time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you as well. Thanks to everyone for just a good dialogue here. This has been very helpful. I consider this some of the most important work that we can be doing in this space because, again, it's so fundamental to us being better decision makers and actually leveraging all the great advancements in science and remote sensing. And just quickly on your point on harmful algal blooms and it is very much a focus of the board more broadly across the state. Is not just an issue within the Delta. And we do have a nascent harmful algal bloom program, and it is using satellite data already, and really trying to best leverage whatever tools we have out there to wrap our arms around that challenge, including our work on the regulatory side on water quality and nutrient loading in these watersheds to begin with. So just thank you. Just really appreciate those comments, appreciate the good dialogue with you all here. And I know that it is just the basis for a lot more dialogue and discussion that will go on. And so I look forward to that. Again, we brought up a couple of times the need, I think, for really focused working groups, kind of starting to unpack a lot of this. And I think to Board Member Firestone's suggestion, I think within the monitoring science program and discussion, we definitely need that as well. And so look forward to building that connective tissue to the extent we can have consensus, but ultimately moving forward together in a way that makes us, again, better decision makers across these very complex issues. So thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you.
All right, that will we'll wind down this second panel now, and it brings us to our third panel. And I apologize because I know Barry Nelson had a bit of a conflict between, I think it was about 3 and 2:25, so he should be able to join us here still within the time frame of the panel. But I welcome up our third panel now then, be consisting of Gary Bobker, John Rosenfeld, Ashley Overhouse, and Barry Nelson. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick 10-minute break just so that folks can transition up. And I almost lost the quorum up here anyway. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here at 3:20, and then we'll start at that point. And just thank you, everyone, for the good discussions. All right, everyone, we're at 3:20. We can bring ourselves back. Appreciate the quick break. Our final panel of the day will be from folks from San Francisco Baykeeper, Defenders of Wildlife, Golden Gate Salmon Association, and Friends of the River. Those that are in person, welcome up to join us here. Good to see you, Ashley. And I know we have folks participating remotely otherwise as well. So thank you. Really appreciate folks here. I know it's been a longer day than we necessarily had planned out for, but appreciate the really great discussion that we've been able to have and look forward especially to this panel and discussion as well.
Well, I don't see my colleagues. Oh, there they are, up online. But we are all here, I think, besides Barry Nelson, and he'll be going last just to make sure that we can get to him when his call is over. But thank you so much for having us. I'm going to turn it over for some initial comments to Gary Bobker.
You should be invited to unmute. Apologies, Gary. Here we are.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Bobker, Friends of the River. Panel today focusing on the VA pathway. I'm going to make just some brief opening remarks. John Rosenfield will follow with some reflections on sort of the validity of the VA pathway itself as a basis for the POI. Ashley Overhouse will discuss some of the legal barriers to the VA pathway, and Barry Nelson will talk about some of the implementation obstacles to the VA pathway. I want to start by saying that, I think most of you know that I've been a proponent of an adaptive management approach that uses biological outcome-based metrics and targets, hypothesis testing, decision support tools, et cetera. And the merits of whatever the VA parties are proposing for adaptive management, that approach can be embedded just as easily in a regulatory pathway POI that relies on the Delta Science program working with the board. One thing that isn't a hypothesis is that adaptive management alone is not going to solve your problems if you do not have the magnitude of flow and the magnitude of habitat that can actually move the needle and result in significant changes in biological response. Insufficient resources will result in insufficient solutions. So, the shiny things sound good, but if you don't have an adequate basis in the ecological resources, it's not going to work. And that sort of leads to the fundamental problem here, which is why we keep, being the irritant about the issues with the VA pathway. I fully understand that you need to consider the balancing of competing beneficial uses of water. I understand that you want to incentivize parties to participate in implementing the water quality control plan. Those are things that you should do. The problem is that there is no overlap between the space that you've established in terms of what the regulatory pathway is, which, while we might argue over the exact, boundaries of adaptive range or the starting gate, the point is that you've identified sort of where some boundaries are for the amount of flow and for where different types of adaptive management might affect the amount of flow, and where the VA pathway is off that map. And there's no way that you can reconcile that difference. And I think you just need to honestly deal with the consequences of that. I'm going to turn it over to John, who's going to dive into a little bit more deeply about the reasons why the VA pathway is not on the map.
Thanks, Gary. Good afternoon, members of the board staff. I'm John Rosenfield. I'm Science Director for San Francisco Baykeeper, and I had planned to limit my comments today to looking at new federal analyses that again demonstrate the inadequacy of the VA, regardless of the details of implementation. But as a scientist, and given the conversations you've had so far, I feel I should comment on the monitoring and science plan in the program of implementation. So I'm going to take a few extra minutes here. My apologies to my colleagues on this panel. The San Francisco Bay Estuary is among the very best studied ecosystems in the world. The scientific community here is prolific, and much of that productivity is founded on the results and the context provided by the numerous excellent long-term monitoring programs we already have. The science proposal would undermine and/or eliminate many of those programs and replace them with monitoring designed to be adaptive and nimble. Linking all Bay Delta monitoring directly to management questions can result in scattershot sampling and reacting to the latest hypotheses, fads, or emergencies. Without the backdrop of broad-based long-term ecological sampling, these more targeted studies will not lead to an understanding of this estuary that is generally applicable. The program of implementation's monitoring requirements should be designed to determine whether the POI is complied with and whether it is working across the watershed and throughout the estuary to protect all beneficial uses, achieve plan objectives, and serve the broader goals of Porter Cologne and the Clean Water Act. You heard this morning from the directors of agencies whose decision-making is driven by endangered species. The board's mandate is not Endangered Species Act enforcement. Rare species are a beneficial use, to be sure, but the monitoring approach recommended by VA parties is hyper-focused on direct impacts to endangered species and salmon. The board needs to know more. You've heard a lot today about creating one integrated science enterprise for the Bay Delta. As a scientist, I caution you to beware of a monitoring monopoly. It's not a good model for promoting the most valuable science. As a former director of peer review for CalFed's Ecosystem Restoration Program, I can tell you that science monoliths engender inefficient science bureaucracies and an insular vision that reacts to politics rather than focusing on the most important questions that will actually lead to better management. This does not mean there can't be better information sharing or collaboration across monitoring programs, and the Water Board can play a key coordinating role for that. I recommend that the board require broad ecological monitoring that builds on the excellent monitoring that we already have. Improvements and modernization are certainly needed, and there are gaps in that monitoring, particularly in tributary rivers and with respect to the behavior and ecology of non-salmonids in the estuary and with respect to harmful algal blooms in the delta. The board should require monitoring that addresses those gaps. The board should retain the final say over changes to the monitoring program, and discussion of those changes should happen in public. I recommend that the role of regulated parties in the design, implementation, and interpretation of monitoring results be limited and well prescribed. The model where the regulated entities control the monitoring budget for the fisheries agencies creates a pernicious influence over those programs. You can see this influence in the list of important long-term studies that have already been eliminated, including the adult sturgeon study, the spring Kodiak trawl, the 20 millimeter study, and more. I know several of the scientists who participated in design of the science element of the POI, and I have great respect for them. My comments are not addressed to them personally. My concerns are related to organizational behavior and what will happen after those who crafted the science plan move on. Regulated entities have a vested interest in monitoring outcomes that is anathema to independence and objectivity of the enterprise. For example, it's raining hard in the Bay Area today, and that means my staff are out sampling stormwater runoff from industrial sites. Industry is responsible for self-monitoring and self-reporting of contaminants in their stormwater, and many companies do a fine job. But guess what? Over Baykeeper's 35 years, we found that it's not at all uncommon that industrial polluters fail to monitor as their permits require, or that they misreport their results. Regulated entities have an incentive to ignore information that would impair their operations. To address this, the board should serve as an intermediary between the monitoring agencies and the regulated entities who fund the necessary evaluation of the program of implementation. I'll close these comments with one more reason I'm dubious about a whole new science program proposed in the draft POI. We have very good science now, and monitoring is excellent right now, although it can be improved. What's missing is actually adapting our management to reflect what we already know. And this will be the topic of my prepared remarks. We can move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. The status quo for Bay Delta beneficial uses is decline towards extinction or extirpation, closed fisheries, and degraded water quality. The populations of imperiled species are declining, the number of endangered species is increasing, fisheries are heavily constrained or closed, and persistent harmful and toxic algal blooms in the Delta are proliferating. The recent final environmental impact statement for long-term operations of the CVP and SWP analyzed implementation of the VAs, and it demonstrates that they will exacerbate and accelerate these declines. This reinforces our conclusion that there is no pathway to implementing the VAs that will reasonably protect beneficial uses, achieve plan objectives, or protect the public trust. Next slide, please. We reviewed the EIS's analyses of the biological effects of operational alternatives. This heat map reflects the projected outcome of those alternatives on the bay's imperiled fishes, according to the EIS. And this, of course, is just a sample of the analyses done in the EIS. Columns are the alternatives. Rows are individual analyses, some of which we'll run through in a little more detail. Red shading indicates that an alternative is worse than the no action alternative, which is the 2019 biological opinion for a particular effect. Yellow means it is identical to the no action alternative, and green is the single best outcome for that particular analysis. To be clear, these are the results of the federal analysis. I'm just reporting and color coding them for ease of understanding. Next slide, please. Alternative 2 is the proposed project. It has several variants, which I've highlighted here. These variants combine voluntary agreements and no voluntary agreements with the ability to petition for temporary urgency changes or not. The variant of interest here, or the variant of most interest in this proceeding, is the one that's visible on the far right of what I'm showing here. Note that this variant includes implementation of the VAs without temporary urgency changes, but the VA proposal in this process would continue to use TUCs to reduce river flows during times of perceived drought. So this far right column likely overstates the benefits of the VAs to fish in the estuary. Despite the bias towards a positive outcome, you can see that implementing the all VA variant produces modeled outcomes that are very often worse than the status quo. Next slide, please. I also want to call attention to alternative 3, which we call the modified natural hydrograph. The projected outcomes of that alternative are shown here, and the green highlighting indicates that this alternative is almost always environmentally superior to the other alternatives. NGOs collaborated with the Bureau to design alternative 3. It prioritizes human health and safety supplies and existing environmental minimum flows, and then it prioritizes achieving storage targets for cold water habitat and future water supply upstream. In years where those targets are achieved, the alternative then prioritizes river flows and delta outflows up to 65% of unimpaired in the winter and spring, and science-based flow targets in the summer and fall. After protecting human health and safety and the endangered species needs, the alternative would make contract deliveries that are prioritized in order of water right priority. This prioritization scheme reflects our effort to resolve the tension between maintenance of cold water habitat upstream and estuarine habitat downstream. Board staff identified this potential conflict, but the proposed POI does not address the issue head on. Alternative 3 provides operational priorities that are easy to understand and implement in order to operationalize what the board has called an adaptive range. But it uses that range to hardwire a real solution to a potential problem, and the results are consistently and strongly positive. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's zoom in on some of the actual results that I was showing in the heat map. Here we're looking at the projected results of different operational alternatives on delta smelt population growth. In the upper panel, the y-axis is the geometric mean of population growth rates, and I've drawn a red line to indicate the rate required to maintain a stable population. The columns on the left that are pink, yellow, green, and dark blue are alternative 2 variants. The dark blue bar represents the effect of full VA implementation. It is well below the level needed to maintain a stable population. In other words, proposed federal operations under the VAs are expected to continue the negative population growth of Delta smelt that has led to its near extinction. Even though I know that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service finalized its biological opinion for Delta smelt 2 weeks ago, it was still jarring to hear Mr. Souza state this morning that the VAs meet ESA standards, given that the federal analysis using the Fish and Wildlife Service's life cycle model, illustrated here, so clearly demonstrates that it does not. The bottom graph shows the difference between project alternatives and the no action alternative. The VA variant, royal blue column towards the middle, is worse than the no action alternative. On the other hand, the purple column in the middle of both graphs is alternative 3. The modified natural hydrograph is expected to produce strong population growth on average for Delta smelt. Conditions established under alternative 3 produce the kind of result that is absolutely necessary to save Delta smelt from oblivion. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at results of 2 analyses for longfin smelt. The upper part of this table reveals projected effects on longfin smelt that result from impacts to Delta outflow. Alternative 2, including the all VA alternative, is highlighted in yellow, meaning it will be equivalent to the no action alternative during wet years. Again, I want to emphasize I'm presenting the Bureau of Reclamation's results. I don't necessarily endorse the methods. And here it's very clear to me that the VAs would actually harm longfin smelt because the VAs result in lower Delta outflows in wetter years. The quote on the bottom of this slide is your regular reminder that reduced freshwater flow out of the Delta is the main threat to longfin smelt persistence, according to the Fish and Wildlife Service. The asterisk in the critical years, the lower row in that upper part of the table, is to remind us that this modeling reflects a world where there are not temporary urgency changes, but the VAs will continue the practice of TUCs that reduce Delta outflow in periods critical to longfin smelt. Although alternative 2 is projected to be slightly better for longfin smelt than the no action alternative in drier year types, the projected increases are tiny, barely within the realm of detection. These are not the scale of improvements that will reverse the longfin smelt decline, which is a minimum requirement for reasonable protection. The first quote on this slide reflects the Fish and Wildlife Service's finding that longfin smelt will drop below recoverable levels within a decade unless there is a pronounced improvement in conditions. The table below the gray line reflects changes in longfin smelt entrainment mortality under the alternatives. As you can see, except for alternative 3, all of the alternatives, including operations under the VAs, would result in very large increases in direct mortality. This source of mortality is not reflected in the results in the first table above. Increases in entrainment mortality will add to impacts from changes in Delta outflow. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at results for endangered winter run Chinook salmon. There are 3 different analyses here. The first one on the top is the proposed project, shows that the proposed project alternatives result in less temperature-dependent mortality for winter run Chinook salmon eggs, and alternative 3 produces the best results. This seems promising, but it's important to realize that alternative 2 fares well in this analysis because of storage requirements that the Bureau will operate to under the new BIOPS with or without the VAs. The VAs have no storage requirements, so this potentially beneficial outcome will disappear if the new federal biological opinion disappears or we roll back to the 2019 biological opinion. The middle set of results show that projected production of juvenile winter run juveniles is expected to decline under each variant of the proposed project, and the decline is greatest for the all VA variant of the proposed project. Results for other alternatives were not reported in tabular form in the EIS, so I'm not reporting them here. On the bottom is the more comprehensive view of how winter run Chinook salmon will fare under the VAs. This is the iOS lifecycle modeling of winter run adult production. The all VA variant of alternative 2 will be worse than the no action alternative in most years. Meanwhile, alternative 3 would be expected to substantially increase adult returns of winter run Chinook salmon. Next slide. My final example is for white sturgeon, which, as you know, were recently listed under the California Endangered Species Act as a candidate for listing as threatened. I'm showing you the federal final environmental impact statement results for above normal and wet years only, because those are the only year types in which white sturgeon reproduce successfully. The graph on the bottom left is from California Department of Fish and Wildlife Services incidental take permit for Sites Reservoir, and it shows the very strong relationship between flow and the white sturgeon juvenile recruitment above a certain threshold of March through July delta outflow. As you can see, the all VA variant will result in less successful reproduction of white sturgeon in wet years. This is not going to be counterbalanced by the small projected improvement in above normal years that's shown in the table, because the successful reproduction in wet years is an order of magnitude greater than it is in above normal years. So 1% of a very large number outweighs 1.5% of a much smaller number. Again, alternative 3 produces dramatically better results for white sturgeon than any other alternative. The quote on this slide is from the ITP for Sites Reservoir, in which California Department of Fish and Wildlife finds that even that relatively small diversion and its relatively small reductions in river flow could have a measurably negative effect on white sturgeon recruitment. Next and final slide, please. The board should abandon the proposed voluntary agreements. At best, the program of implementation will apply lipstick to a pig, but it cannot make the VA fly, because the VA's assets are fundamentally inadequate to support beneficial uses or achieve plan objectives. The federal EIS is just the latest demonstration that the voluntary agreements will perpetuate an unacceptable status quo and even make it worse. Your own draft staff report is consistent with the federal EIS's analysis. On the other hand, our work with the Bureau on the modified natural hydrograph approach demonstrates that it is possible to anticipate tensions between the board's cold water habitat objective and other objectives, and to resolve them by hardwiring a response. We remain prepared to work with the board to adapt this approach, not necessarily with the same flow and storage targets, to the whole watershed. Doing so would improve the biological effects and reduce water supply impacts, because the load would be shared across a larger pool of water users. Thanks for your attention, and I'll take questions, I guess, at the end of our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members and staff. Ashley Overhouse with Defenders of Wildlife. I will be going next. If we could bring up my PowerPoint slide now, that would be wonderful. While that's coming up, I just want to also express gratitude. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. It feels like only yesterday in some ways that I was here speaking with you in April. In others, it feels like it's been a lifetime, right? You know, circumstances change, but I'm really grateful that you are giving us the opportunity that I requested in April for multiple days of workshops, and I want to acknowledge that and how much work goes into that. So thank you so much for having us. Unfortunately, as you are very aware, circumstances have changed. So one of my new priorities, if it wasn't a priority already, as an advocate, is to ensure that the State Water Board is as strong as possible in both resources and authority in the face of the enormous challenges our state wildlife and waterways are facing the next 4 years, frankly. To be clear, I do not feel like the voluntary agreements will help us with that goal. In fact, I believe it leaves the board, our wildlife, our communities, and our state vulnerable to further regulatory backsliding and continued environmental degradation of the Bay Delta estuary and its tributaries. The VAs are not a critical puzzle piece here. They are duplicative of requirements the board already has detailed and enumerated, and in fact undermines the board's impressive efforts to manage a complex system. Next slide, please. This is just a brief summary of what I will be highlighting today in terms of main topics. I'll go over overarching legal concerns, specific issues in the POI, and then my suggested next steps. Next slide, please. This slide is largely duplicative of the governance presentation. I know there were 5 presentations I gave in April, so I just wanted to highlight that it was the governance one that this slide is from. I think the only thing that I draw your attention to at the end is based on the most recent election. If I elaborate on that, I would be here for hours. So instead, I am more than happy to continue conversations with board staff that they have so generously offered with many of our groups in recent times, and happy to continue those about maybe some of the changed circumstances and how that affects the POI and the Bay Delta Plan update. In addition to the great comments provided by my colleague just now, Dr. John Rosenfield, I want to just briefly reiterate that these legal concerns with the current overall construct and substance of the voluntary agreements. So after review of the draft POI and efforts by staff, thank you, to add regulatory criteria to the proposed voluntary agreement POI language or portions, I believe a majority of my original concerns here are still valid and worth the board addressing in a revised document as part of the Bay Delta Plan update process. I also have some more specific concerns I'll elaborate on with regards to the POI in the next couple slides. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that those concerns I told you in April are still valid, and we'll enumerate those in detailed comments later. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, we are concerned that the draft POI will run afoul of the board's Clean Water Act and Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act obligations. The POI provides different water quality objectives for different parties by including the VA pathway and provisions. For example, as mentioned many times today, the narrative fish viability and narrative salmon objectives. More detail on different objectives can be found on page 23 in the POI and in other locations. Nothing in the Clean Water Act or Port of Cologne Act, in our opinion, allows the board to establish different water quality objectives for different users of water. And then we just will have a general question of what is the board's legal basis for proposing to exempt certain parties from a regulation of general applicability. We also believe that the VA pathway also does not reasonably protect beneficial uses. The Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act requires the board, of course, as mentioned earlier today, to establish water quality objectives that protect beneficial uses, and nothing in the act authorizes the board to establish water quality objectives that do not protect beneficial uses, or again, to establish different water quality objectives for different users of water. Next slide, please. California Water Code Section 13242 defines the program of implementation to include first, quote, actions which are necessary to achieve the objectives, end quote, and second, quote, a time schedule for actions to be taken, end quote. Dr. Rosenfield has already discussed the degradation of the third requirement in the code, which is, quote, surveillance to be undertaken to determine compliance with the objectives, end quote. In other words, the VA's proposal to reshape monitoring for the estuary. First and foremost, the VAs will not actually achieve the objectives as required. Second, inclusion of VAs results in not meeting plan objectives for delta inflows, outflows, viability of native fish migrations, and salmon doubling, and is thereby modifying the water quality objectives through implementation. I draw your attention to some specific court cases from 2006. From page 78, the POI states, quote, the VA parties may implement the provisions described in this section in lieu of the new Sacramento Delta inflow and cold water habitat provisions, and inflow Delta outflow provisions described above in sections 4.4.2 through 4.4.5 for up to 8 years with the possibility of extension. Third, the enforcement tool of proposed curtailment methodology would also result in failing to achieve water quality objectives and or potentially violating the rule of priority. Now, the State Water Board staff's presentation this morning was obviously viewed by myself after this presentation was made, and so I have gratitude with the intent and clarification with some of the staff's comments this morning, and I would love to continue that conversation because I do not feel like that intent is necessarily clearly articulated in the draft POI at this time. So either, essentially, the water quality objectives would not be achieved or additional water rights holders would be curtailed in violation of the rule of priority is my current understanding right now. And if the board is suggesting that signing a VA constitutes a valid exemption from the rule of priority, I think that needs to be clarified. And as an aside, I noticed after page 41 in the draft POI, under the section describing fish and wildlife objectives, the word implement is used consistently instead of achieve. The law uses the word achieve, and I would just encourage revision to ensure consistency with the legal standard moving forward. Next slide, please. We are also concerned that this POI constrains the board's authority to review and update water quality standards. First, the board does not control a timeline for review. The VAs are supposed to last 8 years. If the board's regulatory update is incomplete after 8 years, the VAs are automatically extended. See page 43 of the global agreement that was incorporated as an attachment to the POI. Second, the board cannot promise to limit review. Periodic and triennial review of the plan cannot be limited to the POI, and the board cannot lawfully provide assurances that preclude review and modifications of water quality objectives in the plan, including the VA, in any year. We do not believe that the board can lawfully provide any regulatory assurances preventing modification of the VA prior to year 8. The board cannot limit review to the implementation of the VA or the plan, and at the same time, the board must also exercise independent judgment as to whether the water quality objectives are being achieved and are adequate to provide reasonable protection of beneficial uses. California Water Code Section 13240, as well as 13143. We also have some concern about next steps here. After no regulatory requirements for 15 years, would the board just revert back to the 2006 or 2018 plan requirements for VA parties? Some of that clarification was already discussed in concerns today. We are also just basically expressing those same concerns. Next slide, please. On pages 5 to 6 of the POI, the document quotes California Water Code 13242 and cites the board's expansive authority to implement this section, including public trust and water rights authority. And we strongly agree and thank you for this addition into the POI, which is why it is important to remind the board that including the substantively inadequate VA provisions here, you are risking violating the California Endangered Species Act, as well as the public trust doctrine, which you are charged with upholding. For example, the time schedule for implementation of the narrative delta inflow objective on page 62 is 5 years, but on page 103, the POI explicitly allows the VA parties to, of course, defer full implementation or attainment of their objectives until 2050, so 25 years from now. Nothing in the Bay Delta Plan authorizes the board to defer achievement of the objective of fish viability for 25 years. And doing so is a violation of the California Endangered Species Act, in our opinion. We have species on the brink of extinction, as Dr. Rosenfield just enumerated, and newly listed species as of this year. Our wildlife cannot wait another 25 years, and they shouldn't have to if CISA obligations are enforced. Next slide, please. We are also concerned that the draft POI also violates the State and Federal Administrative Procedures Act. At the very start of the POI in the notes to readers section, it states essentially integrated with the VAs to apply to non-VA water rights holders and possibly to VA water rights holders if VAs are approved but are discontinued in the future, end quote. I'm not going to read the whole paragraph for you. You've read it. Again, we would appreciate the board clarifying what their legal basis is for applying different regulatory requirements for VA parties than non-parties. So with the inclusion of VA provisions, the regulation no longer provides a generally applicable rule. We would urge the board to review the California Administrative Procedures Act standards to see if this would meet the requirements of a regulation under state law. Next slide, please. We have other general concerns for process and substance with the VAs that I've mentioned in other ways and summarized in multiple other presentations now. This is just to include here for consistency of our position. We have concerns about the VA construct in terms of process, equity, as well as substance. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, we would recommend the board take these next steps in light of our concerns. First and foremost, issue a supplemental CEQA document. Second, please make all revised and new VA documents since April 2024 available to the public, including any updates to governance, the new charter that was mentioned this morning, and any new enforcement agreements. I think that it was great to hear for the first time that the science plan, for example, is available online at a website. I think I really appreciate the Water Board's notifications. I know that they may be a lot for some people. And yes, I do have a subfolder in my email for specifically water board notifications. But what it does is it ensures transparency and public engagement. And I think that with VA documents, it's really important that perhaps those that are engaged in front of the water board consistently receive notifications for when VA documents are available for public review, since they are at this time being incorporated into the Bay Delta Plan update process, and therefore would not necessarily be viewed on a regular basis and on another website under the California Natural Resources Agency. In terms of substance, we would also ask that, as a reminder, the VAs undermine legal requirements for science-based decision-making and have little focus on achieving environmental results. And so I would like to reiterate Dr. John Rosenfield's request and Gary Bobker's, but really more specifically, ask that the VA be put on hold until after the Bay Delta Plan update process is complete. We are in a really critical juncture in this next year. There is a lot of work to be done by staff. I think the easiest way forward for the board is to put the VAs on hold while we finish the regulatory process for the Bay Delta Plan update. And then, of course, with process, I skipped this bullet, but I think it's implied. Please revise the program of implementation based on the comments you received here today. And if necessary, allow for an additional comment period that's not just the January additional comment period for those additional topics. I think we've covered quite a bit of breadth since that point. Next slide, please. I want to express, again, gratitude for the board's efforts to consider all perspectives and the staff's substantial work to strengthen the checks and balances, so to speak, in the draft POI for parties. We agree collaboration is important. Unfortunately, you have crafted something that is so unnecessarily complicated that it will be unimplementable, unenforceable, and indefensible when challenged. You have two different standards, two different accounting processes, and two different enforcement strategies with unclear relationships across the two approaches. The substantive and legal requirements are muddled and riddled with holes. This POI and VA pathway is a dream for all who desire to maintain the status quo of unsustainable water use, as it will be impossible to implement this plan in a way that benefits the fish and wildlife beneficial uses you are supposed to be protecting. Your regulatory pathway already allows for voluntary agreements. It does so in a manner that is transparent, enforceable, and designed to ensure real wet water actually shows up to benefit fish and wildlife. You have a choice between an embrace of that more transparent pathway and a pathway filled with smoke and mirrors. Please keep it simple and implementable and move forward with a regulatory update of the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Barry Nelson.
Sorry, Mr. Nelson, I think you need to turn your mic on. Sorry.
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and the board members, Barry Nelson, Golden State Salmon Association. Really, again, appreciate the opportunity for us to speak today and for allowing our panel to present together and for your obvious apparent interest in this really challenging issue. You've heard from the previous two speakers deep concerns from a broad perspective about biological outcomes from the VAs and legal concerns about the VAs. I'd like to drill down on just two provisions. Two concerns, specific concerns we have with regard to the VAs. The first is curtailments, how they work under the VAs. Second is temperature protection. And I think you'll see how it highlights the concerns that Dr. Rosenfield and Ashley Overhouse both raised. Next slide, please. Obviously, your ability to issue curtailments is absolutely critical to the board's responsibilities to implement the state's water rights system. These are just a couple of highlights from your recent really important curtailment decisions during the last drought. Curtailments are a critical function both for your water rights responsibility as well as the board's responsibilities to protect public trust values. Next slide, please. In talking about both of these VA programs, I'd like to look at them in light of the 5 recommendations from the recent Berkeley Law report regarding effective voluntary agreements. These are in summary, these are those 5 principles. Next slide, please. These are the 3 that I'd like to highlight today. Strong regulatory foundation. VAs must achieve outcomes comparable to default regulatory requirements and support by the best available science. Next slide, please. So how would curtailments work under the voluntary agreements? Let me walk through that briefly. The first two bullets very much describe what you did during the drought, and then we'll see how the VAs would change that. So during droughts, when curtailments are necessary, the board would develop curtailments based on water availability. Those curtailments for each river would be assigned to water users based on water user seniority. That's what you did during the last drought. How would VAs change that? First is that VA signatories would be exempted from those curtailment orders, except that they would be required to continue to release the new VA water they've committed to in the tables included in your staff's draft report. The curtailment reductions that VA signatories would be exempted from would not be reassigned to more senior water users. They would simply not happen. The board would basically be trading a normal curtailment order for a contribution of water into the VAs. There's a real problem here, and that is that on many rivers in the critical years when the board would be making curtailment orders, the VAs provide little or literally no new environmental water. So in those years, the board would be trading your existing curtailment orders for little water or nothing. Next slide, please. So what would this mean? On many rivers, the guaranteed new VA flows in critically dry years would be far less than the proportional share of reductions in diversions under water curtailments. I'd like to just present a hypothetical worst-case scenario. On a river that has no CVP or state project facilities, and if you're interested, I'd be happy to explain why that is, where all diverters are VA signatories, it's conceivable that under the VAs, there could be literally no state board requirement for any in-river flow during critically dry years. Under that worst-case scenario, dewatering rivers during droughts would be completely consistent with the Bay Delta Plan, and you can imagine what that means for all of the fish and wildlife in those rivers, as well as the Bay Delta downstream. This could dramatically increase the already severe damage we're seeing during droughts. So you can see the VA approach and the unimpaired flow approach could produce dramatically different flow conditions and environmental outcomes. It would also mean an inequitable allocation of shortages from a water rights seniority perspective. It's very easy to see a scenario in a critically dry year where a water user, a senior water user, could be subject to more severe curtailments than a junior water user who happens to be a VA signatory. And then, of course, future climate-influenced droughts could make these impacts even more severe. Next slide, please. Just in summary, means that the approach to curtailments under the voluntary agreements would eliminate the board's ability to curtail VA signatories, result in dramatically different outcomes of flow and biological outcomes under the VA and unimpaired flow approaches, undermine water rights seniority during droughts, and literally facilitate the dewatering of rivers during droughts. And that slide on the right is just a reminder that dewatering rivers is not a theoretical problem in California. That's the dry San Joaquin River we're looking at here. Next slide, please. So let's go back to those three principles that I highlighted. One of those principles was that VA should ensure a strong regulatory foundation. In this case, the curtailment provision would undermine or eliminate the board's ability to implement curtailments during droughts. Next slide. Next principle, VAs must achieve comparable outcomes. Obviously, under curtailments, the VA and unimpaired flow approaches would produce dramatically different outcomes. Next slide. Supported by the best available science, the third of these principles, there is no scientific support for the approach to curtailments that I just described to you, simply put. Next slide, please. So let's turn to the second specific concern, and some other panelists have mentioned the lack of temperature protections. Lethal temperatures are a major cause of the collapse of Central Valley salmon runs. Climate change is going to make this problem worse, so it is critical that we get temperature problems under control. Next slide, please. This conversation is happening in a context. The last time the board set flow and temperature standards was 1995. That year, there were 65,813 fall-run salmon spawning in the upper Sacramento River. And we said in those years, and for decades, we've said that the upper Sacramento River, the Sacramento River is the backbone of salmon fishing in California and coastal Oregon. The number you see on the right here is the spawning number for last year. Whereas in 1995, we had 65,813 fish. Last year, there were 2,734 fall run spawning in the upper Sacramento River. Those are naturally spawning fish in the upper Sacramento River. We can no longer say that the Sacramento River is the backbone of salmon fishing in California and coastal Oregon. California's fishing industry is shut down. That's why. The problem there is temperatures and inadequate flows. And it just as a highlight, as a comment here, I've been talking in the last several weeks to members of the fishing industry, some of whom are worried about losing their boats, some of whom are worried about losing their homes, some of whom are wondering if they need a new career. Difficult thing to do at a certain points in life. Some of whom have families that are being torn apart by what's happening, literally torn apart by what's happening to the salmon fishing industry. Next slide, please. So how would temperature requirements work under the VAs? Here's what the draft plan of implementation outlines. First, Water Rights Order 90-5 would be in place for Shasta Dam and the Sacramento River. I just have to highlight that Water Rights Order has not worked. That Water Rights Order is what has allowed the crash on the Sacramento River to happen. So that's little concern, little comfort to us. Second, the plan of implementation draft includes carryover storage requirements for a long list of reservoirs. I won't go through them all here. But the interesting thing is it then waives those requirements for VA parties. And the parties for whom temperature carryover requirements would be waived, going back to that list, include Shasta, Whiskeytown, Oroville, New Bullards Bar, Folsom, Comanche, Pardee, and Lake Berryessa. I think I got that right. Virtually all of the storage facilities on that list and every one of the large storage facilities on that list. The board would set temperature control requirements for a couple of reservoirs, but waive those temperature requirements for virtually all of the big rivers and virtually all of the big reservoirs. Back to Ms. Overhouse's concern about different standards for different users. The VA would then require the POI would then require the VAs to be implemented in a manner to improve temperatures and require reporting on measures taken. That's really, speaking as a non-lawyer, that's really unenforceable language. But more importantly, in those critically dry years where we have at times killed literally 99% or more of the endangered winter-run salmon, if there's little or no environmental water dedicated to the environment during those critically dry years, there are no assets to manage to improve temperature conditions for salmon. Next slide, please. So the VAs propose no new temperature protections, and the draft plan of implementation from the staff doesn't propose that the board impose new temperature protections on VA parties. To us, that looks like a strategy to repeat or worsen the temperature disasters we've seen recently. Next slide, please. Back to those three principles. Strong regulatory foundation is the first of those. By contrast, the temperature approach would waive temperature protection requirements for VA parties. Second, next slide, please. Achieving comparable regulatory outcomes, obviously, literally without temperature control requirements on many reservoirs and without assets, VA assets, to manage those reservoirs differently, the VA is likely to achieve dramatically different outcomes from a regulatory approach. Next slide, please. Supported by the best available science, there's no scientific support for waiving carryover storage requirements for the VA parties, simply put. Next slide, please. You know, when I started reading the plan of implementation, it struck me that there are a number of incentives for water users to join the VA process. That approach requires far less environmental water than a science-based unimpaired flow approach. It can require literally no water during droughts. There seems to be no need to incorporate credible science. There's little enforcement, far greater water user control, and a far weaker water board. Something that isn't discussed enough, enormous payments of public funds to the water users. And then finally, no meaningful criteria for joining the VA process. This very much is a let's make a deal approach rather than a science-driven one. Next slide, please. What struck me after I read the plan of implementation is that there are now two, at least to me, there are two additional incentives for water users to join the VA process. First, the VAs eliminate the board's ability to curtail diversions during droughts. That's an enormously powerful incentive for water users. Second, the VA process exempts water users from state temperature requirements, another powerful incentive to join that process. Next slide, please. I think if you add all of those incentives up, it's likely that before the board adopts an updated Bay Delta plan, potentially including voluntary agreements, you're going to see a lot more VA signatories. And that, of course, is going to mean increased damage caused by the VA approach. Next slide, please. Don't worry, I'm not going through everything on this list. This is just a summary of some of the other fatal flaws that my community and I have raised both today and back in April when we were here last speaking before you. So the two fatal flaws I just outlined are not on this list. These are other ones. I'm just going to highlight a couple of issues that you've heard about this morning rather than go through that list. The first is you've discussed the delay in the salmon doubling restoration standard. I want to ask you what sort of a response you think I get when I go and tell my salmon fishing men and women that the board is proposing to delay the salmon doubling standard when their industry is shut down and face the risk of another shutdown and another and another. Frankly, the VA proposal to delay the salmon doubling standard is an insult to an industry that is literally fighting for its life. Second point. You had a long discussion about the red, yellow, green approach to decision making, and I just want to highlight a couple of ways in which that is a clear formula for gridlock. First is, if that slide were back up there, there are lots of words on there like substantial progress, significant progress, things that are absolutely guaranteed to produce conflict, confusion, and delay. But then you're trying to assess progress made by a program, the voluntary agreements, that don't have biological goals and objectives. So imagine trying to apply the red, green, yellow approach to a program that still doesn't have biological objectives, an obvious source of real conflict. And then I'm not going to discuss accounting in detail here. We've done that before, and we'll do it again at a future workshop. But having been through the environmental water accounting wars, the CVPIA B2 counting wars, those have been challenging. But the level of accounting required by the water board and the VAs is not an order of magnitude more difficult than that. It's well more than an order of magnitude more difficult than that. You'll recall in my last testimony before you in April, I presented the results of an analysis I did of previous environmental blocks of water program. This is by far the most complex environmental water accounting program I have found on the planet. And given what's at stake, if the board were not to get its hands around the environmental accounting program, then all of the water that the VA programs have identified, that water will not exist. And that's not a theoretical concern. We've seen it happen with the CVPI's B2 program. We've seen it happen with the environmental water account. The level of accounting sophistication that by the board that would be required, and frankly, kind of accounting trench warfare that would be required by the board, is not an effort I suspect the board would succeed in tackling. So if you think about all of that in the context of an extremely ambiguous red, yellow, green light approach to adaptive management, I see that as an enormous formula for gridlock. You're creating here, the draft plan of implementation would create here, a dual track program, which, as Ashley Overhouse mentioned, is full of contradictions, of loopholes, of flaws, of confusion. That approach is clearly destined to fail. That does not mean that our community is opposed to voluntary agreements in principle. We could discuss how to make voluntary agreements work for hours. Many in our community have negotiated and led and championed voluntary agreements. This one is designed to fail, and it would. Next slide, please. 3 simple points here. The VAs are fatally flawed and inequitable. As designed, they would not succeed. Fixing them would not take fixing just temperature and curtailment issues. If we were to go back a slide, let's not go back to that long slide. In order to simply summarize each of those issues, you folks would have to have a lot more workshops in order for us to go through that laundry list carefully. That list of fatal flaws is that long. The VAs are not a credible starting point for a Bay Delta plan. And speaking as someone whose industry is literally shut down right now, one of those fatal flaws we discussed under accounting is that the voluntary agreements don't protect existing environmental flows from future water projects that are advocated for by the same water users who have put the VAs together. It is not credible to argue that those water users, that it never occurred to them to think about how those future water projects might dovetail with the VAs. The problems there are absolutely astonishing. It's why not just are the VAs not a credible starting point to my community, to a shutdown community, they don't look like a good faith starting point. Final point is just that, as previous speakers have said, the updated Bay Delta plan should be based on an unimpaired flow approach and enforceable cold water habitat requirements that apply to all water users. Thank you very much.
Thank you all as well. Really appreciate your participation here and your critiques. We won't be able to be the best decision makers we are without that. And so just thanks for the time you've put into the presentations and your concerns. Some of them very similar concerns that I know myself and other board members have on the balance ultimately of the board's authorities, not absconding from our responsibilities legally and otherwise. And again, some of the other critiques are ones similar that we're all here trying to best balance and grapple with. And so I do appreciate the comments. On some of the information that you presented, Mr. Nelson, around how curtailments would function here and how we were envisioning the system, I think there may be some obvious difference of opinion and would actually go to Ms. Riddle just for any general comment from some of the comments that we heard. But particularly, the concerns around the fact that, we would effectively make our drought curtailments here unworkable or folks would be somehow fully exempted from curtailment. I'm not sure that's necessarily what I'm thinking. I know our proposal to try to do, and instead is why, as you heard earlier in the conversation, it's so important that the underlying rights of the assets that are being added to the system are understood. So that we are certainly protecting the addition into the system, but folks that would be subject to curtailment and have a sort of a water asset that they would have contributed to that is actively being curtailed wouldn't necessarily be accounted, and we're keeping the math consistent. But looking to Ms. Riddle to be able to respond back a bit more.
Yeah, thank you. So all under the draft program of implementation, all water users, all water rights would be subject to unavailability determinations if no flow is available at their priority of right. That's similar to the type of curtailments that we implemented during the last drought. The VA parties, the VA water rights, once we identify those, would be exempted from the new inflow and inflow-based delta outflow requirements, as well as the specific cold water habitat requirements, but not the additional VA specific habitat or cold water habitat requirements. So just that nuance. And the reason for that is, as Chair Esquivel noted, that provides a system for which we are ensuring that the VA parties are not diverting regulatory flows that other users are diverting, and provides a system whereby we're implementing the priority system and can protect the flows that are provided by VA parties. We would also need to identify the water rights under which the VA flows are being provided and ensure that that water is available in order to dedicate it in stream and prevent other diverters from diverting that water. And that gets into the discussion that we had earlier about needing to know in advance which water rights the water is being provided under. That is necessary in order to protect that flow. We can't protect the flow unless we know which water right it's being provided under. We can determine that it's available and it's not needed for another senior downstream water right holder. So the proposal is contextualized in that water right priority system. We think this is consistent with the water right priority system. So hopefully that clarifies some of those issues more. And maybe on the drought related curtailments, an additional point is those curtailments would not just, the curtailments for unavailability would not just be during droughts. They would be on an everyday basis, whether there's a drought or not. In addition, this is an issue we'll have to work through with those enforcement agreements. There is the possibility for emergency regulations or something else. Some of the enforcement agreements, I think, would preclude that, but those are issues I think Michael spoke about earlier that we'd need to work through, how the enforcement agreements could potentially constrain other authorities that the board has. So those are details to work through in the enforcement agreements to ensure that we're coming up with a logical construct for all of these complicated issues.
Chair Esquivel, if I could just make a suggestion here to help us bridge this gap here. It'd be helpful because, of course, drought curtailments are most severe in those driest of years. It would be helpful if the board would ask the staff to analyze the trade-off there, what curtailments might look like under the current traditional approach, and then basically the VA assets you'd be trading for. What I saw when I looked at it is that the VAs don't have temperature requirements. They don't have, in many cases, they literally don't have new environmental flow. So I don't know where additional temperature protections would come from. Where the rubber really meets the road there is in those dry years when you do make curtailments because of water availability. Be critical. This is just the worst case scenario, but it'd be critical to be able for the board to be able to see and the public to be able to see what the board would be trading for a theoretical watershed, what a traditional approach to curtailments would be like, and what you get in place of that under the voluntary agreements.
Yeah, and I think the goal is those things to not be different. I mean, to Ms. Riddle's point and to the proposal, we're looking to actively administer water rights through all water year types, not just in times of drought. And here ensure that if there are assets that are being put to the system that are part of the VAs, we understand the underlying rights there because they aren't not subject to then water unavailability. That right, we're not looking, but instead trying to create consistency across all that. And what we're truly moving toward and looking forward to is having a system where we are actively administer water rights, so we understand the assets that are put into the system, not just in times of drought, but I do agree with your point that in times of drought, those questions become all the more important. The understanding, of course, here is that it's not to limit their exposure then to water unavailability, but to just understand and protect those assets in the system. But I appreciate your request for a little more understanding of if there are any potential differences, what those may be under what you termed a traditional curtailment. But again, we're simply looking to activate and administer the water rights system through all water year types in an active way so that we can account for these new assets that are being put in through the various water year types, whether through the VAs or through a regulatory pathway, and make consistent all of that as best we can, knowing that it's a complex system.
I just make sure I'm understanding on this. So are we, I'm going to say this wrong, so, or it's going to be it's not going to be precise, but are we saying that we would essentially do what we did through emergency regs in the drought, which is to say we would be applying curtailments for unavailability all the time, whether you're a VA party or not, except if you're a VA party, you, the VA assets are not going to be curtailed, or the VA water is not going to be curtailed. And with okay. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is outside, so non-VA parties are going to be subject to curtailments based on unimpaired flow, not just unavailability.
Correct.
And VA parties would be just on unavailability, not that unimpaired flow, plus there's something with the VA assets that I'm not totally understanding. So can you explain it?
No, their determination of unavailability would be essentially the same as it was during the drought.
Right.
And so doing that calculation to determine which rights are curtailed at any point in time, the assets that they would be proposing to provide for in-stream flow dedication would have to not be curtailed in order to be provided, or provided from previously stored water, or some other way be found to be available. They couldn't be made available from a water right that was curtailed. And in so doing, we could protect that supply that's made available. This is very similar to how an in-stream flow dedication under Water Code Section 1707 would work, and similar to how water transfers work. These are not new concepts. They're just being applied in this broader context. Usually, we also don't apply those measures all the way through to delta outflow. So that's added a new context that I think is unfamiliar to people. But in order to provide protection through to delta outflow, these are measures that would need to be in place. And I know they are, because they're new, they're existing concepts that are being applied more broadly and more comprehensively for water quality control planning is a new issue for people. And it's, it takes a while to wrap your mind around it. So hopefully we've clarified some of that.
Yeah, so I think that, does not address the temperature stuff, but in terms of the curtailment and your comments, Mr. Nelson, on, I think it does address they're going to be, obviously they're going to be, the VA parties are going to be, they're incentivized because they don't have to do curtail up to unimpaired flows. But they're still going to have curtailments for unavailability and still have to provide VA assets. So I think I'm just trying to figure out if there's still something that we're missing.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out that same thing. So back to that theoretical river that I outlined, where all of the users are VA signatories. We know that on some rivers, there's no new environmental water required by the VAs. Let's assume that on my theoretical river, this is one of those rivers. So in that case, there are no VA assets in a critically dry year, and all of the signatories are VA folks. So they would be exempted, as I heard Ms. Riddle explain, from an unimpaired flow-based curtailment. They'd be subject to a water availability curtailment. But a water availability curtailment isn't designed to make sure that there's water in the stream.
Right.
It's just designed to make sure that if you're going to divert water, there's physical water for you to divert, and it's not coming from the hide of a more senior diverter. So on my theoretical river, which I just outlined, it still sounds to me like the VAs could allow for a river to be dry.
Go dry.
And that, of course,
it does.
is a theoretically worst case scenario.
Yeah.
On every other VA stream in the Central Valley, you could see comparable, maybe not a dry river, but you could see comparable impacts that would be dramatically different from the impacts, the benefits you'd see if an unimpaired flow approach were applied across the board to all water users.
Right, but that's not different. That's different than the just to get it clear in my head. I agree with you. That's different, though. That's in comparison to the unimpaired flow versus VA. But the status quo right now is we just curtailed based on unavailability and did zero unimpaired flow, right?
No arguments. Yeah, I mean, there are rivers like Mill and Deer where you did set, emergency flow requirements, but
right. But
so
outside of
new
that,
flow requirements would be a good thing.
and I guess just specific, because this is, I'm sorry, I'm hijack this, but just to follow that point is I do think there are, we're looking at Mill and Deer Creek. We did emergency regs. There are tributaries where we have a real potential for need for additional minimum flows. We need to be able to have the ability to do that with this. So that is something that I was concerned about to the issue, some of the issues that you brought up around, are we constraining our authority to do protections that we need to do outside of or complementary to what we're adopting here. I do think it's vital that we're able to do tributary specific in-stream flows where those are needed, and that this doesn't prevent that. And, we're talking about doing that with Mill and Deer Creek as an example. Yep. So I think we're basically looking at, I would overly simplify as being able to implement water unavailability curtailments as we did in the drought for everybody all the time as needed, protect VA assets, and then implement in-stream flows on non-VA parties and any new specific or site-specific in-stream flows that are adopted. I think that's what the proposal is. And we haven't talked about temperature yet.
And we're excited about the board moving forward on Mill Deer and Antelope Creek. We're excited about that. We would just suggest that it's part of the board's responsibility to protect beneficial uses, that there are actual in-stream flow requirements on California's most important salmon producing systems.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you, board member. Looking to other board colleagues if they have questions and or comments here for this panel.
Oh, Gary's.
Oh, and if Mr. Bobker or Mr. Rosenfield, you wanted to add to that conversation, please do. Okay, not hearing from them, not hearing anything from any of the other board members. Board member Firestone, please.
Okay, so sorry, I know it's late here. It's late on Friday. But I would say there's some core concerns here that I think, as Chair, you said, I think have been on top of mind for us too, that are surfaced. I want to make sure we get a chance to underline or flesh out a little bit more. One is just on concern on building on this last conversation, what are the constraints that we may be, that we need to make sure we're not eroding our legal authorities to do what's needed for things like temperature or drought or tributary specific protections. That is one of my very, very top concerns with this is I think we have seen that our temperature, that 90-5 isn't working. And we have talked about how hard it is to figure out an alternative to that and the process to do it. We haven't had the bandwidth to be getting this over the finish line and taking that on, I would say. And the VAs aren't addressing temperature fully. And so I do think we're going to need to figure out how we are providing the VA parties, you know, the space to be able to make their program successful and have some, you know, relative certainty while also preserving our need to adjust temperature. In particular, I'm thinking on Shasta, if there's the need to do that, you know, as a follow-up, or through a separate process. So I'm very concerned about, and I guess I would love to hear from staff just how our some assurance that we're not restricting our ability to address temperature on VA parties if needed in outside of this or in parallel. I don't know how to say it, but in even if we're not fully addressing it through this process, or because it's not fully addressed through the VA.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation that we need to have. I read the VA proposal as proposing this is their level of responsibility for the Bay Delta plan, and that we wouldn't take any additional actions to establish in-stream flows on the VA tributaries. Mill and Deer are not VA tributaries, but so for the other tributaries that are part of the VA, I think their view is we wouldn't take additional actions to establish in-stream flows or take specific actions for cold water habitat. I think that's probably a conversation, again, back to that. Some of those provisions I think are identified in the enforcement agreements. And, you know, I think resolving those issues in whatever direction you all think is appropriate is probably the next step in that effort. But I do think they are proposing that this be their level of responsibility for meeting their regulatory obligations for in-stream flows. And, you know, the various tributaries have various cold water habitat management activities that they are taking under other regulatory processes and in-stream flows to some extent. So I think they're proposing that those be left to those other processes, and the blocks of water provided are their contributions for the Bay Delta plan. So if we need an opening for something else, and I think that's something that needs to be discussed with those parties and resolved as part of the implementing agreements.
Okay, so I guess just, and I know it's late, so I'm trying not to go too much into this, but, you know, for one, I think there's, you know, there's just a discussion around trying to bring all parties into the VAs. So, you know, even though Mill and Deer aren't VA parties, like say that there is a need to do something tributary specific, I would want to make sure that we could. And secondly, with 90-5, I think we do need the space to be able to revise that. Hasn't been working, and I wouldn't want this to restrict our ability to do that. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I think they're both part of the same type of issue where there are complementary regulatory duties that we have and processes, and we need the ability to continue to implement those. And this shouldn't prevent us from doing that. And I say that with the understanding that, you know, we're not gonna, this is a comprehensive plan, and we are trying to make this not a moving target for those at least 8 years or so. And so it's a hard thing to balance, but those are, you know, we need the ability to do emergency regs if needed, revise 90-5 if needed, and provide tributary specific in-stream flows if needed. It seems to me as just not things that we can abdicate based on this. So I'm trying to, maybe that's just a flag for continued discussion. And I get there's a balance there, to reiterate, I get there's a balance on folks need to understand, give the space to put assets on the table, make it work, not feel like the requirements are a total moving target. So there's a balance with all of these things.
Appreciate that, board member. And I believe Samantha Olson, Ms. Olson would like to say something.
I agree. Check. I agree. We should probably have more conversations because we didn't get a thorough review of the language or any sort of back and forth on the enforcement agreements. And that's one of the reasons why there's some problematic language. But I want to call your attention to sort of a reservation of authority on page 4 in section 1.2 of the draft that does say that the program of implementation, including approvals of any voluntary agreements, describes actions necessary to achieve the objectives in this plan and does not preclude the state board from identifying or requiring other actions to achieve the objectives. The state board retains its authority to carry out its responsibilities under the Water Code, Article 10, Section 2 of the California Constitution and the Public Trust Doctrine, or other legal obligations through other water right or quality proceedings, including through regulation, water quality certification, adjudicative water right proceedings, or other actions. So that's a starter for the conversation, because I do think there needs to be a meeting of the minds here, but we did add that language in to Chapter 1.
Really appreciate that, Ms. Olson. Appreciate you highlighting that. And I think, again, to Board Member Firestone, your point, it's definitely, we're looking to strike that balance here.
Sorry, I have, maybe I'll just try and cut it short a little bit. So just to say, I do think it's concerning that we have different that we have different objectives. I think that is a concern. So I'll just say that. for VA and non-VA pathways. So I don't think that's normally how we would want to do things. I do get that when we have a alternative, I'll call it alternative compliance pathway, that we provide longer time periods. I've seen us do that numerous times, but we still have the same goals. So I just, seems like I'd like to unpack that more. And I understand why we're at the current place, but I do want to just emphasize that point as being something I'd like to unpack or think about more. And then I think lastly, well, yeah, we're gonna, I do really want to hear from folks. I'm concerned about, as you've probably heard today, I am concerned about just protecting, being thoughtful as we go through here about what could happen as there's changes in a change now in administration at the federal level. And, I talked about, in the bad case that things fall apart or we don't get what we need from the federal side. Obviously, no one wants to see that happen, but I would really like to make sure that we're building in the safeguards we need here. And so I'd like to hear more from folks on how we can best do that within our program of implementation. I do want to hear a little bit more. So let's see. I'll say, I think folks have heard very clearly in the last few workshops and today, we are absolutely considering the voluntary agreements. We are trying to figure out how to make them work, even though I think, when we look at the actual flow assets, as you said, they are not anywhere near what is being proposed or what we have in the unimpaired flow. There is, a huge addition of habitat that isn't there with unimpaired flow. And we do have a scientific basis report that is looking at, that helps us evaluate whether there is a scientific basis to be able to achieve the the goals that we have. I am interested in hearing from around this, if I just can't remember, but the scientific basis report, how much it looked at temperature and the concerns around, or I think, yeah, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, so temperature was included in the analyses of the habitat contributions from the VAs. There's a component that evaluated the temperature suitability of the habitat, assuming historical temperature conditions. So that's reflected in the results on the additive temperature benefits, the additive habitat benefits.
And is that included in is that just for the habitat like the new habitat that's created, or is that for?
It's in both. Yeah, it's in the existing habitat and the new VA habitats.
Okay. And then, yeah.
I think it's also worthwhile adding that we did temperature modeling for the project tributaries in the VA analysis in the staff report. Generally speaking, the temperature impacts that we identified associated with the VA proposals were less than what we identified associated with the percent unimpaired flow scenarios. However, we are in the process of refining those percent unimpaired flow scenarios to try to accomplish something like the reconciliation that various stakeholders have referred to today.
Great, and incorporating some of the carryover storage.
Yes.
Yeah, and just to mention, the staff report analysis is compared to baseline conditions, so it's incorporating that impact assessment that Matt's talking about is compared to a baseline. So there are objectives to improve cold water conditions for fish. So there are improvements at times. There are also impacts at times because of that phenomenon where you're providing more flow during the winter and spring, which can impact your summer and fall temperatures, but there are also improvements. So I think the results are more complex than that, and they're also compared to a baseline condition where you have existing temperature impairments.
Mr. Rosenfield.
Yeah, if I could comment on that. So the draft staff report did analyze temperature and, for obvious reasons of the report, it looked at temperature at the various levels of unimpaired flow, but it didn't apply the range of flows that are allowed under the unimpaired flow approaches. So that's exactly what we did with the alternative 3 that I described for the Central Valley Project long-term operations, is used an adaptive range in a very specific way to anticipate a problem and make sure that that temperature problem is taken care of before you begin allocating more flow downstream. Unlike on the San Joaquin side, where the adaptive management, the adaptive range and its use is very unclear, especially to me as part of the STM committee that was established to talk about the adaptive range and make recommendations. On the Sacramento side, the advantage of the way the program is or the alternatives are described is you can anticipate in advance when you will have a temperature problem, when you'll have a storage problem at Shasta and Oroville and Folsom. You know this fairly early on in the winter. And you can then adjust your unimpaired flow strategy to maintain storage upstream. It doesn't require perfect foresight. And once you've achieved those storage targets and protected cold water upstream, protected water supply by keeping water upstream, then you can pivot to providing what we know will be more beneficial downstream for all of the fish. The salmon are impacted by temperatures upstream, but they are also impacted by flows downstream. So that's exactly what that alternative 3 that we modeled with Bureau, or that the Bureau modeled in collaboration with input from us, That's exactly what it shows. What it does is it sort of hardwires those rules, and the results are, kind of astonishing. Like mean average delta smelt growth, population growth is, not commonly seen in other alternatives of ways we could manage the system. Longfin smelt do much better. White sturgeon do much better. Winter run Chinook salmon do much better, upstream and downstream, because you're taking care of temperature as a priority and then applying the flows downstream.
Yeah, so that's helpful, and I guess that's my last request, and I'm sure everyone, my brain is super fried now, and I wish we had more time for or brain space for digging in even more, but we do have future workshops to dig into a lot of this, is just on the, well, let's still call it the regulatory pathway, the program of implementation, and the modeling. I would love to understand, and maybe we can have staff already know this and can brief me, or maybe we can get folks together, but to be able to really understand how alternative 3 is different or the same, and how they compare to what we're proposing in our program of implementation on the regulatory pathway. I think that it sounds like it sounds like they're different, but they're, and I would just like to tease out a little bit how that is and what the impacts would be on those, so I understand it. But that can be as follow-up and going forward. I think it just goes to, at the end of the day, we need to have a regulatory pathway that is implementable and is gonna balance the needs that we're trying to balance, and that we really think can be effective. And so there's been a lot of effort to try to model that and understand that. It's helpful to understand how that's the same and different from what we're doing.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I also wanted to point out that we haven't modeled this specific iteration of the plan yet. That includes the reductions in percent of unimpaired flow requirements that are similar to, but not exactly the same as the NGO proposal. We did have those measures where during very dry and low storage conditions, the percent of unimpaired flow requirement is reduced, and we are in the process of modeling those changes and the carryover storage refinements and making other refinements to the model. So I think we definitely do want to revisit those issues with you and provide that information to the public as soon as we have those results available. But we can also compare them to the approaches that were taken with alternative 3 and dig into those approaches in more detail.
And just to clarify, because I know y'all want to go home, alternative 3 is an implementation of your unimpaired flow approach as applied only to Central Valley Project reservoirs, because it's a ESA Central Valley Project document, right? We couldn't get the Bureau to model everything in the system. But I think if you did apply, it's a template for a potential implementation of a unimpaired flow approach that, if applied to the whole system, would show real beneficial effects across the system biologically and reduce any water supply impacts or spread them out more equitably.
And I am happy to organize a briefing on alternative 3 if that is helpful, because I've spent, I think, twice a month with the Bureau for 2 years looking at the LTO process and alternative 3 and the various different alternatives. And so if that's helpful, we're happy to do an additional dialogue on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know part of the theme of what we're really looking to do here is to make sure across these authorities and work, whether it's ESA, the Bay Delta Plan, et cetera, that we get the benefit of it all. So I appreciate you of working with the Bureau of Reclamation to include those alternatives so that it can help inform our discussion at some point here. And thank you, board member. Appreciate the comments and discussion back and forth. I was just going to note one thing when it comes to, and this is why this is a draft program implementation, but when it comes to other ways we might structure the objectives or the work, hearing some commonality actually from this morning's panel and parties that are part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal and yourselves around some, feeling that it could be structured in a more cogent way and not kind of feeling as if there's these kind of two distinct paths or objectives even applied to some of the work. So for what it's worth, a little consensus across from you all. Looking to fellow board colleagues, any comments on this panel? Board Member McGuire.
Well, yeah, I think my gas tank is empty, so I'm going to spare everyone much in the way of comments and questions. Just thank you for being here, and thank you for continuing to engage. I think we've spent a lot of the day today talking about process in terms of the VAs and what would it take to make the VAs workable, just in terms of what's been proposed. You've spent some time here talking about, is it fundamentally workable as an approach for achieving water quality objectives? And so there's, as I said, I think in my comments many hours ago, those are the two different conversations we're having. And it gets really hard to try and, they're not separate, they're overlapping. But at the end of the day, we have a proposal from the VA parties. We're trying to evaluate that and determine, is it the proposal that we want to go forward with here? And that's the board's discretion to make that decision. Each of us have our own vote and decision we're going to have to make at some point, including myself, which I haven't made yet. And, all these very issues, the ones that you were spending quite a bit of time just talking about here are ones that have been fundamental to me, to wanting to understand. That's critical year, sequential drought year conditions and temperature implications. And there's trade-offs, balances, benefits in both, depending on how you manage the system. So I've always had an open mind and encouraged the VA folks to share more information about that. Still, that offer's still on the table. Because I do think, those year types are really fundamental to ensuring that we have a meaningful program going forward. And so I just want to share that thought and I think leave it at that for today. But thank you.
Agree and appreciate that, Board Member. Vice Chair. And we do have a handful of commenters. I think there's about 4 of them, 5 or so that are still on. So
Yeah, I'm going to be really brief. I just wanted to chime in to thank you for sticking with us throughout this process. It's been going on for a long time, and I know that you'll continue to work with us, just knowing, in prior relationships with you. And so thank you all for spending the time with us today. Really appreciate your ongoing comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo that, just the thanks, and it's been incredibly productive. Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to echo the thanks, and it was really productive, and I appreciate just the slides and walking us through your areas of concerns and sticking it out. I know it's been a long day, and really do appreciate you working with us and working with staff.
Yeah, thank you. Your participation is incredibly critical to us here as decision makers. And so just really thank the work that has gone into the analysis. And I know the work that will further go on to further discussion. So thank you. That wraps panel number 3 and brings us to our individual commenters. And we have about 4 or 5 folks. And so first I'd like to be able to go to Bart Broom, be followed by Thomas Stokely, then Dennis Herrera, Regina Chicazola, which I don't see her on the platform, and then our last commenter will be Peter Dreckmeyer. Mr. Broom, good to see you again.
Good evening. My name is Bart Broom. I represent the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. Thank you again for these workshops and for the opportunity to speak. As I mentioned in my statement on Wednesday, Valley Water is the regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County. About half our water supply comes from imported water sources, which is why we're committed to being part of the environmental and water supply solutions for the Delta and for California. Under the unimpaired flows alternative, the draft staff report identifies significant impacts to water supply, groundwater, temperature, that could affect spawning habitat for listed salmonids. The draft of the implementation points to the need for supplemental plans to be developed to reduce the impacts associated with unimpaired flows. And conversely, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes pathway has been developed by diverse groups of water users and regulators who've made tangible commitments for targeted flow measures, habitat restoration, adaptive management, and accompanying science plans, as we've been discussing today. I'd like to echo Director Nema's urging that the same scientific rigor used in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes package be applied to the unimpaired flows regulatory backstop. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes participants have done the heavy lifting to determine what is feasible, making these commitments inherently more robust and likely to come to fruition. The scale of the floodplain and wetland restoration proposed should not be taken for granted. Increasing flows in a heavily channelized system will not meet the environmental goals of the Bay Delta Plan. Yes, fish need water, but they also need food and habitat. It's important that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, to understand that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is a package that delivers more water, more habitat, more food, and monitoring that together can make a difference for species while balancing all beneficial uses. I know you'll do this, but please take care not to cherry pick the package to the point where it falls apart. Give Healthy Rivers a chance, and in so doing, you'll give water agencies across the state time to develop alternative local supplies to replace what may be needed for environmental flows in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Broom. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Thomas Stokely, who will be followed by Dennis Herrera and then Peter Druckmeyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for the opportunity to sit through this very long workshop. And in the words of Gary Bobker, I'm also one of the irritants objecting to the voluntary agreements. In fact, I guess I'm your perpetual Trinity River irritant. I'm here representing Save California Salmon from snowy Mount Shasta. And Save California Salmon agrees wholeheartedly with the findings and recommendations from the panel 3 members. They did a great job. They pointed out most of the inadequacies of the voluntary agreements. But there's one thing that they missed, and that is that the draft Bay Delta Plan designates the Trinity River as a salmon sacrifice area. In regard to comments by your agency speakers this morning, the VA process is not inclusive and transparent. The Trinity River's tribes and stakeholders were not included in the VA negotiations. There has been no collaboration in regard to the Trinity River. There is not consensus. You need to start over and include Trinity Basin tribes and stakeholders. The VAs actually use tribal trust assets of the Trinity River, that is its water, but you give them no say over implementation. The Trinity River is pretty much guaranteed to have redirected impacts from the voluntary agreements. There are flow and cold water carryover storage requirements for all Sacramento Valley Eastern Delta reservoirs, except for the Trinity River, which I might add, under the water code is designated as a Delta tributary watershed. The Trinity River division of the CBP is fully integrated with Shasta and Folsom operations. It cannot be separated from them without harm. This is a huge step backwards for the Trinity and Lower Klamath Rivers. It will undoubtedly result in massive continual depletion of Trinity Reservoir cold water supplies and violation of North Coast Basin Plan temperature objectives with resultant temperature-dependent mortality of Trinity River salmon. The draft plan jeopardizes restoration of the Trinity River, which has cost probably about $300 million so far, as well as the huge state and ratepayer investment in removal of the 4 Klamath dams. Trinity Reservoir cold water has been used numerous years to prevent a repeat of the 2002 massive fish kill on the Lower Klamath River. The draft plan practically ensures a repeat of the Lower Klamath fish kill, but also massive salmon and steelhead mortality in the Trinity River and Trinity River hatchery similar to what occurred during the 1977 drought when cold water in Trinity Reservoir was completely exhausted. The red light, yellow light outcomes do not include decimation of Trinity River salmon and steelhead from temperature-dependent mortality. For the Trinity River, the process to mitigate or even identify impacts will not be nimble. Salmon will have died in the Trinity long before you recognize the impacts from the VAs, let alone consider any remedies. The draft plan and the 2023 substitute environmental document do not incorporate best available science for reducing temperature-dependent mortality for the Trinity River or for the Sacramento River for that matter. There is no monitoring plan for determining impacts to the Trinity River. The draft plan would take additional cold water from Trinity Reservoir under the voluntary agreements, but the board would ask the Bureau of Reclamation to merely report on potential impacts to the Trinity River. Other than taking more water from Trinity Reservoir, which I might add, the SED identified 690,000 acre feet a year on average since the 1990s. Other than taking more water from Trinity, the 2024 draft plan and VAs do not define the likely negative impacts to the Trinity River. As near as I can tell, there was no temperature analysis, nor does it recommend mitigation measures when and if impacts occur. In short, the FOX, the Bureau of Reclamation, the regulated entity, will continue to guard the hen house, and the Trinity River will be deprived of necessary cold water to ensure compliance with federal and state laws, including coho take requirements under the Federal Endangered Species Act, spring Chinook take requirements under the State Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, compliance with the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, the Public Trust, Tribal Trust, and the 1955 Trinity River Act, all that require preservation, protection, and restoration of the Trinity fisheries essential to tribal, commercial, and recreational fishing rights, as well as the local and regional economies sustained by the Trinity River watershed. There has been a consistent failure of CVP operations to meet required temperature objectives and standards for the Trinity River contained in the North Coast Basin Plan and Water Right Order 90-5. As one can see from the October 2023 Division of Water Rights response to a complaint by Michael Palmer on the violation of Trinity River protections in Water Right Order 90-5, there is a failure to meet even these minimal temperature requirements that more recent science has found to cause increased fish mortality. Trinity River coho salmon, a federal and state threatened species, suffered nearly 75% egg mortality at the Trinity River hatchery in 2021 due to warm water because of low Trinity Lake storage and the lack of cold water to meet downstream temperatures essential to fish survival. 56 degrees that's in the North Coast Basin Plan, as well as Water Right Order 90-5, kills 100% of coho salmon eggs in the Trinity River and the hatchery. That is an unauthorized take of a federally listed species. The 56-degree standard found in Water Right Order 90-5, the North Coast Basin Plan, and the Central Valley Basin Plan are inadequate to protect Trinity coho and Chinook salmon in both the Trinity and Sacramento rivers, as recognized by scientists for the Trinity River Restoration Program. The latest science shows that spawning Trinity and Sacramento Chinook, the water temperature should be 53.5 degrees Fahrenheit. For coho, it should be 48 to 50. The 56-degree temperature objective kills 100% of Trinity eggs. Therefore, mitigation must be applied in the form of updated temperature protection for the Trinity River and an enforceable minimum cold water pool for Trinity Reservoir through a Trinity-specific water right order and updated North Coast Basin Plan temperature objectives. The existing 600,000 acre-foot September 30th carryover storage requirement for Trinity Reservoir contained in a 2000 National Marine Fisheries Service BIOP is grossly inadequate, even according to the Bureau of Reclamation's own scientists. A 2012 report by Reclamation found that September
Mr. Stokely,
30th
apologize, don't mean to interrupt, but I have gone a good bit over your time and just wondering if I'll be able to wrap soon. Thank you.
Yeah. In conclusion, you need to update Water Right Order 90-5 and/or hold a separate Trinity River water right hearing. The VAs are an outrage, and so is your plan. It's wholly inadequate to protect the Trinity River, let alone protect the Bay Delta ecosystem as demonstrated by the panel 3 members. I encourage you to reject the VAs and adopt a better plan that protects the Bay Delta and the Trinity River. Please don't let the extinction of California salmon be your legacy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Stokely. I do appreciate your good comments and ultimately your great advocacy of the Trinity River. I know we did try to do our best to ensure that there were no redirected or adverse impacts on the Trinity, and hear your comments here on those being inadequate, and just look forward to making sure we're continuing to work with you to ensure that we have protections there for the Trinity amongst it. So thank you.
Be happy to talk with you and your staff anytime about better protection for the Trinity. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Stokely. Next, I'd like to call up Dennis Herrera, and will be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer. Mr. Herrera, thanks for hanging on. Good to see you.
Chair Esquivel, nice to see you. Vice Chair D'Adamo and board members, thank you for holding these workshops. Very much appreciated. A lot of good dialogue today. I'm Dennis Herrera, General Manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission with the City and County of San Francisco. I'm speaking here today on behalf of San Francisco, as well as our partners on the Tuolumne River, the Modesto Irrigation District, and the Turlock Irrigation District. The Delta watershed includes both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and their tributaries. The Tuolumne Party's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes elements are integral to the success of the Delta watershed-wide Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. In December 2018, at the hearing for the adoption of the Phase 1 Water Quality Control Plan amendments, CDFW and DWR presented a comprehensive statewide implementation plan between CDFW, DWR, and parties on the American Feather, Sacramento, Yuba, San Joaquin, and Tuolumne rivers. When the board adopted the Phase 1 amendments in December 2018, it directed staff in its resolution to incorporate a Delta watershed-wide agreement, including potential amendments to implement agreements related to the Tuolumne River as part of a future comprehensive Bay Delta Plan update that addresses the reasonable protection of beneficial uses across the entire Delta watershed. Since 2018, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes effort has grown and now includes DWR, CDFW, and numerous water right holders on the Sacramento River, the Feather River, American River, Yuba River, and the McKelvey River and the San Joaquin River, the Tuolumne, Puda Creek, and the Delta, all of whom signed an MOU in 2022. We have all remained faithful to this process and have worked diligently to propose a system-wide program inclusive of the Tuolumne River's contributions. Currently, consideration of the Tuolumne-specific Healthy Rivers and Landscapes elements are on a separate track from the consideration of the elements from the other signatories. However, I want to remind this board that the Phase 2 scientific basis report and staff report both relied upon and included the flow assets that would be provided by the Tuolumne's contribution to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. We, the Tuolumne River parties, have been working with your team, DWR, CDFW, and other parties for many years to develop a complete Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program that includes the Tuolumne River for consideration by this board. And we look forward to continuing the work toward implementation as a comprehensive program as required in your 2018 resolution. We thank you and your staff for their great work and cooperation, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and comments today, Mr. Herrera. And actually, quickly, I would want to go to Ms. Riddle, just so that for folks that are kind of tracking and paying attention, just where we are process-wise on, and to Mr. Herrera's point, you know, the Tuolumne voluntary agreement that was developed, and it is part of some of the analysis here on the Sacramento Delta side, is on a different track, and might be worth just letting folks know what the sort of what that track is looking like in process, because I think people have process discussions. Yeah.
Happy to explain that. So the, as Mr. Herrera may know, and just to update everybody, we are considering the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement on a separate path because it will require some modifications to the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan that will require a separate evaluation So we are in the process of doing that. The first step in the process is preparation of a scientific basis report. We have been working with the Tuolumne VA parties to define the habitat assets and the assumptions related to those assets. It's taken longer than we were expecting, as well as the flow assets and the assumptions that should be made there. We are, I think, at a place where we've resolved most of those issues, and we are moving forward with the scientific basis report. But it's been a good bit of back and forth on resolving those technical issues with respect to the flow and habitat assets. So we are expecting that we should have a draft scientific basis report out early next year, and we'll be briefing you all on that before it goes out, of course.
Really appreciate that overview. And thank you again, Mr. Herrera, for the comments.
Thank you.
Next, and our last commenter I have here will be Peter Dreckmeyer. Good to see you again, Mr. Dreckmeyer.
Thank you. Good to see you too. And you ran a very good meeting today, Chair Esquivel. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I am the Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. In California, water is a public trust resource, meaning it belongs to all of us. And we, the people, are counting on the Water Board to protect all beneficial uses, including healthy fish and wildlife populations, tribal and subsistence fishing, and recreation. We need to start by acknowledging the carrying capacities of our rivers and make sure in-stream flows are sufficient to sustain viable ecosystems. The voluntary agreements will not accomplish this. Adequate flows are necessary for temperature management, floodplain rearing habitat, juvenile fish outmigration, and reducing toxic algae blooms in the delta. There's no substitute for flow. It's imperative that the Water Board restructure the playing field to protect public trust resources and incentivize best practices. Water agencies will adapt. There's still a lot of untapped potential to use water more efficiently. For example, in 2012, the South San Joaquin Irrigation District implemented a pilot project on about 3,800 acres of agricultural land. They installed a pressurized water system to enable the more efficient application of irrigation water. The project resulted in reducing applied water by 30%, while crop yields increased by 30%. It was determined that expanding the project to all 56,000 acres in the district would conserve up to 73,000 acre-feet of water per year. The Modesto Bee reported the project, which could conserve about a quarter of the Stanislaus River supply, would make sense if the saved water were sold to outside buyers for an average of at least $350 per acre foot. Many urban water agencies would jump at the opportunity to participate in agricultural water efficiency programs, which are so much cheaper than developing alternative water supplies in urban areas. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and Santa Clara Valley Water District already charge their customers close to $2,500 per acre foot. Urban water agencies could also help fund groundwater recharge programs in the Central Valley in exchange for water insurance policies. Let's allow the market to drive creativity and efficiency. Please do the right thing and reject the voluntary agreements and proceed with adopting and implementing phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan. We can continue to have a strong economy while also reviving our beleaguered ecosystems. It's not an either or. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
And thank you for those comments, Mr. Dreckmeyer. I do appreciate the participation and continued contributions to all of this. Okay, I believe that brings us to the end of our individual commenters and largely here at the end of today's workshop. And today has been a long day, but just really appreciate the amount of engagement and discussion and discourse, both from board members, importantly from folks on the panel, and our staff here in the program. I think we continue to, I feel, move the needle here on making progress on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update, and here collectively having a better understanding of the system together. And so just huge thanks to everyone, their contributions on now this second day. Our next workshop day will be December 3rd. And on that day, we're looking at, I believe, VA habitat accounting issues, and also importantly, having tribal voices. So looking forward to being able to continue on this discussion. Please do carry on this discussion outside of this workshop space as well. I know there is, again, as we've identified, a lot that we're still needing to hone in on and work on. And I think that we should make sure we're taking advantage of all opportunity to continue to bring consensus to the extent we can and narrow what it is this board will end up having to make, as always, very difficult decisions. But just really appreciate everyone's time, their commitments. And with that, I'll close out this workshop. We're adjourned here again until December 3rd. We'll pop back in on our next workshop day. Thank you, everyone. It is Friday. It is nearly 5:30. And so just appreciate, again, everyone's contributions. Get home safe, be well. Have an amazing Thanksgiving next week with friends and family, and look forward to seeing you all very soon. Thanks.